Totally forgot to do my hair, but I'll do it.
Hello everyone, welcome to the NorCal Collegiate Open here at the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, California. I'm AJ Silva with my analyst Kanashi, and before we get into this huge Overwatch tournament, let's toss it to Dylan, who is in the gaming room with more details on this event. Dylan?
Are lined up, getting ready for the first game. Higher? What? Oh, and they're getting ready as we're about to have our first fight of SFSU versus ArtU Onyx. Let's go back to the studio to see for further analysis.
And thanks, Dylan. And Kanashi, SFSU, their second team will be squaring off against the ArtU Onyx, which is our top team here at the Academy of Art. But what do you expect early? This is supposed to be a very intriguing first match.
Yeah, it's going to definitely set the tone of how the rest of this is going to play out. SFSU too. There's nothing to really underestimate about these guys. They're a very coordinated team. But same thing with ArtU Onyx. Them being the A team, they're definitely going to bring in their A game. We will be seeing the Academy B team as well later. But for the most part, we want to set the tone. This is hosted by the Academy of Art. They want to represent the home crowd. And if you don't, you're going home.
It's probably you're done if you lose, and the winner of this game will square off against San Francisco State's A team. So we could have a battle of the A's and see which team is truly number one here in San Francisco as of now. But also, there's been some new metas and buffs, and before the game starts, maybe we could get in on that in terms of what has grown, what has changed in the game of Overwatch.
Exactly. So right now, we're still kind of in the same setup as what we were in, for the past few months. We've just been seeing triple tank, kind of the same thing. But it sounds like we're about to get started here as ArtU Onyx and SFSU 2 are going to be facing off.
Yeah, at Lijiang Towers, and we talked about the three stages before the show, and now it's going to be big. But if we get into that final fight, as it's the ArtU Academy of Art Urban Knights squaring off against the SFSU Gaming Gators, but that control center right dead in the middle, that's a tight area, and I hope to see a lot of blows.
Exactly. This is definitely a map for Reinhardt if they're going to be playing that. I'm expecting both SFSU 2 and Onyx to be bringing that out. So we'll have a quick look at SFSU 2. They are ran by their captain Kate, and they're sitting at about a 2.7k SR. It's nothing to scoff about. They're mid-plat, pretty solid. But meanwhile, on the other side, we do have ArtU Onyx. They're sitting at about 3.8k. This team is pretty solid as well. They're coached by Bamboo and Tay, so if somebody happens, feign or something, we might be able to see them swapping into their place. As the gates are about to open, we're about to start off things here at the NorCal Collegiate Open.
Here we go. The Academy of Art going to show the home field advantage early, and we'll see T-Cat getting busy early.
Yeah, he's going to be on that Junkrat trying to shred up that tower, or shred up the shield. Now, the thing to look out here is Kairos is on the new hero Ashe. It's really good at long distance range. Oh, and a quick pin by Harambe.
A quick double elimination. It's already getting cooking early, and we're getting the pot going already. And we see multiple slashes with Reinhardt, and then finally eliminated.
Yeah, you got a little too aggressive there, but sometimes the sacrifice is well worth what you get here. Right now, T-Cat just kind of staggering out the D.Va, making sure that the longer that they're out of mech, the longer they're inefficient. So even in that scenario, leaving D.Va just stranded out there without the mech is a lot better than killing her. And here comes a Riptire.
There's the Riptire by T-Cat, and it gets destroyed, so it will not be utilized. But this is like the perfect spot for T-Cat to use Junkrat due to the fact that those grenades bounce off those walls, and next thing you know, it's right in front of your face, and boom.
Yeah, that was excellent coordination vision by Ken on the other team on SFSU 2. He spotted that out. He heard the tire, and he just threw that immediately.
And Harambe is asleep due to the dart, and hopefully he could get back in it. But in the meantime, Moo is getting busy.
Yeah, Mumu just trying to keep everybody up, keeping them aggressive, and that's the style that Onyx likes to play. They like to get aggressive and move in, and the words of Taeyeon, the coach, give up no space. If you give up any space, you get benched. I'm not even kidding.
There's an ultimate immediately lose by Senor Pac-Man, which attracts all of them together, and they just got a handful of eliminations.
Yeah, it's a team kill, full wipe there, and another thing to look out for is where's Harambe going to be sitting? He's got that full Earth Shatter. That Graviton Surge has really helped out charge him up, so it was kind of an expensive fight, but if you're able to keep him off the point for that long, they might not even get a chance at a second fight.
Yeah, as Harambe used that Fire Strike earlier and is still trying to maneuver his way through, is not just easily getting all over him and trying to quickly get right in with the charge.
That was a 4-man shadow. That was huge. But
there was a Riptire at the elimination.
Yeah, he's trying to clean up everything off of that. It's their, as Art You's just trying to move in and trying to solidify dominance here on this first point, making sure that SFSU2 won't be touching the point at all.
Yeah, as they have really not been in it at all. Art You showing why this is their A team and are doing an excellent job of fighting through that tight space. And 2 Riptires. Unfortunately, the first one didn't get used the way we wanted to, but the second one, our voices went up through the roof.
Exactly. That's the thing to notice. Like, it was a good play by Ken. He realized, oh, I hear a Riptire to my left. I'm gonna throw a Fire Strike there, and he got the first tire. Now, the thing that opened him up though was on that last engagement when Harambe had the Earth Shatter, Ken decided to charge in and try to get a quick pin. But what that essentially did was leave the shield behind, and that's why the 4-man Earth Shatter was available for Harambe. He just took his time. He realized there's no barrier stopping me from doing this, so he just dropped the hammer.
Well, what's cool is T-Cat and then on the other side, Ron for SFSU, both with Doomfist, a character that every time I see, I'm like a kid in the candy shop, but a very highly skilled character that needs to be used right.
Exactly, and he's got that one-shot kill potential, and he's very elusive, so a lot of teams have a little bit of issues trying to get him, trying to kill him off pretty quickly.
And, well, as you say that, Ron, who is Doomfist, gets eliminated, so that's nice to see for RU to get rid of that Doomfist out of the way.
Yeah, he made sure to get rid of him as quickly as possible, and they're going to look to maybe leave the Diva. No, they're going to kill her off as well.
And right now, Mumu using now the health side of the music, getting everyone where they need to be is... We'll see him. He maneuvers quickly. In this map, you need that speed, and it's only going to show later on in this game.
Exactly. The speed is going to allow them to move from both sides, so they're able to react to what SFSU2 wants to do. Also, on the other side, SFSU is also trying to run their own Lucio, trying to get in. But look at T-Cat's positioning. He's behind the Reinhardt. He drops him into the pit.
And now is quickly behind Zarya. And, yeah, look, some A-team moves right there.
Yeah, he eliminated the shield. What does that mean? Everything else is live.
And the charge, and easily Harambe gets the kill.
Yeah, Harambe's getting aggressive here, and that's exactly what you want to see from your tank player. If there's an advantage, especially with the other Reinhardt down, there's nothing to really mitigate you.
As Kairos, this is someone we'll be talking about later, utilizing Ashe, which could be someone we see a lot later in this tournament.
Exactly, and has the ultimate up already. Kairos is actually a Widow specialist, so when we do get to see him on that, here comes
Bob. Here's Bob. Here we go.
And boom goes the dynamite right over the top, trying to get some people up. And Kairos, look, that's a face of a stone cold killer right there, just trying to get everything done. As Kairos is shredding up everybody with that with the Bob, but the rest of the team is just collapsing in on him.
Yeah, and
trying
quickly
to clean it up.
T-Cat with Doomfist is already showing to be a huge problem, and then with a charge, and they're just easily getting wherever they want. As Lucio gone, Ron can easily hit underneath, eliminated just like that.
Yeah, it's pretty quick with the way how Doomfist works. That if you land that initial punch, they're just gone. So it is a skill shot ability. You have to just play it very carefully, but SFSU2 just needs to find a way to mitigate some of that damage. The Graviton Surge on the wall!
Yeah, and the Nano Boost was just used. And here's Harambe with a nice interaction right in the middle and utilizing the shield, and he's swinging for the fences. We said he's aggressive.
Yeah, that's exactly what Ruby likes.
And there's a charge, and just like that, Zonhammer's been hammered out of it.
Yeah, and there goes the rest of the team. They're just kind of getting mowed over. Now they're trying to go for the sky advantage here with the Pharah, but they got a touch point. And let's see if they could get back. It's not going to be enough, so RU Onyx is going to be taking the first map here on Lijiang Tower.
Wow, it was a display of, I mean, if you want to say the word domination, they did an excellent job of working together as a team, but the play of the game, are we surprised? Harambe.
See, we'll see if it's the first one or the second one. No, this was off of the Graviton Surge. So he does end up taking off the Brig, and you see how Graviton Surge helps out Reinhardt get his ultimate as quickly as possible. What it initially did is for every swing that you land, you get, I believe, it's like 7% of your ultimate. So if you're swinging into a grouped up bunch of like 5 people, that's like 35% of your ult charge just off of one swing. And if you get 2, you know, you're just going to have your ult by the next fight. And by having that ult by the next fight, he was able to secure the point and make sure that the other 4 people after the Reinhardt charge was over was just gone.
Yeah, and it was unbelievable. And, you know, and speaking of Harambe, this is a guy yesterday, as we were here for day 1, the League of Legends tournament. Harambe was by himself playing Overwatch. The only computer on the screen that had Overwatch was his, and he was getting a crowd surrounded behind him. So if that doesn't show you the dedication for this moment here, then I don't know what does.
Exactly. Especially from your tank player for RU Onyx, you want to be knowing how the game works, ins and outs of every single character that you play. And that goes for anything, especially in Overwatch. Like, some people don't know that Mercy's got like this little hop that you can do at the end of your Guardian Angel. There's some people, like, there's some very little intricacies that if you learn how they work, you can definitely exploit them in a way. And like, even sometimes, like, it comes down to animation canceling, like figuring out the very, like, even shaving off like a quarter of a second could be enough between winning a fight or losing it.
And just like with other sports, that split second determines if you're going to bed and you're knocked out sleep or you're advancing to the next round and winning. But also, for those watching, of course, I'm AJ Silva with Kanashi. We want to thank you. This event is presented by the Academy of Art University in San Francisco and Esport Management. We want to say thank you for all who joined in on this nice Sunday evening. And Kanashi, just like Lijiang was a very entertaining map, it was quick and fast. Do you think King's Row, which is our second map, do you see it being any different in strategy?
So the way how King's Row works, it is once again a really tight quarter map. So we will be seeing a lot more Reinhardt. But the thing that I want to see, it's really different when it comes down to the offense versus the defensive way how you play King's Row. When you're on defense on King's Row, you play it very slow. You play like protect this corner, do this, make sure that, you know, if they get on point, you collapse on them. But on offense, you have a lot of options. You can either meet them up with the Reinhardt shield, just go head to head, or you can go the way how my team used to do it, where you know, Tay's hashtag give up no space really comes into play, where you just dive in and make sure no space is given. You don't allow them to breathe at all. And in that case, we could see Harambe on his signature Winston, if that ends up coming out. Believe it or not, his main is Winston. It's not the Reinhardt, even though he's been showing it off here.
Yeah, he proved. I thought if you didn't know him, you would have thought that maybe that was his main tank, like you said.
Exactly.
But also, wouldn't you say the map, like you said, enclosed, no space? I like that type of play because you get a lot of action. But also, would you say flankers will be key as well with Tracer and maybe Reaper to bring some speed into the game and try to sneak up on other players?
Exactly. If a team doesn't decide to pick up Brigitte, we will definitely see maybe T-Cat on his Tracer. He likes to run that a lot. But the thing that I want to see for sure, I can see possibly Ashe coming out a lot more in this map, just because there's a lot more longer sight lines. And there's a lot of Widow play that usually goes through here, but it will come down to Widowmaker or Ashe, you know, long distance hits, maybe even a Hanzo coming out again.
Yeah, we hope so. We'll have to wait and see. We'll listen on when the next map is ready for us to play. But, you know, let's take a step back from the games. Do you have any fun facts for us regarding Overwatch in general? There always seems to be something going on.
Yeah, for sure. Coming around the corner, we have the Winter Wonderland event coming out. So everything's going to be festive. You know, we're going to get a lot of snow-covered maps. We're going to get King's Row covered in snow. I believe Blizzard World's up this year for a new snow makeover. We got to figure out what other maps there are, but possibly all the May mini games might be coming back again. We had the Yeti Hunter and the Snowball the snowball objective game where you just try to go for a free for all snowball fight.
More of a fun game to play.
Exactly. It's not always like try hard all the time.
Yeah.
But now the other thing to mention with that is with the holiday season, there's always new skins, and that's the best part of.
That's the best. Everyone loves
everybody's
new
here for the new
skins,
skins. Today we got Symmetra announced. Symmetra got the figure skater skin, but earlier in the week we got let me check my list real quick. We had Lucio, who's got that Sonic the Hedgehog looking skin. There's the Arctic Fox. We have the Zarya Bear Hugger skin, and then the Mercy Sugar Plum. Lots of people are fans of that one. We have the Widow Biathlon one where she looks like she's like wearing skis and stuff, and she's like ready to go. And then Bastion's got the gift wrap Bastion. So we're going to be seeing a lot of those skins. Plus, you'll be seeing all the old skins coming back too.
Yeah, that's who doesn't love skins. Maybe you're not the best player, but it's like, hey, throw a skin on my guy. Maybe that'll make me play a little better sometimes if you're a little ritual type of thing. But
exactly.
Yeah, the map is going to get started very soon, but of course, in the meantime, just to reiterate it for you all, the winner of this will advance to play SFSU's A team, so we could potentially have the battle of the A's, if you will. But why not on the map? You just throw snow on all of them since it's Christmas. Is that not how it works?
I mean, they add like little Christmas lights here and there. They add a little bit of extra flair to it. Like everybody at during the winter time, they do have the Winter Wonderland skins. And the toast, the toast icon at the end, the end game screen, everybody's holding up a mug of hot chocolate. But we're about to hop right into this Kings Row match as we're about to see ArtU Onyx versus SFSU 2.
Potentially, ArtU can finish them here, and which is expected. If you're really watching, the A team should always beat the B team, if I'm not wrong.
Well, sometimes you never know. SR is just a number, in my opinion. It really does come down to the way how teams play. But we will be seeing Kairos on that Widow if he does decide to hang on to it or just using it to scope out. But when Kairos is on Widow, there's always a highlight reel. Like, usually there's a highlight reel off of this. And T-Cat is no stranger to Hanzo either. Like, that was one of his mains. Even back in the day when Scatter Arrow was a thing, T-Cat was playing the Hanzo.
Yeah, as we don't see any Widowmaker or Pharah on the SFSU side, which in my opinion is a little bit surprising, but we'll see if that pays them any dividend.
So the thing about SFSU 2's team, they're playing it very defensively, and I do appreciate this. It's a double shield, double turret kind of fight, so it does put a lot of pressure on Harambe as a tank player. But
as K-Rose showing why that sniper is in his hands and no one else's, and T-Cat getting busy as well with Hanzo.
See, so this is the thing that I like about this. It's multiple angles being used here. You see T-Cat is literally behind him, just picking him off.
And they're wondering where it's coming from. Hey, and that's already 2 kills, and Harambe, with his dominance, he's quickly stunned. But you're right, they seem to have no self-awareness of where they're all at.
Yeah, so it really does come down to using those angles. As you saw, Kairos was literally just sitting on top of that statue the whole time. And they're like, okay, we gotta respect the Widow. You gotta respect the Widowmaker. But then you have T-Cat peeking out of a window. He's just shooting you from a distance from the window.
T-Cat was just having a good target practice and gets another elimination. And now his ult can be utilized. He has got it cooking right now.
That was a little bit of a BM right there. He's like, peekaboo, here's an arrow to the face. But he does throw out the Dragon Strike. We'll see if it zones out or gets anybody. But yeah, ArtU Onyx is just sitting on a few ultimates here.
Yeah, 2 to be exact, just waiting to be utilized. Now 3 with Lucio. They have 2 supports with some ultimates, which could be a great deal to finish off SFSU 2.
Yeah, and here's another thing. Red's World is one of their sub players, but he's also a Zarya specialist from what I know, so they put him in here just because they want to give him some playtime. They want to make sure that he's ready if they need him. Harambe does get Super Milk Boy there.
Yes, his Earth Shatter is ready to shatter the Earth. It's just a matter of when it'll be utilized now.
Yeah, he's got to wait for the shield to drop.
And quickly stunned, and then with Mei, that ice wall's up, and that can be annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
That charge was really utilized well, but it just seems stun after stun after stun. It can get a little annoying.
Yeah, especially as a tank player, getting CC'd like this is pretty heart-wrenching to watch. Like, it's really difficult to get out of situations like that. And Mumu's just trying to back the team out. Just like, hey, we got to reset here. And so that's the call. They're going to reset. They got to figure out a way how to deal with this Mei. Holding him up at the choke. And Kairos did switch over to the Ashe. So you know, as I stated earlier, Ashe is one of the very few heroes that you're allowed to say boom goes the dynamite, and it actually works. So, because her dynamite is actually like a remote mine. You can throw it out, and if you shoot it, you could detonate it over a shield or over anything that would really stand in your way.
And that shield is just getting melted off as we see Harambe trying to utilize his way through it. But here's the charge, and he gets someone on it and immediately eliminates Super Milk Boy, who he delivered the milk nice and cold there. Great job by Harambe.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it was very patient timing and also good communication by Onyx. You could tell, like, once he heard, like, oh, we need somebody to peel for us. There's a Nano Winston incoming. Oh, but there's Diva Bomb. It will actually catch up Price, though. But the rest of the team is just rotating around, making sure that their healers are ready, and the beat is going to be dropped as they're going to be starting out the fight here, and the Earthshatter is available if he wants to use it.
Yeah, that will be huge, but just quickly eliminated, but it's all right. He still has the ult if he stays with Reinhardt.
Yeah, and here comes Super Milk Boy, pops out that Primal Rage just to shove everybody into a corner, just making sure that they're not going anywhere or trying to clean him up. He's chasing after T-Cat.
Yeah,
he's trying to hunt him down, but his Primal Rage is going to finish off.
Yeah, that was, of course, you want to get there in time to get it out of the way, but unfortunately for SFSU, Harambe, or not Harambe, but Winston was able to not be killed.
Yeah, SFSU B is really putting in a lot of work here. They're holding him off, using the Mei very effectively to just make sure, okay, Harambe can't back up, Price doesn't have line of sight on that Ana, and it's just making it really difficult for them to land shots or even stay as a team. But the huge Earthshatter going to come in, land on Harambe and the rest of the squad as they're going to be pushing through.
Yeah, Kairos is eliminated, and now Mumu will eliminate that and get that out of the way. But that was a good little charge right there.
Alfredo does pick off Red's World as well. Mumu's going to be going down, and Harambe just going to get finished off here. And that is going to be pretty detrimental to them, as I think the team kill did flash for a second. The thing to notice here is the team wants to figure out how they're going to approach this. As you see, a few more changes coming out. T-Cat did switch over to the Reaper now, so the team wants to play together, and that's the way how you have to play against a Mei. You're not allowed to space out. When a Mei is in the game, you can't just let your Reinhardt go first, because he's going to get walled off. So that's exactly the adjustment. That's exactly what they want to do. Super Milk Boy is hopping in on a...
Yep.
It's a good rotation, though.
It's an exchange. Oh, and there's the ultimate use. Super Milk Boy is just swinging for the fences. Very aggressive play, and also taking some good damage, but dealing it as well, and he will get out of the rage and is put to sleep.
Yeah, as we see T-Cat finishing off Super Milk Boy, and the rest of RU Onyx just fighting on the point very safely and making it trying to make a really clean engage to get the point as they get point B, and they're moving on to point C.
Yeah, this SFSU needs to pull a rabbit out of their hat. This will be very crucial.
The T-Cat's positioning right now. Ron didn't even know it was coming.
Gone. Unbelievable position. You were right. It was like peekaboo, I see you, and then the Junkrat, or excuse me, the Roadhog drags him in and eliminates him.
Yeah, I think that was a solid trade, even though the thing to notice here is how much space RU Onyx got out of that. They ended up pushing it around the first bend, which is pretty difficult. But also now they have to respect the space. They did lose their Reinhardt. Now that Harambe's back, the rest of the team can try to figure out a way how to break through them. And Kairos is there to try to take care of the Pharah. And there he
does take care of the Pharah right on cue, right? And we see Reinhardt, and also Harambe will fall to his death as well. But you're right, this is the last point. FSSU, they seem to lack the awareness which is needed, and that's why earlier we saw T-Cat sneak up with the Reaper.
And this is why they're doing really well now. They have the Roadhog, which they're utilizing the environment to their advantage, you know, hooking them off the map, making sure that they can't push through. But SFSU is playing a GOATS comp now, like a solid GOATS comp. So what GOATS means is essentially it has a Reaper. Oh, never mind. Here comes the Reaper ultimate. It's going to get stunned and slept. Oh, but
and there's the self-destruct. And will it get there? And he gets in a limb. Mumu is gone with that self-destruct.
Yeah, and they're trying to get the rest of it here, trying to mitigate the damage. But Red's World's going to be coming in, trying to lean in some more damage on top of them.
And Harambe was just completely swarmed by bullets everywhere.
Yeah, RU is just trying to sweep them into a certain spot so that T-Cat can just lean in some damage. Same thing with Harambe, though. There's only 30 seconds left in this. They have to push it quite a bit too. So we'll see what ultimates decide to come out. We got to figure out if Harambe's going to try to play the shield game against Ken. And Kairos does have Bob available, so we'll see when Bob decides to show up and destroy some people.
Yeah, and then a quick stun. Can FSSU seems to have their backs against the wall, but are continuing to fight as we see Alfredo's health getting shredded apart, but he's still maneuvering and being very aggressive.
Yeah, you see how nice Harambe was playing. T-Cat getting the two supports, but you still got to take care of Ana. But the rest of the team is going to be able to swing in and get some ult charge, considering that there are 2 healers down on their side. So we'll see if they can keep up the fight, and make them pay for it.
Yeah, now Lucio using his ult for SFSU and quickly trying to boost everyone up, but we're seeing elimination by elimination. Harambe getting busy as well, and Mumu also joining the party.
Yeah, Graviton Surge to hold them all into place, as RU is just going to be sailing on the cart and making sure, you know, the objective is always the thing that you got to care about. And they took care of the objective. They made sure that they are not going to be, you know, pushing onto the cart, making sure if they don't touch the cart, we get the cart forward, we get the map. So that was their objective. Even though they didn't do it with extra time, they completed the three maps. That's all that matters.
Yeah, the objective, just get it done. No matter how it's done, get it done. But SFSU, in the beginning, we saw it with T-Cat sneaking up on players. It seems to me the lack of awareness, and maybe I don't know if that's due to being a B team or lack of experience of playing together, but RU, they took them to school with that, with the little sneak attack, hide and go seek.
Yeah, it's something that lots of teams don't really expect. So, like, as a Reaper isn't a meta pick at all. So when you do see a Reaper, you're like, okay, what do I do here? And, like, for the most part, you're like, okay, I just have to know where he is all the time. But that's the thing about Reaper. He's got a teleport that's pretty quiet, and then he just sneaks up on you, and then you know, 2 shots and you're done. So he just, like, you know, teleports up to the high ground, waits for you, and then boom.
That's it. Boom.
That's it.
Goodbye.
Yeah, you're gone.
Is there anyone SFSU, they need a last push. Do you think, is there anything that they could do? They have to switch it up, of course, because it hasn't been working. What do you think they need to do to try to get back in this?
I feel like the Mei was a really good pick, actually. I felt like they were really solid when Ron was on that Mei, because it did force them to play differently. It forced up their whole roster to change up a little bit. So they're like, okay, there's a Mei. We can't let Harambe go forward because he's going to get walled off. So they had to put T-Cat in on the Reaper, which is not a meta pick at all. And they're like, well, that'll help with the monkey hopping in on us, and the rest of the team. But the thing is, it's always about trying to figure out where you're gonna go with it. What's the goal?
Yeah, with Mei, when it came up and that ice wall was there, while Winston was in his rage, he couldn't get there because that wall was so tight. He had to squeeze through, and by then there was no rage. He was a peaceful gorilla again.
Yeah.
So it's strategy. I think you're right. They need to do that because if you put up talent against talent, RU, of course, will have the advantage.
Exactly. And it's always throwing out the unexpected. Like, if you catch a team that's played against, you know, the same lineup over and over again, they know what's coming. They know how to play against goats. They've been playing against goats. So what are we going to be seeing when we go back into this next one? So we're going to be hopping into the Kings Row match, as I believe it's SFSU's turn to get on the aggressive.
Yes, they're going to have to be aggressive, and hopefully they can change up the score. They've done some great things, but RU's A team has solidified some dominance as of now. As we see Ron getting the high ground, or one of the few times we see Farah today.
Oh, the bomb.
And a self-destruct there, and he'll finish off Kairos. This is a good start for SFSU.
Yeah, and they wanted to make sure that the spacing, they were going to make it difficult on him, and that's what I was saying. It's something unexpected. The Farah, they did see it earlier, but right now Onyx has got no answer to the Farah. So they're going to have to figure out, they're probably going to put Kairos or somebody else onto a DPS that can take care of the Farah, probably a hit scan. But because of the time that they spent there, Ron already has his ultimate, and also Rally is available. So if they want to go push in, they can definitely do it and catch RU Onyx off guard.
Yeah, Kate just needs 1 more %, and that ult is there, and there it is. Now they got 3 ults that they can utilize and take advantage as Farah uses her ult, and T-Cat will get the elimination there. But Ron, you're right, that's a little bit of a game changer with that Farah.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody can really take care of it right now because nobody's got height advantage, and the anti-nade by Kate.
Wow.
ends up catching out 3 of them, so there's no healing going on him whatsoever. They're just trying to keep it up on this point here, but Red's World's dropping pretty low. He's gonna die, and then Kairos is just out of the mech, so this looks like an easy cap for SFSU2.
This is a great job, a huge sign of life, and sometimes you just need one, and that confidence will go up. Great job by FSU, as that far, I would keep using that, but we also see Doomfist being utilized here.
Exactly. It's just making it difficult to play a GOATS comp like this. Now, I do have to give props to Kate. Kate is their captain. On the Ana right there, made a very good call to throw the anti-nade to catch out 2. And because of that, they were just able to, you know, capture the point. And now they're being aggressive, and I like this. They want to catch RU
with that
off guard.
Doomfist, with that uppercut right up there, and it's very fast-paced now.
Yeah, they use the beat drop, and here comes the Graviton Surge, but a nice answer by Price. There's that Transcendence right in the middle of it to keep him up. And Alfredo's like, okay, we got to back out now. We're getting too aggressive here.
Yeah, too aggressive indeed. And
but Mumu is saying otherwise. She's like, let's go. We're gonna move over. If these guys try to get too aggressive, let's bring it to them. So that's exactly what RU wants to do.
Yeah, and Harambe was leading the charge with that Reinhardt. He seemed to me he had no conscience. He was going for kills and only kills.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a good backup line to keep you up, like Price and Mumu, you can do anything on a Reinhardt.
Yeah, that's FSU trying to slowly gravitate back to that same spot and hopefully not get pushed off, as we see Kate utilized and Kane with that Reinhardt versus Reinhardt.
Yeah, Ken did get that, caught Harambe on the other side, and he's going to get mowed down, but also the fact that he did catch him out, but the rest of the team wasn't able to collapse on the Earth Shatter that he got, might be a little bit costly for them.
Yes, Mumu's eliminated, Price is eliminated. Great eliminations by Alfredo, who's bringing that Alfredo sauce to this. He's doing an excellent job, and they're slowly starting to move forward.
Yeah, they're just pushing their way through, making sure that, you know, they want to do it with time. If they do it with more than a minute, I believe, or actually both teams get a minute. No. If SFSU catches this out with more than a minute on the clock, they will either win or draw. And it won't give RU Onyx the chance to cap. So the Graviton Surge is coming out by Red's World. They're trying to make sure that the second point is going to be going into their favor. Super Milk Boy dropping super low, but does have Graviton Surge available if they want to turn around. He's going to decide to save it.
Yeah, they are going to save it. Harambe is really getting busy on the eliminations, but we do see Alfredo with an ult as well. So they have 2 ults that SFSU can use that hopefully at the right time can help them propel.
Exactly. So I feel like Alfredo's trying to figure out if he needs to use this offensively or defensively. If he uses it offensively, he can use it to beat drop and then speed boost their team into the rest of the team. But the only other thing that he's got to worry about is the 2 massive CC ultimates by Zarya and by Reinhardt.
Yeah, as we see Ron with Doomfist quickly getting in all of that mix, and it just seems now we just see bashing everywhere as Mumu's eliminated and then quickly eliminated by Kairos.
Yeah, the rest of the team is getting dropped pretty quickly. As Super Milk Boy dropped that Graviton Surge right on top of him, and it was Kairos wasn't expecting this, so the self-destruct is coming out on top. I don't know if they're going to catch it out, but Kairos is being one of the only saving graces here on this point. He's trying to stall it out and make sure that the team can get on it. Red's World trying to get onto it as well, but Super Milk Boy is just keeping him away from it, and bubbling Alfredo trying to keep himself up as well.
Yeah, Super Milk Boy doing a great job, and also with that support there, that health is constantly being refurbished, so there's really nothing you can do. Mumu is eliminated again. Harambe will take a seat and goodbye. So SFSU is doing an excellent job, and then T-Cat will go ahead and crawl out of here.
Yeah, Z-Ham Hammer just getting their ultimate off as much as possible, trying to proc Inspire as much as they can, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And SFSU 2 just rolling through now with a couple of ultimates to go off of, and now the quick switch because they're on this last point. They want to be aggressive. They want to be running that GOATS. They're going to be running Hammond. So Hammond does give a lot of space. That Earth Shatter is going to be blocked by Harambe.
Yes, great job by Harambe by reading that. That could become costly for SFSU because that's a big ult.
And they're also going to commit the Graviton Surge, so they're trying to win it now. They're trying to lean in as much damage as they can. They do drop the beat as well. But RU Onyx is just playing it very safe, very safe, just trying not to get a lot of that.
Ron flying around, and yeah, you're right. This is a winner-go-home mentality. Harambe with another elimination. SFSU thinks this is their only shot to get it going here.
Yeah, they got another fight to go if they do want to save a few ults for that. And that's what I believe they want to do. So they do a full reset. They got 30 seconds to go. Meanwhile, Onyx sitting on a few ultimates here. They have the Earth Shatter and the Self-Destruct, as well as the answer with the Zenyatta ult if they want to use Transcendent. That's probably going to be used defensively. So meanwhile, Hammer is going to be coming in with possibly, here comes that minefield out by the Hammond. Might be popping out the rest. It's going to get TCAT and Price.
And Price are gone. That was an excellent move by Ron, not only using that claw, but also with those mines.
Yeah, another thing to point out there was Kairos did get the 2 shields.
Oh, and Ron falls. He dies. I don't think that ball is going to bounce back up. It'll keep going down, so Super Milk Boy is also eliminated. But that hurt when he fell.
Yeah, it was a good bomb in the back by Kairos as well. Lots of people aren't going to be looking out for something like that. And he did get it right over the top, ended up picking off the 2 people with shields. And once again, Harambe coming in with that play of the game on the Reinhardt here. As we see quick Earth Shatter, he does get frozen, but the rest of the team is allowed to move on forward, get the kills off of the back of his play right here.
He had a 6 kill streak there. You saw 5, 6. The kills were just adding up. I'm not saying he's the only guy, because they got a very well-balanced team, but he is a sole contributor in terms of not only protecting everyone, but also he's aggressive. He's going to lead the charge.
Exactly, and especially when you have a really good backline supporting him the whole time, he's able to just get what he needs. So that's exactly what they wanted. They were able to survive. They're able to push their way through, but RU Onyx is going to be moving on. I believe it's a best of 3.
Yes, it is the best of 3. So RU did an excellent job. I mean, RU, we kind of predicted this before, that it would be the top 2 A teams scoring off against each other. So that should be rather exciting, not only for us, but as well as everyone watching.
Exactly, and RU Onyx is just showing off what they wanted to do. They played the Reinhardt. They played the way how they wanted to dictate the pace, and they're like, okay, if you guys want to try to dive, we'll play it safe. We'll figure out what we need to do and use ult when we need to. And you can see that once again. We were talking about Harambe's work ethic. He's here on days when nobody else is here, just practicing the heroes that he needs to.
Yes, I mean, you kind of have to throw him out of the gym, but the gaming room in order to get better. But we have Dylan with the winning team, as he will be interviewing one of our own RU players. And let's go to Dylan now and see what he has cooking.
From the RU Onyx team, tell me, you guys won that pretty convincingly. What was your strategy going into that game?
Well, we really practiced a lot, so at that point it was like just second nature what to do. So most of the fights, like there was some shaky parts, but we kind of knew how to adapt to it. We knew what they were trying to do, so we just played around it, and then we just edged out better.
All right, and moving forward in the tournament, looking at the rest of the competition, is there anyone that you're like afraid of, or do you think you guys pretty much have things set as it goes forward?
We looked at a couple of the other teams, so we have a general idea of what they might run, even though it probably is just all goats anyway. I don't think it's going to be any different. So, yeah, I think we have a solid game plan. We kind of just prepared around that assumption, yeah.
And you guys feel like you're pretty ready for that like goats matchup and how to counter and deal with that?
Oh, yeah, we'll take it all, yeah.
All right. And that was Harambe for the post-match. Let's go back to the studio and get ready for the next game.
Thanks, Dylan, and you laughed. You
I'm
laughed
sorry,
when you said
guys.
goat, and Kanashi, what was so funny there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, everybody runs goats, and he's ready for it. Like we saw him. He's just like, yeah, everybody's gonna be running goats anyways. You know, Harambe is very soft-spoken, but when he gets in game, he shows off everything, and that's just how he is. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing a lot of goats because nothing has really changed. And for those of you guys who don't know what goats is, it's where you run a Reinhardt, Zarya, Diva, and then Lucio, Brig, and then either Zen or Ana. But preferably, it's usually Zen for the damage. But the way how it works is it's just like group up, push with the Lucio, just deal damage, move forward, don't give up any space. That's all it does. But what the way how are you really prepared for that? They're like, okay, what are the things that Goats has issues with? And the main problem is, closing the distance. If they can't close out the space, to get there, then, you're not running Goats. You're just clumping up together and giving us ult charge. So
Right.
what they do is, once we saw a T-Cat on the Reaper as one of them, that's the way you get behind their backline. You harass the backline. The other way is that you just pick off people from the backline. You go long distance. You put Kairos on a sniper, either Ashe or Widow, or T-Cat on Hanzo. You just try to find a pick off in the backline so that they can't move forward anymore.
Yeah, T-Cat did a great job of sneaking behind with Hanzo. Earlier we saw that, just boom, boom, arrows, and they didn't miss. So it was big. It was pivotal.
Exactly. Like, once he starts feeling a rhythm, he's like, okay, I know where to place the cursor. I know where their head is. That's where the the arrow's going.
Yeah, like built-in aimbot. That's at that point you're just really good.
Yeah, you're just feeling it.
And did you think, since you said it, and for those watching Goats, and you explained it, do you think something needs to change in terms of always seeing Goats all the time? Because some people, I'm sure, who play the game a lot are like, oh, hey, Goats again.
I'm one of those. I'm one of those people. I'm not gonna lie. When you do see Goats, it's just like, okay, it's a very basic strategy. Like, anybody knows how to play this. Now, it's a very effective strategy. The thing is, like, you do get your ults quick. You have game-changing ults. You have Graviton Surge. You have Earth Shatter. You have Self-Destruct by D.Va. You have, like, all these really big ultimates that you can utilize. But sometimes you just gotta find a way how to break them. You're like, okay, if they want to go in as 6, what if we took a fight 6v3 by cutting them off halfway through with a Mei wall? Now they're separated. They have no line of sight. So take advantage of that. Make sure that they can't do that. So really, we will be seeing a lot more Goats. That's just how the meta is. But we're expecting a lot of different counters too, because that's just how the game works right now. It's like there's Goats and then there's anti-Goats. Like, those are kind of the only two things that are out there.
Hopefully we can get some more in terms of just mixture. We want to see more flavor in this game, and I'm sure that'll be something they do down the road. But for those watching, thank you again. I'm AJ Silva with Kanashi. This is the NorCal Collegiate Open here at the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, California, presented by the Academy of Art University, of course, and eSport Management. We want to say thank you for joining in once again, and we know the bracket's not popped up now, but the next match should be interesting. San Jose State squaring off. They are the 3 seed, squaring off against the Ohlone Renegades from Fremont, California, who are the 6 seed. Shout out, that's my hometown. So maybe I'm a little biased, but
it's good.
It's going to be tough because San Jose State, they have some really good players.
Yes, and from what I know, I believe Junie is still on that SFSU team, and Junie used to play on the Razor, in the Razor circuit. He used to do a lot of 3-on-3s and a couple of other just local tournaments around the Bay Area. So I've seen him around, and he definitely wants to come out and play.
Yeah, they'll be ready. But Ohlone, for those that did not tune in yesterday on day 1, which was League of Legends, Ohlone were heavy underdogs, and they made it to the championship, and they did lose to San Jose State. So I'm sure, although it's a different game and it's day 2, there's got to be some type of bitterness that says, hey, they beat us last time. Let's see if we can pull a rabbit and try to upset them here. Because it would be an upset.
Exactly. I feel like SFSU, or SJSU, my bad.
SJSU.
SJSU.
Yes.
They want to go in. They want to get aggressive, and that's just the way how they want to play it out. And if Ohlone and SJ want to go head to head, bring out that League of Legends background, you want to keep the narrative alive, you could definitely do it here.
Yeah, we hope to see that as the game will be starting momentarily. And in terms of the maps, of course, that won't change for a while in the best of 3, but Ohlone and SJSU, it's a blind game. They haven't seen each other play. It's rather new. Do you have any maybe advice that you would give, or something that you say that helps out with that if you don't, not familiar with your opponent?
If you're not familiar with your opponent, just believe they're running Goats, and then if they don't, try something else. But for real, like, when you're playing against a team that you have no idea what they're going to be doing, you want to play what's comfortable to you. You want to play, you want to be at your best, even if you don't know what they're doing. So even if your team gets countered, you're like, okay, I know how to adjust to this. Like, let's say if I'm trying to run a dive comp, I'm trying to hit your backline, and they just decide to run, okay, we're just going to go play Brigitte, we're going to play Ana, we're going to keep you locked down. I'm like, okay, I'll play the long game then. I'll just pick up the Reinhardt, move slowly. And it's all about figuring out, it's all a game of, like, switching heroes, figuring out what you need to do when.
And yeah, that's the big thing in terms of ults and anything. You got to know when to do it. It's nice to have it, but you got to know when.
Yeah,
but
you got to know.
The game will start later on, but I know we got some more stuff here. There's some new Overwatch teams.
Yes.
And many people are excited. Of course, I was excited. I wanted to see the logos. I want to get some new merchandise, see what we can freshen up here.
Exactly.
But what are these new teams? What can you tell us about these and who they are?
Okay, so we got 8 new teams coming in.
That's amazing.
That's a lot. 4 going to the Pacific, or 4 and 4, Pacific Atlantic Division. We have the Hangzhou Sparks. That's going to be like the team to look out for, the Hangzhou Sparks. They got Gu Shui, who was a dude from the Chinese Overwatch World Cup team, and he definitely showed what he can do. He got to the finals versus South Korea, and he's just a very good team. The way how they play, aggressive, Gu Shui, lots of people behind them. Then there's the Guangzhou Charge, just another team. They're lightning themed. It's pretty cool. And then the Chengdu Hunters. Those are the 3 Chinese teams. They're all coming out here to play. Chengdu Hunters have a panda as their mascot, so that's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's unique. It's nice. That's something I may have to invest in terms of some merchandise.
And then the last one on the Pacific Division is from Canada, and we have the Vancouver Titans. And the Vancouver Titans, I believe they picked up Team Runaways, which was a really good contenders team. So we'll be seeing them quite a bit. There goes my pen. Let's.
Don't worry, I have another one.
We got a lot of them. We got another one right here. Boom.
There you go. Okay. Shout out FSF Shock. Thank you for the pens and
lots.
sponsoring this event. But they gave us a bunch of pens,
Exactly.
so we're good.
Lots of pens. We're safe here.
Yeah.
And then on the other side we have Toronto Defiant. They're going to be coming out to play, which is pretty fun. The Paris Eternal, which recruited soon from the LA Valiant, I believe. He moved from the Valiant to the Paris Eternal because that's homeland. You want to go back to home.
That's
definitely play
that's
that.
how it is. So you gotta go homegrown.
Then we have the Atlanta Reign. They picked up Defran. Lots of people were like, "Oh, Defran, is he really gonna be good here?" Because he was one of the guys who kind of bashed the league when it first came out, and he has kind of a little bit of a bad rep. But it doesn't matter. If you play well into the game and you get picked up and you're doing fine, maybe he might be a shining star in the Overwatch League, or maybe he'll just fizzle out. You never know. That's just how the team works. But the Atlanta Reign, that's another team to be looking out for. And the last but not least one for sure is the Washington Justice. I mean, that you can't get a more American name than the Washington Justice.
That's probably going to be a fan favorite in terms of America.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean they're DC.
Yeah.
Their colors are red, white, and blue.
Yeah,
and their logo is a shield.
Oh, that's as American as it gets.
It's as American as it gets. The only other thing that they needed was a bald eagle and
yep, right on top of the shield.
Yeah, you put a bald eagle on the shield with a cheeseburger in a car in a pickup truck
in a Corvette or some American truck.
There you go.
Maybe that's what it is.
There you go. And that's exactly. That should have been their logo.
Yeah, yeah. If that was, then every team from America would just go to that immediately. Yeah,
I mean that's just the home crowd team. It's kind of like the Dallas Cowboys in a way.
America's
team. If you don't like the DC, then what are you doing?
Yeah, that's true. I don't think anyone from America would argue that one.
Exactly.
But with the teams growing at this rate, it's fast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can both agree with that. Do you see the league? I've talked to multiple people that have played the game, even on our teams and as well as other esport teams, where they say they don't know where Overwatch is going in the next decade or so. Where do you see the direction of Overwatch with the growth? And do you see it stopping? Because personally, some say yes, but it's they have all these arenas and teams. How could that be stopped?
I feel like it really does come down to the way how Overwatch League manages the way how the game plays. So, for example, when the Overwatch League starts up and plays, they do this really weird thing where if there's a patch that happens to us, it won't hit the Overwatch League until a little bit later. The reason for that is they're okay, it makes sense in a way. They're during this season, it's this patch. This is the rules that they're playing with. And if there's a patch in the middle of the season, right, people are going to be oh, okay, that switches up a lot. It's going to freak out the teams and all that stuff. But another thing to think about is we as viewers can't learn from them because they're playing on a completely different patch than what we're playing on. And so
yeah, that's tough.
It's tough. So as we're watching it, we're that was from last patch. We don't have scatter arrow anymore. We can't shoot people's feet.
Yeah.
And then another thing was when we had Brig coming out and they didn't yet, and we're just All right, there's no brick. So now what? So the thing is, I feel like I do like the direction how Overwatch League is going. They did lower the number of games, so player burnout is less likely to happen. So because of that, they're going to be a lot more refreshed, a lot more less games. It might be allowing them to fit in a patch like right in the middle of the season. Sometimes I really do think that they could just be like, you know what, if we have a patch and it's bad, the Overwatch League should be able to play it, and then if we see that it's that bad, then we'll fix it.
We'll
right?
take it out.
We'll take it out.
It.
We'll
right.
fix it. So that's just the way how I think it is. It's like they have to figure out how they want to do it.
Yeah, because the fans are there. I mean, we're talking about basketball arenas getting filled up. In other countries, they got huge arenas. They're getting filled up. And a lot of my friends who play soccer and basketball, those sports are at the top tier of the list. But esports, maybe in our 40s when maybe we have our own kids playing, instead of grabbing a basketball or a football or a soccer ball, they may hey, let me get the sticks, let's play or let me have a keyboard and computer,
get them keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, and it's that simple, right? You leave them alone.
Make them go outside just every once in a while,
Yeah, gotta get what, vitamin A or is it D?
It's something.
Both, something. Yeah. But you need it though. I know that.
Yeah. And also I feel like it's a good interplay, like the way how you take esports and regular sports as well. Like the way how I play a lot of my games, I have to take it into the same way how I would play like basketball. Especially in Overwatch. I played on the Overwatch team for a little bit. I understand how like sometimes when you're aggressive and you're ahead, you want to keep being aggressive. You don't want to let up and just be like, okay, we're good.
Potentially having the opponent come back in the game.
Like you want to keep the pressure up. Sometimes like and if you're far behind, there's no way. Like you think like, oh, there's no way to doing it. Tracy McGrady. Tracy McGrady. That's just one name that just comes up. Like that's what you think about. Like there's always a comeback potential. And same thing in most esports. There's always like, even if you're far behind in the early game, there's always a way to come back. So
yeah, that's something that's really interesting. And also what's important, I think, in esports is really the complications of the game. You don't want it to be too complicated because the general fan, although we may love it and millions of other people may love it, I know people that love League of Legends, and then I know people say, oh, there's too many characters and things. I'm not playing this game.
Exactly.
I'll blow my head off. I can't remember all these.
Exactly.
So I see both sides and why it would balance to a proper crowd.
Exactly. It really does come down to the way how a team or, how a game really appeals to people. Like some people are really attracted to, large over-the-top FPS shooters, like Overwatch. Other people are into League of Legends, and for myself, I'm into like card games sometimes. Sometimes you gotta just have a change of pace. Like
it's important.
It's important. It's like there's a reason why like we don't only have like football and basketball all the time. We also have a couple of other, teams or other games that we could play, like baseball. We have golf. We got curling. Like things like that.
Of
like
different stuff.
You just want to make sure that you're playing at a different pace. Sometimes you can't just always go fast. Like you can't be Sonic all the time. You just can't always go fast. Sometimes you gotta slow it down. You gotta figure out what you want to do.
Sometimes a turtle is the best way to go. And you see on your screen now, we see San Jose State and Ohlone both prepping. It will take a moment for them to get fully prepared and ready to go. But so far, I don't think the first match wasn't disappointing. It was fun. We saw it. We're waiting for more. But in the meantime, we want to thank our sponsors, the San Francisco Shock, always supporting the Bay Area schools, very important, and we want to say thank you to them. But it's kind of nice when you got a professional team sponsor an event. It adds an extra flavor, I think.
Exactly. And it shows that they care about their local esports. They want to make sure that the environment is growing. There's always, especially for esports, we're always expanding. Especially now, we got 8 more teams. But you want to keep the community involved, and SFS or the SF Shock have been doing that for us. So really happy that they're here.
Yeah, no, thank you. And you know what else is great besides the SF Shock is that bow tie. That was something that I wanted to point out.
Exactly.
You see, someone's got to zoom in on this thing. This thing, that is what I'm talking about. That's dedicated fans right there. That's a true day one fan with that bow tie. Unfortunately, I don't have that type of swag on me right now.
It was pretty difficult to find, but when I did, I was like, oh, I gotta have that. It goes with the whole appeal of everything else here. So we're seeing the Renegades versus the Spartans, right? That's gonna be up next.
Yeah, that should be a great game. Is there anything, Ohlone, of course, rankings and experiences, it leans on the side of San Jose State, but is there anything you think Aloni will have to do? Would you try to be aggressive and maybe get that first punch with maybe a Reinhardt and try to grind our way forward? What's an approach you would like to see?
I feel like when it comes to Aloni, the way how they have to do it is just be unexpected, play what you're comfortable with at first, figure out, test the waters maybe in the first game. But once you start getting to game 2, once you get to King's Row, I feel like they either need to figure it out and catch them off guard, or San Jose State will just start feeling themselves and just start doing what they want to do. So I feel like it doesn't matter. SR difference is quite a bit. It's 2.7K for Aloni, average. These are averages we're talking here. Versus San Jose State's got 3.3K. So they're going to be sitting at a pretty there's quite a bit of difference. There's 600 SR difference. So it's going to be quite a bit, but it really does come down to the way how teams are coached and the way how they play. So I would honestly say for Aloni, test the waters first, figure out what you want to do what you're comfortable with. And then for San Jose State, obviously the same thing, just do what you're comfortable with. But it's always about who adjusts first and who could figure out the adjustment first.
It's a game of adjustments.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. And for those who haven't noticed, we do have a new studio, and it looks really nice.
It's just a little bit of a change. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, a baby upgrade, and we got lights underneath. We got the dramatic light effects. I mean, this was a great studio by our crew who. It had to be done quickly, and they did an excellent job. There were a lot of challenges, and man, doesn't this thing look nice to sit on? And
of course, you
kind of got to show your chest a little bit. Say, hey, we're up here. We did it, huh?
Yeah, we did. It's really nice to have like an actual desk, though. Like,
yeah, it does. It does. The papers are much. It feel more empowered.
Exactly, and AJ and I were on the first one where we were on the 3-on-3 cast. It was also in this room.
Yeah,
but it was just like it was just like 2 chairs and like a folding table and then like a couple of the lights, and we're just like, oh, okay, and like a banner, and we're like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then they're like, oh yeah, you see those flat screens over there? We're gonna build you a desk. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean? Like you only got you got like 2 months to do it. And he's just like, well, we'll get it done. And then now we're on a set. We still got lights. We got a monitor.
We got a monitor, and sooner we'll have more. And it's really awesome for those watching. It really is, and we hope you like it. And the chat's there on Twitch. Put your favorite team on. Who are you rooting for, and what players you want to see win or maybe even lose? Who knows? But
exactly. Feel free to cheer on your schools. Cheer on your favorite player. We might want to go into later, maybe at the end of it, we could go into like an MVP thing. But we're about to hop into Lijiang Tower Aloni Renegades versus the SJSU Spartans.
Yeah, and it should be quite an entertaining match. The Spartans are the favorite at the 3 seed, but Aloni Renegades are the 6 seed. But a seed does not mean anything. That's why we play the game, boys and girls. So here we go. It should be starting momentarily in about 10 seconds with the showdown between the San Jose State Spartans and the Aloni Renegades.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Aloni, but I do like their team names, just because they obviously like anime.
Yeah,
and I can tell just by their names. But we're about to get into it. We also have a couple of the people from San Jose State that are familiar, Blue Jay and Junie. There used to be a tournament that we used to go to all the time at this place called AFKGG. It was like a bar with a PC lab underground. And yeah, we used to go there all the time for like a scrim. It taught me and V-Flight how to play against higher teams. And one of those teams was a team called Eggplant Emoji. And Blue Jay and Junie used to be on that team. So,
wow,
and they used to just stomp that all the time. So, just kind of in typical fashion, Junie getting aggressive, pushing him back. And this is what we mean. Like, yeah.
Wow. That's 4 eliminations, and repeatedly, Junie is laying the boom early. San Jose State is really asserting the dominance. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and the thing to notice here is VTAG. Just see how he used his speed boost. This is the boost, no pun intended, of having a Lucio. You're allowed to get into your opponent's face as fast as you can, but you could also use it to disengage. which is why a lot of teams opt to have a Lucio. You can get in there. You see they're literally pushing him at their spawn.
Yeah, and
like,
look at that. They're all the way. It's a complete press, like similar to basketball. And you see Reinhardt earlier, Blue Jay is just automatically using everything in his power. Even that charge was awesome.
Exactly. It's full court press right now. It's really difficult to get out of here because there's only a couple of doors that you can use. So if they do want to use, like, they can go up and around. It does take longer to get to point, but at least you're able to get out there. Now, yeah, SJSU is just keeping the pressure up, just making sure that the Renegades can't get through here. Meanwhile, the Spartans are just laying on the firepower. Here comes a Graviton Surge out by the SJSU Spartans. And Junie just going to town, just saying, hey.
Shot after shot. You're right. That's 2 eliminations, just repeatedly firing shot after shot. They used all their ults. So, and there's another one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he just got behind the shield. He's just going to be like, okay, I'm going to mow down the rest of your team. If you're not going to be paying attention to me, I'm just going to go over to the other side and shoot through you. So, Junie's definitely feeling himself. Blue Jay got that off, and Armadillo actually got the rest of it as well. Meanwhile, Geometry's just trying to get some ticks on the point, forcing him to rotate back, and that's what we call a press break.
Right, yeah.
Just go to the back line.
Yeah, all those turnovers, and then you finally break the press. But, man, Blue Jay's doing an excellent job of controlling the press. Seems to be the leader, and he's, look at that, back-to-back eliminations. Man, this guy is a problem.
Exactly. It's really difficult to deal with a Reinhardt who's super aggressive in a way because, one, he's got a shield. Like, it doesn't really get anything other than that. You can't get through it pretty easily, but what they're doing is applying pressure. As you see, somebody is on point, so it's forcing the rest of the Spartans to the back line, and Junie's going to clean up Geometry.
Yeah, Geometry is not smart enough to get that one, and there you get him.
Yeah, and they're going to clean him up, and he tried to apply the pressure, but yeah, Blue Jay
and there's that charge, and Gubaga is gone. Man, that was a nice way to end the round right on cue. Just smash you right into the wall. How's that?
Yeah, there you go. So San Jose State feeling themselves. The Spartans going up 1-0 here on Lijiang as we move into control point, and this is just like a nice way to transition into, honestly. Blue Jay's feeling himself on Reinhardt. This is a map built pretty much for Reinhardt, so it's going to be up to the Renegades to figure out how they want to tackle this. Do they want to go straight through? Do they want to try more of a dive comp? And how are the matchups? And I said at first, you know, Reaper is a pocket pick, but Junie always feels comfortable on Reaper, and it's really weird. Like, it's not something that most people are like, okay, I want to play Reaper because it's kind of a point and click hero, but he gets the job done. Like, that's the thing. Like, especially with this team, the way how this team wants to play, obviously move forward and click heads. Junie is going to be the one to try to do that. VTAG actually gets an environmental kill off of that. So,
yeah, and VTAG doing an excellent job with Lucio, and now he's gonna try to boost up the speed and quickly switches back to health. And it seems that they're very organized and they're moving as one unit.
Exactly. SJSU is playing pretty much as one piece right now. They want to do what they want to do, and they're getting their way right now. Aloni feels a little bit scrambled up. Yes, they are like grouped up together, but it doesn't feel like they have a game plan kind of going into this. So if I were Aloni, I would definitely say, you know, you learned what they did. You know that they're playing the Reinhardt. You know that they're playing the Reaper. You got to switch something up. Like, honestly, it could be a DPS going to Mei. It could be you know, goats. It could be anything. Just switch it up a little bit. Sometimes catching your opponent off guard will cause them to misplay.
Oh, and
Geometry.
Wow, Geometry is wow.
He found the right angle for that one.
Yeah, he did. He did find the right angle, and that ult is being ready to use. It's just a matter of when, and there it is. It is used, and then the charge quickly by Blue Jay.
Yeah, you could see him calling him out, but here comes that Graviton Surge to help out with the cleanup, and that's going to shut down anything that they wanted to do. So Armadillo, wow, and Blue Jay. There's the team kill right there. So
yeah, Blue Jay just stacking up the kill. He had one more kill. He would have had a 5-kill streak there.
Yeah, he was doing very well on that. He's playing very safe, very defensively, and playing it very smart. So the SJSU Spartans have 72%, so Aloni's got approximately 30 seconds to get onto point, but Junie coming in the back, getting
is just firing left and right, and just like that, This game is getting opened wide open.
That is 5 of them. Junie just opens up the door from the back, and he's just like, nope, you ain't surviving through this at all. The 90%, they only got 10 seconds to get onto point, but it's going to look really difficult, especially since the team is holding you at choke. They have beat drop. How are you going to get in here?
Yeah, I don't know. Is VTAG waiting to... Oh, he was just about to use the ult just because it was about to end. But SJSU with a great team win. And there are multiple great plays, so I'm wondering to see what the play of the game is.
It's going to be Junie's
Death
with that
Blossom. Reaper. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what's the right word for this? Disgusting in a way.
Nasty.
He just Wraith formed in the back, hit Q, and got 5 of them. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, helps clean up the last player, but the fact that he's just like, okay, while my Reinhardt is fighting, everybody's focused on the big dude with the big rectangle.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go into a smoke cloud, walk straight ahead, and hit Q. It's just something that Junie has, the knack for. He's just like, okay, I can do this. Like, I know how this team wants to go. They want to move forward because, time is on our side. They need to get to the point. So their objective is to move forward. My objective is to erase them all.
Right, so it's easier to move.
So it's easier for them to not move forward. So Junie played that very well, and once again, I have to give props to Blue Jay. On that Reinhardt, playing it very smart, knowing when to drop shield, when to save it up, when to swing. It's always about those mind games, especially when you're playing on the Reinhardt. But the score is 1-0. The Spartans leading the Renegades right now.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. And, yeah, when you even said it with Reinhardt, with Blue Jay, he knew when to use that Earth Shatter in multiple occasions. Well, man, that Reaper, I kind of don't know what to say to that.
Exactly.
It's scary.
It's a comfort pick for Junie, and it's just something that he's very used to doing. So it's kind of difficult to shut him off. The way how you do that is you have to play 2 Junie. But if you're playing 2 Junie, you're not playing 2 Blue Jay. So...
Right.
It's a little bit of a 50-50 here.
Yeah, it's kind of contradicting a little bit, but it's still yet effective. I mean, they pressed Aloni, like you said, all the way back to their spawn area. That was crazy. That was complete domination, I think, in that moment.
Exactly. So the way how Aloni, I want to see Aloni adjust. So they saw what the SJSU Spartans are bringing out. They know they have a Reaper player. They have a Reinhardt player that's really good. How do you break that? And it could be the Mei, it could be a Junkrat, it's got to be something else to kind of like shake it up against them. And I want to see that as we hop into Kings Row, getting ready for this next map here.
Yeah, this next map will be crucial. But don't you say, how about adjustments, maybe a Widowmaker or a Pharah to get above? Do you think that could be a good adjustment maybe?
That'll be good here, especially. Kings Row's got a lot of long sight lines that they can use. So using the Widow right out the gate, you could also use the Ashe out the gate as well. Yeah, but utilizing those long sight lines as we saw in the first match with ArtU and SFSU, Kairos utilizing the statue, meanwhile TCAT flanking behind.
Right.
It forces 2 different angles of approach, and it forces them to either, first off take care of what's going on in front of you, or get picked off by the other thing that's behind you, or take care of what's behind you, get picked off what's in front of you.
Yeah, it's more of a just preference at that point.
Exactly.
But yeah, Aloni's going to need to step it up in this hybrid map because that first map was dominated by the amazing squad of SJSU, but they're another good squad, so is RU, and Aloni's here for a reason. So they're also a good squad, but it's going to start soon. Do you have any predictions?
Honestly, if Aloni could find an adjustment to take care of Junie and Blue Jay, like mix up what they initially wanted to do, I feel like they can pull out a win here. But they got to figure out a way how to mitigate SJSU's pressure and push. But we'll see how that comes in as they're making their approach onto the first choke in Kings Row.
Yeah, as we'll see it right now, and Reinhardt, 2 Reinhardts will be used, so that's both a big tank and a big body to move.
Yep, and their enemy Ryan dropped pretty quickly because of Junie on that flank as well. And look at this,
is gone too. It's like they're trying to run away, but Junie's like, no, come here, come back.
What about the point? The objective? There you go. Now they're running back.
Yeah,
but they were pushing so far ahead. They got all the kills. They're asserting their dominance. Now here's the thing about the way how this spawns. It makes it a lot difficult for the enemy to really regroup, and this is the reason why. You see, it forced them all to go out of that right door to the right of where Blue Jay is right now.
Yeah, and Gumbaga's gone. There's a charge, but no, it's just too many. Hikari's gone for Aloni. That's just too many eliminated. They're taking too many hits at this moment.
Yeah, but the point is still not being capped yet. I feel like this is... Okay, there's two reasons for this. One, they're either being really cocky and they want to just get all the kills that they want. The other thing is, I think it's kind of a tactical decision. You can kill them all, wipe them all, trap them in that base, cap the point so that when they spawn, they're closer to you already, so that when you kill them again, they get the long spawn.
Right.
So... as we see Blue Jay just swinging his way through, that's going to be 3 already. Same thing with Junie with that Death Blossom. That's a oh, nope. Geometry on that Tracer being a thorn in their side a little bit. Nope, it's going to get him off. So
yes, Junie eliminates Geometry, and then the point is finally a priority after all this slaying.
Exactly.
And they're just about to get it right now.
See, so they waited for everybody to respawn, and what that does essentially is bring them up closer to them. So if they do get another fight that goes their way, which they already picked off the other Reinhardt, Pioneer dropping, the rest of SJSU is just going to be running through them. So that's exactly what they want to do. They want to push through, they want to deal damage, and they're just running through them right now.
Yeah, completely. And then you have Earth Shatter. That doesn't make it any worse for Aloni. And Geometry's eliminated. Junie with the Reaper. He's just been everywhere. It seems he's... right now, he's the guy that they're running for kills, and he's doing an excellent job of doing so.
Yeah, now he's taken back to that high ground, kind of the same way how T-Cat utilized this pick. It was to stay up here in the corner, get your ult. Okay, he's almost at ultimate. Now, this could be scary. He's looking for that shadow step.
Yeah, one more shot, he'll be there.
He doesn't even need it. He's just going to walk up.
Wow.
Are we going to see
there it is. He's going to... oh, no, he was eliminated.
Yeah, Gumbaga was ready for that. He was like, okay, no, we're not going to let Junie do that. They kind of set it up, but the only downside about this is now, because without Junie, they don't have the pressure to really push them off of this cart. They don't have the offensive potential. They do have... yeah, it's kind of like a GOATS with the Reaper, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Aloni has... oh, they're just going to use Diva Self-Destruct, and hopefully that can work for them. And on the other side, you have 3 ultimates for SJSU, one of them being a key support, which they can use in V-Tags.
Yeah, and they use quite a bit there, but I feel like with SJSU's momentum, the way how they're rolling through here, they gotta feel confident about this. Now, meanwhile, Aloni has got to figure out something to deal with Junie. And kind of stabilize the momentum. If they can stabilize the momentum, they have a chance of winning this for sure.
Yeah, and right now, it doesn't look like the momentum's being solidified. SJSU's doing a great job of pushing the tempo, but this is a better fight from Aloni, but still SJSU asserting as we see fully firm.
Yeah, and they're just going to back up, get a little bit more distance on this payload here.
There's Transcendence. It can be used if they need it, but who knows if they'll need it.
Yeah, they haven't needed it. Huge shatter coming down from Blue Jay, and Blue Jay is going to be trying to swing through the rest of the team. You can't run from something like that.
And there's a charge, but the payload was in the way, luckily for Aloni. But Reinhardt, you're right. He's like David Ortiz. He's just a big-time hitter aiming for the fences, and that round is complete. And SJSU will take control. Commanding, they win. I mean, it was great, 2-0. That was a great fight for maybe momentum to build for them for SJSU. They did a little bit of everything there.
Exactly. They applied pressure. I feel like the only downside about that was that first point. With your aggression, yes, you keep them busy, you keep them locked out of there. The only downside about it is you did give up clock. Now, hypothetically, let's just say Aloni runs through this map with like 6 minutes left on the clock. They're gonna have the time advantage going into the next map or into the next match. So I feel like Aloni is just got to figure out how to adjust now. If they want to run something that they're comfortable with, go for it. But San Jose State is looking pretty dominant right now.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes when you get a little cocky, that could end up biting you back. Hopefully it doesn't. We'll have to find out. But you're right. They could have easily shredded some time to make it less, as this round is now beginning, and pretty soon at least. But Do you like that strategy to assert your dominance like they did, or you think it was too much?
I feel like
Seems
okay. I feel like it was just a little bit too much. They did what they needed to do, and I felt like the initial push for them all the way back was good enough. They killed off a lot of people, and they forced the respawns. Now, I felt like at that time they could have sent either a tank or somebody else to go back and get some HP, get the point itself, so that by the time they respawn, they're already locked in. They're already locked into that small corridor, and now you just collapse in on them. Like, that's all you got to do. And that's the funny thing about Overwatch. Once a point unlocks, like, your spawn doesn't protect you anymore. That's not your spawn anymore. It's somewhere else. So I think that's what they were waiting for. They were waiting to trap them into that corner. But we're about to get started here on the second part. This time, Aloni on the attack.
Yeah, Aloni kind of try to have a similar aggression and utilize what they have as V-Tag eliminates someone. And here we go. Aloni's trying to be really aggressive here, but they're getting paid the price already.
Exactly. It feels like Pioneer and well, it feels like Blue Jay understands Reinhardt a lot more than Pioneer right now. Pioneer feels like he's like, okay, we can go through this. We can do it. But I feel like they have to wait for their team. They have to be a little bit more patient with the way how they make their approach. And move forward. Move with your team. Your team is behind you. Nothing's really going through that shield. So hold it up. Let your team get the positioning that they need, and then move in with them.
Yeah, Gumbaga has an ultimate with more that can be used, but SJSU seems to be stacking up the ultimates every single time. Reinhardt has one ready to go, and now Widowmaker does as well.
Yeah, Armadillo just went through them like a hot knife through butter. Like, he just pulled out that Dragon Blade and just ruined Aloni's day. But yeah, it's kind of a mix. That's a mix-up. Like, we saw Armadillo originally on the Zarya, but this time he's gonna be on that Genji. Junie does get geometry in the back, so that is gonna slow down their push just a little bit. And they're just kind of getting caught out here. They did get Armadillo, but at the cost of the rest of their team.
Yeah, and then here's Akari, and that, yeah, you already expected that elimination to come already out of the suit, but yeah, this just looks like Aloni is continuing to get pushed back and beaten. Seems like their SJSU is always one step ahead.
Exactly. So the way how Aloni's got to move is they have to trust Pioneer to move forward. He's playing a little bit too passive. I feel like he's got to get in there. He's got some ultimates available. If he wants to go through it, he can, and he's got to do it right about now.
Probably now would be a good time, but
there's that.
Oh,
shatter.
there it is.
But
then also it counter and attracted everyone together, and Aloni, just like that, is back to square one, it seemed.
Yeah, and they're going to respond with their own Graviton Surge. Huge swings out by the rest of Aloni, and the Spartans are actually going to go down. That's a team kill.
Wow, just like that. It seemed Aloni went for the last hurrah, and they got it. Great job. That was huge. That was really huge for the Aloni Renegades, and I think you liked that, did you not?
I love that. It was just really good uses of ult. It felt like Fully Firm tried to do something. Oh, Armadillo coming in with the nano blade coming through, killing two already.
Has that self-destruct, and V-Tag's eliminated by him as well. And there's that self-destruct and eliminated also by Armadillo.
Yeah, that's the thing. Look, they're so close to capping it. 98.7%. They only have 30 seconds to do it, so they have to regroup, figure out how they're going to push into this. But Pioneer is almost out of Shatter, and they're going to switch Huz onto a Tracer to try to maybe do a last-ditch effort to cap the point. So the way how he's going to try to make this approach is going all the way around. Oh, and he finds Junie!
He does. Junie's eliminated. Maybe this hope is still alive. It is not over yet. They have 20 seconds.
That was a pick that they needed. Junie was the one who was applying a lot of the pressure. So as long as they can keep Pioneer up, he used his ultimate already.
And there's a charge and gets the elimination. V-Tag gone again. This is a great push by the Aloni.
Yeah, and the Aloni Renegades will actually cap the first point.
Wow, and you can hear people clapping in the other room. Very happy for the Renegades. Maybe a stride of hope for them.
Yeah, this is the momentum that they needed. It was a very good engage, and they feel like they can ride off the back of that momentum right now. But they got to just be careful of the Spartans, as they're going to be throwing a Graviton Surge onto the corner and catching out two.
And Fully Firm will get that elimination. Here's Hughes with that Tracer.
Oh, and he gets slept up, but the recall is available. but he's the only one out there. He's got to find his way out of there. He's got to.
Yeah,
He's got to run.
Oh,
nope,
nope, not fast enough. Yeah, Hughes used all of his abilities to try to get away and is eliminated.
So there is 2 minutes left on the clock. It's still enough time to grind a couple of ultimates if you're Aloni. Just take your time and find a way how to get through. Make sure to outplay Blue Jay off of that that potential shatter that could be happening. But you know, when you're in the heat of the moment, there's a lot of things that you got to think about. But sometimes you gotta just feel for it. It just happens sometimes.
Right, as Blue Jay, that ultimate is ready. So as you said, it's one of those things you got to feel and be ready for both Aloni and then SJSU when they can utilize that ultimate at the right time.
See, Hikari understood that Junie was camped up on that perch there, but took a little bit too long to really respond to it. Meanwhile, Hughes is just kind of he's chilling in the back. Here's the thing about this pick right now. He's trying to find Junie. He knows. Oh no!
And there's some shots fired toward. Yep, he is spotted.
He's looking for Junie to make sure that the Widow pick.
Oh, and Armadillo with the elim with Genji. Great job utilizing that. He even went right on top of it too.
It gave him a little bit of BM right there. He's like, nah, you ain't messing with my Widow.
Yeah.
And Kevkun
Wow.
getting the kills right there. Just saying, nope. Okay, you know, if my DPS can't do it, I'll just, Jonak them to death.
What a great shot by Zenyatta. Yeah, I mean. Wow, an amazing series of events, but here we go with the Reinhardt.
Oh, he had to wait for the shield. He waited.
And now he's going to charge.
They're moving their way through, trying to apply a lot of pressure here. Huge. He's just trying to get into their background and trying to get the rest of them off. Nice response by Kevkun on the Aloni Renegades to answer that Dragon Blade. But the fight is still going on. No bodies are really dropping here.
Yeah, it's just shots getting hit and then getting healed right back up. Hughes trying to find ways to sneak around and get some kills, but then V-Tag and Junie are eliminated.
Yeah, they had to pick off Junie. Junie ended up getting 2 of them, but we'll see if they can keep their momentum onto this payload. As here comes Geometry.
Oh,
he's
Doomfist.
looking for
here we go.
The drop, and he will try to get the Reinhardt down.
Oh, yeah, he did. Blue Jays eliminated. Great job by Geometry, and as you said, a little cliche, but he used the right angles to get it.
Yeah, he had to figure that out, especially with Doomfist. You have to. The thing that he was trying to do was make sure that he wasn't going to stay there. He wasn't going to back out. He wanted to make sure that the kill was going to happen. And when you secure a kill like that, especially on a Reinhardt, you do secure the fact that your other Reinhardt will have a lot easier of a time.
Yes, here we see Kevkun trying to maneuver his way with that Zenyatta, and they're trying to move that payload. Aloni, it's not over yet.
It's not over, and they are riding that payload right now as well. So the thing is, they need to do this with any amount of time on the clock. If they do that, they don't have to attempt the overtime and have a chance to actually win this map. But we are getting to the point where it could be a potential draw or a win for the Spartans if Aloni can't get the point with time on the board.
Yes, we saw Hughes fighting once again with Armadillo, and it was a great little interaction that got interrupted, but now Geometry, that Doomfist, that ult is just waiting to be used.
That's a team kill as well. Look at where Hughes is. He drops the bomb.
All the way.
He's going to be like, Kerrigan, you're not going outside. He's gate controlling and making sure that they can't get outside.
And wow.
Aloni is going to bring it back.
Aloni is right back in it just like that. That's hard. You don't quit. That's why you keep playing. That was great. That was a great job by the Renegades.
Yeah, they pulled that out and they grinded it out, and they deserve to be here at least. So Aloni Renegades at least putting time on the clock, giving them a potential to win. As long as they get 33% or something on the board, they have the potential to win. Now, meanwhile, SJSU, yes, they do have a time advantage. If Aloni plays their defense super well, after their 1 minute attack, they could potentially win this map and then bring it to map 3. If not, the SJSU Spartans will be moving on
to the next round. Yes, and Aloni putting up a big fight, and as you said, they made the proper adjustment, so that with that adjustment, they're right back in it.
Exactly, and I really do like their adjustment. They were playing really passive at first. They're like, okay, we keep getting picked off by Junie. We can't do anything about Blue Jay, and then they're like, we can just go behind them. Yeah. You have to play the old school style of Overwatch where it was a semi-dive comp. There's only one answer to them right now, and that's the Brig. And if the Brig is occupied playing with Blue Jay, who's dealing with the Tracer in your backline? Who's dealing with the Doomfist in your backline? Nobody, because you're already too busy playing with, Junie and Blue Jay. So Aloni found that angle, and they're going to try to use it again, trying to cap this in a minute.
Yeah, this minute will go by faster than you know it, but let's see what they can do. Aloni, as we see Hughes flying to the other side with Tracer, trying to use that speed to get behind him, and so far it seems to be working a little bit, laying some type of damage.
Yeah, he tries to go into the back line, trying to tickle them a little bit, but at the same time, Aloni is dropping pretty quickly, so they do have 30 seconds left. That's a full regroup on their side if they want to do it. Meanwhile, Hughes, I feel like he's gonna try to
go for the sneak behind, maybe go for a Hail Mary as the clock is ticking.
I feel like he's gonna be the one who's gonna have to contest point. That is the safest bet when we get to that. So he is just chilling there for now. He knows that the rest of their squad is gonna be looking ahead of him. So that's exactly what's gonna be going on. Geometry hopping into the back, trying to get a back line pick. But he is dropping pretty low. He finds Junie though. Junie is behind him.
And they're trying to capture it. They're both on there. Oh, now he gets out of it, but Geometry still fighting and gets an elimination on Armadillo.
But look at Junie. Junie with a triple kill off of that Death Blossom. Meanwhile, Geometry trying to do it.
Yes,
but a stick by Hughes.
Oh, what a series of events.
But Junie's going to be the last one standing on the point, and the San Jose Spartans are going to prevent them from capping any point in that first push.
Wow, so that was closer than expected. That was a great little series. It went down to those last few seconds.
Exactly, and some of those ultimates that Aloni, although it didn't really benefit them, were clutch. They landed a pulse bomb. They ended up getting a couple kills with the Doom Fist, and they were able to push them off. And the only saving grace for them was Junie, and Junie did drop in the back, kill 3 of them. But
that helps.
Yeah,
yeah, just a little bit.
If you could hit Q and nobody's paying attention to you and everybody dies, it's kind of their fault. But Junie did find that opening and saved everything for the San Jose Spartans going into this.
Yeah, and Aloni, I think, has a lot of good things to take from this. But you're right. Sometimes those last seconds, of course, matter. But Aloni has, I would say the momentum is more in the middle because right now Aloni grasped a lot of it back, but then San Jose kind of finished strong. So I'd say a little bit of a tug for this last one that Aloni needs bad.
Exactly. I feel like Aloni, if they're going to do it, it's going to be a grind game. But they can play, if they play defense super well and they play it, slowly and figuring out how to deal with it, they can do everything that they want to do. So it's very doable.
Well, if they continue to use, I like the Doomfist usage, a little bit of more aggressive tactic, and even Tracer sneaking behind and maneuvering through, flanking. I like to see that more. I love that fast play and try to be sneaky. I enjoy that.
All right, SJSU is playing 6 DPS lineup now.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive indeed.
Yes.
But Junie finds Hughes first, and we'll see. Oh, spot Geometry.
Oh, and Geometry eliminated a great toss of that dynamite.
Yeah, boom goes the dynamite once again. Going through, trying to apply the pressure, and yeah, the rest of them are just, they're toying with the Diva. They don't want to. Oh, the hammer kill!
Oh my goodness, fully firm with that Widow. He doesn't need to get in the air. He's just continuing to fire shot by shot on the ground.
Yeah, and Hughes not going to be able to get there in time. Meanwhile, the Spartans are just going to cap the point, and that's going to be the game.
If that doesn't describe their gameplay so far, I don't know what does. Fully aggressive 6 team. They went for it there.
And the play of the game is going to go to Kevkun on the Zenyatta. Now, this was a really good transcendence, as we saw earlier. Sadly, the stream isn't, but,
yeah, they don't see it, but we do. We can help them.
It's a good use. They used the play of the game. They kept it alive, and they tried to do what they needed to do. And as a support player, you have to figure out if you're going to use your ult reactively or actively. And using it reactively in that case, especially after Graviton Surge, you want to be using that. And Kevkun just displayed that full out right there.
Yeah, San Jose State did an excellent job. So did Aloni as well. That last push was crucial. And San Jose State, when they move on, they will be moving on, of course, but their next opponent, we'll find out. It could be Sacramento. It could be one of our other opponents, but we have to take a look at that bracket. But
exactly,
when we see,
get that real quick.
Yeah, we can see the bracket, and we'll get it to you guys. But it was really plain put right on the paper that they're going to be aggressive, and there's nothing you could do about it. You either adjust to them, or that's it. And maybe when they play a better team, they may San Jose State may have to be the team that does the adjusting.
Exactly. So it will come down. We'll see it later into the gameplay, but I believe next up we have Sacramento State versus the Academy B team. I believe that's
Oh,
how
yes,
we're
that are
lined
the
up.
2 and the 7 seed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're gonna have an interview pretty soon. Dylan's out on the floor with one of the winners. Oh, not
And
yet. Never mind.
we'll get to him. Yeah, shortly as I'm sure the players are gonna get prepped. But no, yeah, that's Sacramento State versus the B team. Academy of Arts B team is decent, but we haven't seen Sacramento State yet, so it's kind of up in the air of what to expect. As like these other games, we are not sure until we're in the game and right in the action.
Exactly. And Sacramento State, we haven't seen anything from them, but we definitely know who they are. They got their way here. And yeah, these two teams, I feel like it's not really that much of a disparity when it comes down, even though the SR difference might say something else about that. But I honestly think it does come down to the way how the teams will play. Once again, communication and figuring out how your teams want to play really does come into how you're going to do it.
Yeah, we will have a special interview not only for us, for you guys to watch, but also for the chat. So let's go to Dylan right now and see shortly. Sorry about that, but but we'll have surprises for all of us. And are you so far? I think the event's been pretty promising.
Yes, the event definitely showing off a lot of the talent that we have in the Northern California region. Ohlone and San Jose State, even though it was a 2-0, doesn't tell the whole story. They did very well. Even though they felt like they were getting dominated that first time, they made the adjustments, and they did very well coming into Kings Row. And I was so excited that they finished that with time on the clock. That means that they at least got a chance to win it rather than, just playing defense for 4 minutes and just letting it happen.
Yeah, it was more of let's see who's best. Yeah, that was a great job, Ohlone, that they did fight back, and I was happy to see that. I'm sure other people watching wanted to see that. We saw that fight back. It's not over till it's over, so I was happy to see that. And we're still waiting on the interviews, of course, so we'll get with the captain and whatnot. But it seems that we're going to be going very shortly to Dylan, who will be with the captain.
I'm here with Spartan Esports captain, and you guys pulled off a pretty good win. What were you guys thinking during that game? Like, what were some of the strategies and stuff that you guys had come up with?
Just, I don't know, easy clap. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and it looked like in the final game you guys came up to kind of like a sudden deathmatch situation. So how were you guys feeling during that? It seemed pretty tense.
Well, we trolled a little bit too hard earlier, and it got out of hand. So they ended up capping, but we got serious for a little bit and pulled it back, so it was fine.
All right, and I think moving forward, we want to know a little bit like how you guys feel going into the tournament further.
Still easy clap, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and Twitch chat, we got a special guest for you. We want to bring in Blue Jay and get a few words from him. I know you guys wanted to talk to him. So, hey, how's it going? How do you feel about that last game?
Pretty good. I mean, we were all kind of having fun with it, and what's up, guys? I know, apparently there's a copy pasta going on in chat with my name. I'm assuming that's just my friends starting up some meme.
Yeah, so Twitch chat's been pretty active. They were saying it was spam to support Blue Jay or something. What's that about?
I have no idea. It's probably just my friends memeing around, and I guess it caught on.
All right, well, clearly it's had some influence on the chat. Let's go back to the studio and get ready for the next game.
Yeah, the chat seems to have their way of getting what they want, huh, with that interview.
Yeah, I know, right? They just we want Blue Jay, and so they got it. The game itself was not as close as I believe the captain wanted to make it. Once again, he did mention that, and I brought it up after that first initial push. Sometimes if you get a little too cocky, costs you your time. Mm-hmm. So it did bite them. The way how it worked is if they pushed first and then they caught the point, rather than killing them over and over and over again in spawn, they wouldn't have forced that overtime going into that second point. And because of that, it did catch them off guard. They had to play a minute of defense rather than securing either a win or the draw. So sometimes you do have to mitigate the two evils. Yes, you want to get the kills and force the random spawn advantage, but at the same time, you are giving up clock. and that clock did end up biting him later.
Yeah, it did. But however, you got to give credit where credit's due, and Aloni earned every bit of it.
Exactly.
Of course, you could say that, yes, San Jose State, maybe they were messing around a little bit, but that's not Aloni's fault. Aloni did what they had to do to make this a game. They fought back, they utilized what they had, and you have to enjoy that from them. Because I enjoy how they played, and they made it close. They gave them a run for their money.
Exactly, and that was something that we all want to see. We all want to see a couple of games that are really close. But later on, we will be having Art Urubi versus Sac State.
It should be really entertaining, but in the meantime, we will have a short break. And for those watching, thank you. We're at the NorCal Collegiate Open here at the Academy of Art University.
5.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NorCal Collegiate Open here at the Academy of Art University, sponsored by Esport Management and the San Francisco Shock. I'm joined by Star Fox.
Nice to meet you, Kevin. Thank you.
What's up? So yeah, we're about to hop into the next one. It's going to be between Stinger Esports and Art U Ruby. So Sacramento State and the Academy of Art.
It should be an equal matchup. So far, we've seen between the two games that we've seen a little bit of balance with it seems like with the cohesion and the team. What's the word I'm looking for?
Synergy.
Yes, the team synergy, the team practice. You can really tell which teams have practiced a lot and put a lot of effort and dedication into their strats. And we've actually never seen anyone run goats, as far as I remember.
There's a
so
couple
far.
of times where it's just like a crutch pick, but then they always switch back because
Yes.
they're like, "Oh, we want to fill them out. We want to see what they're doing. We'll pick goats. If they don't show anything unusual, then we'll stick with it, I guess."
Yeah.
Which is
No
whatever.
one wanted to really commit to it though
Yeah.
throughout the whole thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So at least they're showing a little bit of variety. We're not seeing the same, bleh.
It's nice because I was reading chat and all of chat was like, "Oh, everyone's gonna go goats. Everyone's gonna go goats," and no one really went goats.
We saw a lot of Reaper, which I was really surprised by.
Yes, we did. Junie really did tear it up with Reaper in the last game.
And we've seen Junie before. We've done Razor tournaments together.
Yes.
And we've seen Junie do that stuff where he's just like, "Oh, I'm gonna pick Reaper," and everybody's like, "Why Reaper?"
He's
And then-
he's a really good Lucio too. I was
Yeah.
very much expecting him to go Lucio this time around.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's just got a solid pool that if he wants to go and
Yeah.
reach from, he definitely could. Little fun fact, Stinger Esports, they're from Sacramento State. Do you know why they're called the Stingers?
Is it because their mascot?
Yes, their mascot is Herky the Hornet.
Very nice.
So, yeah, the B theme, keeping it up, Stingers Esports.
It's good to see another animal mascot. SFSU is the Gators.
Yeah, the Gaming Gators.
Yes.
Everybody else is like a
a thing,
a knight, a renegade, a
person.
Spartan.
Yeah.
Uh,
What does Art use?
Oh,
mascot of
we're
choice?
the Urban Knights. So
Okay, the Urban Knights.
the Urban Knights, aka we're just a helmet.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just a helmet. Let's see what other teams do we have? Yeah, everything else is like hardcore a person,
Yeah.
and then you got two animals.
Mm-hmm. And then Berkeley, who's not here, is
The
they're
Bears.
Bears. And then let's see, other local
Stanford,
ones.
who was supposed
Stanford's-
to be here.
They're a tree.
They're
Correct.
okay. Yes,
They're-
their mascot is a tree,
Yeah, it's a tree.
but they're called the Cardinals.
Yeah, I was confused with that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I actually have a Stanford shirt, and the logo's a tree.
Yeah, exactly.
But
and
it
I'm
says
like,
Stanford Cardinals.
yeah, I was like, that tree can't fly. I'm pretty
Last
sure.
time I checked,
Last
they
time I
cannot, no.
checked, that doesn't happen. But yeah, Stingers from Sacramento. We haven't been able to see them at all. Not too much.
Mhm.
Did this team play in the Collegiate Cup?
I believe yes.
Okay.
Actually, all the teams except
Art UB.
RUB, SFSU Team B, which played
Mm-hmm.
first up against essentially the A team from Art University,
Mhm.
and then also, to my knowledge, San Jose State did not compete
Okay.
in the California Cup, and it looks like we're actually about to go into the game pretty soon.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to this because we really don't know what to expect.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it looks like their average SR, just looking at it, the average SR on the Stingers esports team is around 2.8K, and then the RU Ruby team is about 3.5K.
Yeah, and that's nothing to really like.
It's relatively in the same. It's in the same ball field.
Exactly, it's
Yes.
in the same ballpark. We're not going anywhere way too far off.
Definitely not.
And so yeah, we get to definitely see these two teams duke it out. Going into this, we don't know anything about the players, so
Yeah.
we can't really make a solid prediction about here. But is there any specific pick that you think might make or break a team like either side? Like anything that you want to see, especially on Lijiang Tower, that might
I'm really looking forward to. I believe it was Art University, the very first match that they went Ash, and that was a really interesting pick because they were able to get that long range sniping damage, and then they're also able to I forget who. I think it was. I forget who was playing Ash that.
It was K-Rose.
K-Rose. They did a really good Bob ultimate right there on the bridge. That was quite amazing. And it looks like the game has started here.
Yeah, we're gonna be hopping right in. Argue Ruby versus Sax Stingers. Mr. Fancy Pants here swinging around, trying to lean in some of the damage. Oh, but he is going to get caught out there. Meanwhile, the rest of Sacramento State is just...
It looks like they're holding down the fort right there. They pushed out the RU invaders, so to speak, and it looks like RU is on the run right now. That Doomfist getting a kill.
Yeah, they had to reset. They lost their tank quite early.
Yes, they did.
But yeah, RU Ruby definitely coming out. I used to play on RU Ruby, so it's kind of a... I wouldn't say caster's bias, but it's a completely different team. Nobody from my generation is still here.
Yeah.
Except for the coach. V-Flight is still the coach of this team.
Very nice. Looks like we have some Sacramento fans in the Twitch chat there.
But yeah, moving into this, there's actually a couple of fun names here. But yeah, Mr. Fancy Pants, he always comes to these events wearing he has like stockings.
Yeah, it looks like Sacramento State is really putting on the pressure with RU, and RU has to retreat again there.
Yeah.
Did get the Reinhardt pick. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get that off, but a quick res up by that, and he's going to return the favor onto Tiki.
That Zarya is really high powered. She was all the way up to about 95 there.
Yeah. Ryan is supposed to be getting the hang of it. I heard that it's one of the newer players that they added to this.
Our university has, sorry to cut you off, but they have quite a few ults there. It actually looked like they just used a couple ults there. The Deadeye did get 2 hits.
Yeah, the Bear on that back line ended up picking off the 2 supports, so if it's time to go, it's time to go now, because the two healers, you can't really keep everybody up. Might as well take advantage of that, get in there.
And they also got 3 more picks there, so it looks like the RU will be taking the point right here. But Sacramento did get 277%.
Yes, and that's quite a bit. You know, that's only going to allow for 23 seconds to really get in there. They're going to try to go for it again. So RU's got to really secure this down, lock it down if they're going to do it. And yeah, really play around that.
Looks like they are trying to get the pressure up there, but it does look like that RU is going to be pushed back here.
Yeah, they're going to have to back up Graviton Surge onto the rest of them, and here comes that Meteor Strike. Meanwhile, Mr. Fancy Pants just trying to swing in, getting some damage in, trying to clean up the rest of it. He does have Shatter, but I don't feel like it needs to be committed yet. So they did actually win the fight. They got a couple of picks, and
they did. They pushed him back, and it looks like they're really just going for it, going for the stall, trying to get another pick there. But it doesn't look like anything connected. And wow, 100 power. That Zarya is really powered up there after that Graviton ult.
Yeah, Ryan's just trying to get his ult again. He's already at 40%, which is pretty impressive. So he's just got to make sure that he keeps that up, doesn't get picked off or anything off here. Graviton Surge onto RU this time, and they're going to return it.
The Pharah did die, though. So that was, and she was just fully, looks like she killed herself, actually. She accidentally ulted.
Yeah, so didn't really capitalize off of that. So they're going to try to clean up the rest of it. Mr. Fancy Pants on the Reinhardt, just swinging through the rest of them. And they're just going to apply even more pressure. Yes, Mr. Fancy Pants. Yep, showing that those tights that he carries around is a lucky charm here.
Very nice.
And they actually tied up the percentage here, so it's only going to be a couple more seconds, 20 seconds to be exact,
it looks like they got
the rest of them could get in there.
About one team fight left until they have to try to tie it up there and do some overtime.
Yeah, and the thing to notice here, RU does have the 2 CC ults, so they do have Shatter and Graviton Surge available. Yes. Oh, but the Singers are actually going around. They're going to go straight to point. But we'll see what Bear does. High noon?
How many can we get?
None.
None. Oh,
but the Shatter is going to be huge. Making sure that Omni's not going to get anything else off of there. Mr. Fancy Pants and the rest of them are going to get it. Wave is high. Team kill.
Look at that. Look at that kill feed there. Exactly. That was all red on the left side, all blue on the right side. That was...
That's what we call organization.
Yes.
And that was pretty nice to look at. And a fun fact, we heard from Coach V-Flight himself. Ramel C is actually a sub for this team, and he plays on a controller.
Really?
So he's one of the very few controller players that actually got through the ranks.
Very nice.
And he does really well on this. Like his go-to Lucio on that controller actually gives him. A lot of people were like, "Oh, but controllers are weird." But if you think about it, a joystick gives you 8 directions of movement.
Yes.
Versus WASD, which only gives you 4. So he actually has more movement with that But now we get to see another Ashe. This is an Art U thing, I guess.
I guess so. It looks like it because they are the only ones, as far as I know, that have played Ashe throughout this round.
Yeah, Bear is actually from Norway, I believe. He's one of the exchange students here at the Academy of Art. But he's also really good on Ashe for some reason. So he's really good at what he does here.
Yeah. Really making use of that the dynamite there. That is such an amazing or very versatile secondary.
Yes, and if we hear properly, from what I heard from the rest of the team as well, if Ryan gets his ultimate, the entire team yells "Get out!" I heard that's just a thing that goes on with this team. It just shows how tight they want to be. As Thicky's going to take to the sky, getting a little bit of help from Techie here on that Mercy.
Yeah, especially Overwatch. It's such a game of communication between your teammates because you may be very powerful by yourself, but someone on the other team may be able to shut you down if you don't communicate correctly.
Exactly, and it is a team game. It's all about knowing how to play with your teammates, what synergizes correctly. Bear does have Bob. A couple of ultimates will be prepped here, but none of the really big tank ults, as Art Ruby is kind of opting for a dive-ish kind of tank line. Meanwhile, Sacramento Stingers are more of the traditional.
Oh, this could be
Ghost
big here if they do not.
And
Only one pick.
Beaver's gonna get Thicky, but a quick res by Techie. So Techie's gonna keep him up. Bob's coming down to play, and also the rain is coming from above. So gotta look where everything is. Thickie's actually gonna get the two supports, but he's looking for even more. Meanwhile, Bear's just going from the top. Nobody can really contest that, and that's kind of the crutch of goats here. You can't contest anything that's really high up, and the only one who can do it is D.Va.
Yes.
And if you pop her out of the mech, she can't really contest that either. So
she's pretty much nullified in her ability to do that, correct.
So Art Ruby just keeping the pressure out. Now the Primal Rage is available. We'll see if we hear the entire team coming through with that.
It looks like it, so the point is flipped, but they did get 55%, so they're about halfway. That was a really nice shot right there. They did get halfway though, which gives them a little bit of room to try to retake.
It gives them a little bit of time to breathe, which is pretty okay, and it's not too much given up by Art Ruby either. The beat drop is going to be for the Sacramento Stingers, but the Graviton Surge also answered by Art Ruby, giving them their own as well, but we'll see where the self-destruct catch and Meeper is going to get one. But a quick res up by Techie. Techie's going to get Mr. Fancy Pants back up. But we'll see if Ryan leaning in even more damage onto that Winston, but Thickie trying to get a lot, actually.
Looks like REO won the fight here,
exactly.
And the D.Va's, are they going to stall the D.Va?
They're going to try to either stall the D.Va or just get a couple more picks here, and they're going to get the D.Va, and they're going to let the Soldier run back.
Soldier runs away safely back home.
But they did tie up the percentage right now, so at least RU is keeping their percentage lead going into this. We might be seeing another Bob pretty soon as well. Sac Stingers are looking at Tactical Visor as their answer as well. So Bob coming out to play.
There we go.
Having fun in the white room.
Try to break up the Reinhardt shield there, because that shield in that such small of an area is very effective to stop most of the shots.
Yeah, they did have to trade a Bear, getting a couple of good picks with that dynamite, as well as Sticky trying to clean up the rest of it. Fantastic. Ends up shooting the ground and getting themselves. Techie getting a kill as well, making sure, you know, don't leave Mercy out in the blue. She can deal damage, I guess, sometimes.
She can definitely do a little bit, especially when she pops her ult, that unlimited clip.
Unlimited clip, and here comes that Primal Rage, keeping everybody at bay.
The denial ult right there, and it looks like ArtU is going to win their first round.
And that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to pop the ultimate just to keep them from, you know, advancing in, making sure that it's difficult for them to really push through. But we'll see what the play of the game is. Yes. It's going to be by Mr. Fancy Pants here on that Reinhardt. We'll see if there's a shatter or... Oh, yeah, this was off of the Graviton Surge and a couple of swings. He was like, okay, he's not going to hold up a shield. I'm going to take advantage of that real quick.
And you can see in the kill feed there, 3 right there with a couple of assists. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. We saw them, they were just, you know,
synergizing so well. Honestly, I can't think of a better word. Just the use of their ults were so timely. It never seemed like any of their ults were just thrown out there kind of willy-nilly, if you would say.
Yeah, it was always used with something else, or they found the right time to use it. Like, they were like, okay, Graviton Surge, Deadeye, right?
Yes.
Graviton Surge, Deadeye. Graviton Surge, maybe Meteor Strike, Earth Shatter. What is it? Barrage. Like those two always like went together.
It was very nice. Also, the Bob ult at the end there. When Sacramento State was trying to get in, when it was around 80% or so, Ash used the Bob ult to break up that whole bubble, and then everyone just jumped right in and started getting picks after picks, which really solidified their win on that map right there.
Exactly. And Lijiang Tower, once again, it's a very tight and closed map, especially on like Control Center.
Yeah.
You have to play really tight together, try to figure out how you're going to do that. And then also on the other one on what is it? This one,
Tower.
Night Market.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. They're all towers, right? It's Lijiang Tower. You know, they're all there's a big Spire one in Gardens. There's the middle section of Night Market, and then there's a middle section of Control Point.
So sometimes, I mean, sometimes I don't even memorize or can't remember the exact name. So I'm like the one outside.
Yeah.
Like the one with the thing in the middle, and then there's the two bridges, and then
the one with the pond. And just like Nepal Sanctum, everybody's just like the pit.
Exactly.
Same thing with Ilio as well. It's the pit. It's not like called by anything else. It's just like where you play Roadhog and Orisa. Like
there we go.
That's pretty much the only name for it. So Art U Ruby taking the lead against the Sacramento Stingers as we're going to be slowly moving on into the next one. We could talk about Art U Ruby for a little bit.
They seem like a very strong team.
Yeah, they're very fun group. Like I play along with them. I train with V-Flight, and so I get to watch their team, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this. Just tell them to, sometimes you don't have to always hold up your shield. Sometimes you could run forward a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're definitely showing that with practice, you can do quite a bit. And this team at first was just very all over the place, but I'm glad that they finally got everything together. They're definitely showing up. And even if they weren't able to play for the Collegiate Cup, they're showing that, yeah, we could hang with some of the best.
That's awesome. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, because speaking from my experience, San Francisco State's Overwatch team started from just 7 people saying, hey, let's make an Overwatch team at San Francisco State. So we had the 6 and then the 1 sub, and then that turned into now we have about 70 people in our Discord and 2 full teams showing up here. So it's really great to see, and that's only in the last year. So it's really great to see that even if your school or your team or your friend group doesn't have an Overwatch team, that it's very, very easy and very accessible. Just find people who love Overwatch and just want to join to be a team and just be better.
Exactly. And it's also great to represent your school. If you could get your school to, pay for a couple trips, get you out to a tournament or something.
Only if.
Yeah,
Still working on that.
Yeah, you have to maybe, GoFundMe page, figure something out.
There we go.
Sell some cookies.
If there's a will, there's a way.
Exactly. And we used to do like the AFK GG tournaments over in San Jose when that was still a thing.
Still around. Rest in peace, F in chat.
Yeah, it was an experience though.
Yes.
That's kind of where like I learned through the fire. I remember my PTSD when having to face Junie in those.
Oh boy.
It was like, and we're like a really scrub team. We're not like great. Like we're just there to kind of learn how everything works.
Just gotta grind your teeth, really.
Exactly. And then like you just get faced up against Junie and like a stack of just top 500 peeps, and you're like, all right.
Yeah. He's just running around the walls as a Lucio, and then you're trying to hit him.
Yeah, and they got like 5 DPS, and you're running an actual team comp. Yeah. They got like the one Zenyatta who's stealing everybody, and you're like, I can't hit anything. It's just that's just kind of how it ended up happening. But yeah, we got a quick look at Art U Ruby here, as they're setting up to get ready for the attack. We are seeing Bear on that McCree. We got to see a couple of high noons.
Looks like Sacramento is gonna go with the goats and see if it works.
Yeah, and Art U doesn't really have that much of like high ground or different angle presence. I mean, they can get the Hanzo over in some weird angles, but as I know, I feel like Art U just kind of plays together.
Yeah.
They're more of a stay close and deal damage from afar kind of team. So
it does look like they're pushing back Sacramento there into the corner, and then Hanzo is just gonna try to get in the back there and pick them off. But yeah, so when you are comfortable as the player who you play with and comfortable with the people, the comms matters a little bit less on who you pick than someone that you're confident in and that you know is going to work very well.
Exactly. It does come out to comfortability. Of course,
Yeah.
it's always about like if you feel comfortable on a hero and you know you can perform on it, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, in this case, it looks like Sacramento's Goats did push back RU on their first attempt.
yeah. So they're just gonna send out a Sonic arrow. There's no scatter arrow anymore.
Not anymore. Rest in peace.
Yep. Rest in pepperoni. Throw an arrow at their feet. No longer a thing. So. There are a couple of ultimates coming out. Here comes the Transcendence out by RU Ruby, just trying to solidify their presence on point, making sure that not too much damage. But
Looks like they got the diva mech, and they're starting to get picks there. But that Zenyatta on the Sacramento Sword, just died, but he got 2 picks there.
yeah, he was just kind of off on his own, but he was able to do some damage. Kind of that Jonak idea where it's like if my team isn't getting the kills, I'll do it myself.
There we go.
And he did actually get a pretty solid flank route. Ended up killing off 2. And RU, this is Taeyeon's his motto, his mantra that he beats
Catchphrase.
into every single team that he coached. It's don't give up space. If
Yes.
there's an ability to if there's an ability to push up for free, do it. Like there's no reason for you to give up.
You got to
space.
take every inch because every fighting, especially around this corner, this is starting to be one of the chokeholds after you get the payload here.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Graviton is out. We'll see if there's any follow through though.
Yeah, Giga Rock just trying to lean in some damage off of that Reinhardt swing. And they're just trying to get some kills off. They're going to pick off Mr. Fancy Pants, and I feel like RU is going to start retreating here. Rubik, what you doing, buddy? You're not going to get anything, and Thicky's going to drop as well. So this is going to be pretty much a full reset. We'll see where Bear decides to go. He's almost at high noon. But, yeah, once again, Rubik is going to be in for Rommel. Rubik is one of the main players, but they put Rommel in because he's a better Lucio.
And it looks like RU is going to go in the next team fight with about three ults and the Zenyatta ult charging as well. Almost there. So we'll see if RU thinks it's necessary to pop a couple ults.
I feel like it's a time. If you're going to find the opening to do it, you might as well.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to mow down the shield just to make sure that it's...
It does look like it. Oh, and here's Graviton Surge, and they're saying we don't even need any ults here.
Yeah, they're not gonna use the Deadeye to get anything. He's just gonna get a couple of good hits in there. Bear going face to face with the Zenyatta. He's like, okay, I'll do it myself if I have to.
Yeah, and just look at the RU ults right there. Everyone except Zarya is charged up.
Yeah, they only use that Graviton Surge, so they're gonna be coming into this next fight with an ult advantage over Sax
They're going to be
Stingers.
very strong in this next team fight.
Yeah, so we'll see if there's a shatter. They are gonna secure that second point. As they're going to be moving into the final phase of King's Row here. So we want to see a lot more synergy. We'll see if where this Earth Shatter decides to go. Mr. Fancy Pants usually very patient with these kind of things.
And it does look like Sacramento State switched off to the Doomfist here fairly recently.
Yeah, they want to make sure that the Reinhardt is either getting pushed all the way back to open up their own Reinhardt, or they're going to find a Shatter and the Dragon Strike right on top of it. Mr. Fancy Pants and Thicky synergizing, making sure that the rest of the team isn't going to be moving forward. And a team kill for RU Ruby.
That was a very nice triple kill right there.
Yeah,
with
very
Hanzo.
clean engagement, honestly. And they do have a couple more ults if they need to use it. They could use High Noon to zone, which is exactly what they're going to do. Let's see if they get anything out of it, though. And they're not gonna need it. They're just using it to, scare them off with the sound. A nice Transcendence to answer the Dragon Strike.
That was a good response right there.
Yeah, it's just patience by this team. Like, I'm proud.
No, I can't really pick anything and say like, oh, they should have done this, because they did just about everything right.
Yeah,
They
it's like textbook, like what you need to do here, here, and here.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly. Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, and RU definitely's got that, but we'll see if Sax Stingers come back with something even scarier, maybe to switch up or ruin RU's day if they want to.
I hope so. Close games are the best games.
Exactly. Close games are. It's exactly what we watch Overwatch for.
Yeah.
We watch it for the close games, not like the full stomps like the.
You're on the edge of your seat. That's when the crazy plays come out, the crazy moves. That's really the Twitch clip perfect part of it.
Yeah, the crazy plays, the ones that like either make or break a team
Yeah.
are like the points that you want to highlight, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah, both of these teams definitely showing that off. Like Art U Ruby just playing very meticulous. They're like, okay, we do this. If A happens, then throw B. If you know, all that, just very.
They're really saving their ults there, and I think that's the key there. Especially at the end, they didn't necessarily need it at the end there, since no one was on the point. But it was just so perfect. Just Hanzo ulted. All right, let's go and do Zen trance, and then just make sure that not even an ult can deny their winning at the end.
Exactly. They wanted to make sure that their win is there. As we're going to be moving in, this time Sack Stingers on the attack, and so we'll see how they attempt to break Art U's defense this time. And Art U still kind of running the same thing. They're going to be running pretty much the same thing that they ran on attack. And Sack State this time going to be opting in for a Genji and a Widow.
That's going to be very interesting. They did get pick on the Zen there, but Techie did have a quick revive, and it looks like that Ryan is looking a little low there, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yeah, Mr. Fancy Pants has got to dip around the corner, and the thing about this healing lineup is it is single target, so you can't really burst heal an entire squad up, as we see Meeper and Swag also getting a couple kills.
That was a nice purple right there.
Yeah, huge anti-nade coming out as the Sack Stingers now on the attack.
Pushing them all the way back. It looks like they're oh no, they're all going.
Oh yeah.
They had that whole area of space.
Yeah,
they could have gone up there.
Yeah, they could have pushed up a little bit more, but Techie tries to contest point, but it's gonna give up her life, and that's gonna be pretty hard of a stagger. So they're gonna have to regroup, only knowing that Rubik is gonna be the only form of healing. Never mind, he's in the ground now, so they're not gonna have any healing. Techie's gonna go over to the Ana. Meanwhile, Giga Rock pushing his way through with the rest of Sac State, making sure that they're not gonna give up any space this time.
Just fell.
Yep, and Thicky as well. So these staggers are going to be huge for Sac State, allowing them to roll with the momentum of their cart. But they might want to get a couple more people on there. But once they do, they're going to be probably bringing it around that corner without any contention.
It looks really good.
So
Sacramento State probably took a few pointers from the Art U playbook there. It looks like they do have 3 ults on their side, so they're not just popping them. They're really using it in response to when they need to use it.
Exactly.
It's very nice to see.
They know that they need to use it in order to be aggressive. And there's a huge anti-nade, but, you know, the Dragon Blade coming out as a response, killing 3. Or looking for even more. Oh, he has to resheath! Maybe like getting Thicky.
That
Thicky's going to get him! But every little bit of HP that he gets, remember, the best defense just gives him 30 shield for every single hit that he gets with his ability. So Thicky's on like
look, I can't even see. It's like 1 pixel thick.
It's one. Oh, there he goes. Okay, so Omni does find him, but if he kept hitting things, he could have like survived, maybe got his way out. But Omni was just waiting for him.
The best defense is a good offense in that case when you're doing a one-on-one.
Yeah, and he survived through that whole engagement, but it looks like RU is actually going to start solidifying themselves here, pushing them back, ends up getting a couple of kills on the tank, so the supports and the DPS are going to be backing their way out of here.
And Sacramento State did not get that point there. They were very close, and now it's starting to go backwards there, but I think all they need is just one good engagement, and then they got that point.
Yeah, and they do have Earth Shatter available as well. Or, my bad, wrong side. They do have Graviton Surge available, so if they want to throw that up and maybe try to get a couple more, or honestly, I feel like if they wanted to do a dry fight, maybe just get a couple more ultimates up in their way, then they can push their way through, and then have a few more ults coming into the next
Especially to see if they can try to bait out any ults from the Art U team. It looks like Ash, Zen, and Mr. Fancy Pants all have their ults up, with Ana and Doomfist coming up very, very soon. So that's a pretty mean 5 ult lineup there. You can do a lot with those.
Exactly, and Bear's demanding attention. He's on top of that staircase over there, and it's just like, hey, if you don't put a shield there, I'm gonna have fun with the rest of your backline. As he throws out the dynamite onto the backline and making sure that they can't have any fun. Nano boost onto Giga Rock, but he slept. Oh, they're gonna wake him up.
And the trans ult with the deny there.
But Bob is coming out to play as well. He's gonna get a couple kills. Swag is gonna bring him down, but Bear has already done his damage. He's already killed 3. As they're looking for even more there's only going to be a couple more people surviving on Sacramento State's side, so they're going to have to just back their way up.
Yeah, it looks like they did retain the Zen ult and the Zarya ult, so not a complete loss. They did get all the ults out of Art University though, so they have the ult advantage right now.
Yeah, they have the ult advantage, and they just need to get it a little bit more behind that bend, and they can roll their way into point C into the final bit of this Kings Row map.
Yeah, and look at Ash on the Art University side. She's already all the way up, back to 50%, 60%, 70%. My goodness.
And yeah, here comes a charge. Nice pin by Mr. Fancy Pants. He's going to pay for it with his life, but Swag doing his own thing. Bear saying no, but also Omni taking him down. So it's just a couple of trades coming out in this back line. But Omni trying to get a couple more picks. Meanwhile, Ryan leaning in with even more damage off of that Zarya, trying to get some more charge, maybe coming into this next fight.
Yeah.
But Bear almost has Bob again. So, yeah, they've been charging up their ultimates, just like playing it very patiently. It always comes down to patience and knowing when to throw it and when not to. So
yeah. But Sacramento did the right thing. They did back up there and made sure not to start staggering.
Exactly.
That's a very oh, it looks like Bob is coming out again here.
Bob is coming around, just shooting around the corner, applying pressure. And yeah, he's just like, okay, I'm gonna burn some time on the clock. You know, you only got a little bit under 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Bear, he's just like, okay, if Bob is over there, they have to back up to over here, and I'm gonna click him. So he's trying to do that. Dynamite comes out. Oh, he does get somebody.
That dynamite fire is very powerful.
Yeah, I believe it does 170 over the course if you get it. Also within the blast radius. So
it does.
Yeah, it does quite a bit.
It does either more damage or faster. I forget exactly what to units for the characters who have armor on.
Oh, we gotta figure that out.
Yeah,
look at that up. But Mr. Fancy Pants, shatter on 2. He's just trying to swing around. Meanwhile, Thicky's just trying to clean it up. Overtime is procced, and I don't think the Sac Stingers are going to find their way onto this point. So, RU Ruby is going to be moving on even further into this. They win this 2-0.
They do.
But yeah, it was very textbook Overwatch. Very
good teamwork.
Exactly.
And it looks like, ooh, Thicky here with the play of the game.
I think this was off of the Earth Shatter from Mr. Fancy Pants.
This was the ultimate.
Yeah, so nice shatter by Mr. Fancy Pants, followed by the Dragon Strike, and he just gets a couple more pickoffs here. We'll see if we can get it.
A nice little cleanup.
Yep, there you go. And
perfect.
It's perfect. Just the way how, you know, you want your teams to play. Very clean, figure it out. Like, you know, if you use X, use Y.
Yeah.
If you throw Bob, find where they're going to retreat to and shoot them there.
Exactly. We don't have access to their comms, but I'm sure they're very, very selective in their targets, and they're all going to that one target.
Yeah, they are. And we know this because we beat it into them. It's kind of a weird process, but you have to tell them, like, hey, you need to call out who you're gonna go after. Like, call out who you're discording, right? That's why we have Rubik is the most vocal in that group, and he's usually our support. He's either Zen, he mains Zen. So when he throws Discord Orb, he's calling out who we're on top of immediately.
It does quite a bit of extra damage.
Yeah, it's the only one with percentile damage in the game. So you know, 30%, I believe, right?
I believe it's around there.
It's around 30%, but you know, it does quite a bit. It stacks up if you're just gonna let the Discord Orb land on the targets that they're focusing.
Yeah,
it's gonna go by a lot faster. So
it is.
It's a lot to look forward to. So RU Ruby is going to be moving forward, so we will be seeing them in a little bit. I got to organize my paper so we know who we have up next. I believe we're going back to the top of the bracket. So we're going to have the Gaming Gators
SFSU Team 1 versus
the
RU
Onyx. Yes.
This is the rematch. So in the very first game, RU Onyx, they won against the Gaming Gators Team 2. So we're gonna see if SFSU Team 1 can either avenge or fall to the team.
Fall to the RU team, and it's kind of the way how it is on this desk right now. We have SFSU
and RU,
and then we have RU. You know,
it's a battle.
Exactly. So we're gonna be getting an interview pretty soon, I believe.
That's what I heard.
But we're gonna be let's just bring up a couple of the other teams that we will be seeing later. haven't been able to see your Gaming Gators 1 yet because they got a
Yes.
bye in the first round.
That's true.
Okay. So, yeah, we haven't been able to see them. And then Art Onyx, we just saw a little bit of them. But before we get into that, let's toss it out to the floor.
Thanks, guys. I'm with Bear, and it was a great game. Congratulations, Bear. But you had a lot of success with Ash, and explain how that went. I mean, it was a great match, but you did very well.
Yeah, it was primarily thanks to our team, really. The way they kind of set me up for high ground, so I could just free shoot everything all the time. They just gave me a lot of space, so I just had free headshots all over the place, really. Yeah,
Headshots are always great, right?
yeah, it feels really good when you get them.
And of course, advancing to the next round, which is great. And you could hear the fans and over there cheering. They're really excited. And for this next match, what do you think? Is there anything you need to improve on yourself or your team in order to continue to move on?
Actually, I think we're doing really good right now. What we are a little bit scared of is goats, always. So maybe, but the way Thicky and play with Zarya, or played with the synergy with Zarya and Ryan. So I think if we continue that with Hanzo and Zarya, I think we'll do really good, yeah.
You heard it there first. And thanks, Bear, for your time. Congratulations again. And back to you in the studio.
All right, he got the handshake right, unlike Seagull that one time. So
Yeah.
at least he didn't leave him hanging.
There
so
we go.
He got the handshake. But yeah, we heard from Bear. Yeah, the team allowed him to set up where he wanted to go.
Yeah.
And that really enabled him as we got to see a lot of the highlight reel going into that.
When you can enable your DPS to do their job of DPSing, then it can sometimes be a steamroll.
Exactly. And especially when you don't really pay attention to Ashe.
Yeah.
Like lots of teams, all the teams really haven't had enough time to learn Ashe or figure out how she works and where she's going to be. But sometimes if you play it a lot, you can maybe figure out some random peak spots. Like you can.
Yep. She's a long range, highly mobile McCree.
Exactly. And you can also fan the rifle. I mean, it's
Yes.
not necessarily effective, but you can.
It's an option.
It's an
for
option.
Sure.
If you're running away from something, you're just like I can't scope right now. I just
You just
get
gotta
the shots.
Yeah. What I do find interesting is her reload is per shot.
Yeah, and it's
not all
one shot at a time.
Yes. So that really evens it out. You can just spam all 12 shots, but you have to reload every single one.
Yeah.
So that kind of when your decision process, like should I just shoot at this Rhine shield to break it down, you have to remember I have to reload every single one.
Yeah, one at a time, and it's not like a clip or a belt that you could just.
It's not like McCree's just whip it out and then all at once.
No, it's.
Yeah. 1, 2, okay.
Yeah. But if we were to go back to an older game like TF2 where you had to pick up your ammo, it would have been something way too long.
Thank God we don't have to
Yeah,
do that.
we have to do that in
would-
Overwatch. It's just we have unlimited ammo. That's cool.
Yeah.
So we'll be moving on. If we were to look at the bracket real quick, I don't know if we could pull that up, but if we do, we'll
Yes.
be hopping into this. As we're going into it, we're going into best of fives now.
We are.
So
there's gonna be hopefully a lot more crazy, awesome plays from the best teams that have made it this far.
Exactly, and the map rotation, we got to see Lijiang and Kings. Those are still going to be here to stay. But on top of that, we will also be seeing Temple of Anubis.
We will.
We will be seeing Rialto. And then Ilios, if we need to go to a game 3 or 5 now.
Game 5, yeah. Rialtos is going to be very interesting because it's as far as I know, the newest map out of all the ones in our rotation.
Yeah, it's the newest one in our rotation, and I think I hope not, but if there is a draw along the lines, which can happen, do we get to pick the 6th? We get to pick the 6th, right?
We have some mechanism.
We have some
of
mechanism where we
picking
just
it.
instantly go to Busan, right? That's just
I think we roll a 20-sided dice
Yeah.
and then whichever one,
Yeah, exactly. We have all the maps on one die, and
there we
that's just
go.
how it works. We're gonna be playing Ayuthaya. Capture the flag for the final.
That'd be awesome.
Why
You
not
have to-
Lucio Ball?
You have to do. I was just about to say you have to do Lucio
Yeah,
Ball.
Lucio Ball, Maze,
Snowball, ice
Yeah,
snowball challenge.
the snowball challenge. Yeah, it's the time of year you could definitely pull that out if you wanted to. But yeah, we're not gonna do something like that. I mean,
No,
That's not in the competitive spirit.
I don't think. Can you even do 5v5 Lucio Ball? I don't even think that's.
I don't know.
I don't think.
I don't think that's possible.
Gotta pick the best top 3 then, I guess.
Yeah. You gotta put your three supports on there.
Overwatch Rocket League style.
There you go. Yep. That's the way how we're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, also let's discuss a little bit about what's coming around the bend. You know, we have the Winter Wonderland thing going on. Is there any?
Have you seen the new skins?
Yes, I have.
My favorite is Mercy.
You like the Sugar Plum Mercy?
I do. I'm more of a support tank kind of player, so a nice skin to a support player really makes me happy.
Yeah, I was happy when we got the Zenyatta Nutcracker one.
That
was probably like one of the best like support ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, next golden weapon, I'm gonna get gold nuts.
I actually.
Hell yeah.
I actually did buy the mastery weapon for Zenyatta and the Nutcracker one, so not to brag, but I do have golden nuts.
Yeah, you got gold nuts, dude. You gotta just
Yeah.
keep throwing gold nuts. It's amazing. I'm excited for the Zarya skin. I like the bear theme. It's like a cozy Zarya bear skin.
Yeah. They really play off the like the
Siberian
the
bear
Russian
thing,
kind
yeah.
of theme going on with her.
Yeah.
I like it.
And it kind of makes it easier for her skins too. You're just like, okay, what does Zarya need? It's like, oh, well, she talks about bears a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, let's give her a bear. Let's
Just
give
put
her
one on.
Yeah, just put her in a bear costume. We'll get a full like onesie bear with a hood.
Yeah,
Just,
exactly.
like,
Or even if we want to crank it up another notch, we could have like a bear mouth here, one in each shoulder,
there you go.
just one on the top.
Yeah.
Perfect.
There we go. And then we got that Lucio Arctic Fox skin. That's gonna be something for some people.
For the Lucio players.
For the
I
Lucio.
feel like Lucio
Sonic.
gets a lot of skins.
I don't know as much as Tracer though.
That's true. Yeah.
But then again, Tracer hasn't gotten one in a while.
Yeah,
because,
they gave her a lot of skins at first because she's kind of like the iconic.
She's the mascot.
The player, the mascot of the whole game. So we gave her a lot and was like, okay, let's look at our other characters and try to give them some legendaries.
Do you think we'll be getting an Ash like skin for Christmas?
Oh,
And if so, what would the theme be? I think this is just me. I want like Ash and like a Mrs. Claus thing, and then like Bob as a big Santa Claus. Like that would
be cool. I feel like if they're gonna go pretty iconic, just like the Christmas hat.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have a Christmas hat, but just the iconic Christmas hat.
Ooh, give me a second.
I believe we do have a
We
Christmas hat
do.
here.
It's one of those super long ones, you know.
Oh my goodness. I'll do one. Take one for the stream.
There you go.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, something like that. As a skin, you know. I think if you were like Tracer though, you'd probably get caught on stuff. If you had a hat that long.
Here we go. Could we get a yay or nay in the chat, please?
we'll see if we keep this on for the rest of the cast or not.
There you go. It's nice and comfy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's nice, especially to escape the cold air outside right now. But yeah, we're looking at a best of 5 in the next 2 rounds, as we're now in the technically
semifinals, correct. Even though SFSU Team A did not, one of the teams or however it was structured, we just didn't have an even number there. So they got to buy into the second team, the semifinals. But I think they can. Personally, I think they can give RU Onyx a good fight.
Yeah, I honestly think too. I do like close fights, and this is definitely one to, if you want to build up the narrative a little bit. RU and SFSU, we're both from those respective schools.
Correct.
We also RU Onyx just knocked out the B team. So if SFSU wants to get that full anime revenge story, they can be like, you destroyed my little brother, now you will get destroyed by me.
There we go.
Like,
the big brother to the little brother.
Yeah, it's like,
hey, don't pick on him.
Don't pick on him. He's the older brother who just comes up and beats the little brother's bully up.
There we go.
That's what we're playing into here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the other side, we have the Spartans and RU Ruby B. So hypothetically, it could be RU versus RU in the finals if it could be.
That'd be a very interesting game to watch. See if B team is better than the A team.
Yeah, sometimes the memes are too strong,
yes.
especially with a B team. I felt like there were moments where
this is falling off, so I'm just gonna.
It's too hot.
Yeah, I got a lot of yays.
We'll think about bringing it back. Let's see if it destroys anything. But yeah, when it comes down to that, sometimes the B team, especially for when I was on the B team, we were a lot more tighter than the A team. The A team was always like very strategic. They're just like, okay,
strict, and
yeah,
then,
they're strict, and it's always business. Like A team's always business. But our B team was just like, hey, you know what? Let's run Torb. It's like let's run a scrim with Torb. Like
that was before the rework.
Before
too.
the rework.
Oh my goodness.
And then we're like, let's pirate ship. Like let's do some like weird stuff. You know what? Let's run that Symmetra May stuff onto the point.
And that was probably before the rework
yeah,
too.
it was before the rework.
I was really memeing it up.
It was the turtle comp where you would just throw all 6 of the turrets like onto the point on the first point on Hanamura.
Yeah.
And then you just play Mei and everybody just hides in the corner and they're like they have to come to point at some time, right?
Playing
like,
a quick match here.
Yeah, some quick play or just like we have some quick play fun, but it at least worked. I mean,
hey, there we go. What works.
Yeah, exactly. And that was back when Sim's beam would like hook onto things.
Yeah,
so you're just like, yeah.
And then just follow them around as long as they're on your screen somewhere. Then I
got the leash and I got damage boost from Mercy. We get a Zarya bubble on top of that, so nobody's dying. You just kind of run out there.
Just unstoppable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was great, but it was a lot of fun. The B team was really tight overall, so. We had a lot of fun doing that.
That's awesome. For the upcoming game, is there anyone that we should watch on the RU side?
On RU side, on Onyx.
Yes. Anyone you think is going to be the MVP or maybe the underdog that's going to save it all?
Okay, so I honestly, we were discussing this earlier. Harambe has a really good work ethic when it comes to playing Overwatch. We had a collegiate open yesterday for League.
Yes.
But yeah, while they were all doing that, he was in the corner just playing Overwatch through the whole tournament. And he was just sitting there.
I think I saw that.
Exactly. He's one of those guys who just sits down. He's like, okay, I'm gonna study today. I'm gonna just do it. And he was just playing Overwatch all day yesterday. So he's kind of prepared for today. So I feel like Harambe would be one of those, like, if it's not the DPS, it's Harambe kind of deal. Meanwhile, what about your Gaming Gators 1? What do you got for us?
So Gaming Gators 1 there, and actually we can see in the very bottom left corner, Solify. He is our top 500 player, and he actually had his open division match today against, I believe, it was Harblue's team. I'm not sure if they won that one or not, but he's really teaching us a lot and showing us some good comps. And I know they were studying pretty much all before their match today, which is right now. They're all going over comps and like, all right, we should do this on this map. We should try to do this on that. And, just the last minute polishes. Exactly.
It always comes down to, like, which team has practiced the most, what to expect coming out.
Yeah.
So, Gaming Gators, RU Onyx, we'll be seeing them clash pretty soon. We will be going through the same rotations as always. So Lijiang Tower will be first. Is there any, like, weird pickups that we're going to be seeing, or is it going to be still, like, pretty standard, you think? We saw Kairos earlier on those on Ashe.
I'm not going to give away all our secrets, but Solify is playing Flex, so he'll play some pretty interesting characters. And a lot of times they actually work. And if average SR for the teams is any indication, as maybe not. Gaming Gators team 1 is 3.5 K SR. And then the Onyx team is 3.8. So this is, I think, pretty much the closest matchup that we've had in terms of SR ranges throughout the whole tournament here.
Exactly. It's very close, and we're just going to see them duke it out pretty soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see if there's any other weird facts, anything that we could bring up about these teams here. Yeah, nothing.
Both teams actually did play in the California Cup. We defeated one team, and then we lost to Berkeley, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Berkeley was a really strong team in the California Cup.
Yeah, Berkeley, and we lost to Irvine, which ended up taking the whole thing.
Yes, they're
so we were there. It was
flexing their muscle with Zerocious there.
Yeah, just getting Zerocious on that team was pretty much a blessing for that.
Yeah, I remember when he played in the Razor
tournament.
store.
I remember those days.
Yes, that was.
I was like,
fun.
It's Zerocious. Like he's gonna be on his Widowmaker.
Yeah, and then he was there with Hero at the time, and then a bunch of other like top 500 grandmasters, and
Yeah.
it was quite interesting to see just the skill.
The skill gap.
Yeah,
Like,
the skill gap as well. The skill and the skill gap.
His chair just. There we go. Just didn't like me sitting on it. It's just like, nope.
The
nah,
chair
you're
just finally gave
done.
out.
Yeah, it's just like, screw this guy. But yeah, it was pretty great to see that, and Solify's done a couple of those as well, right?
He's participated on the SFSU team, Team 1, when we did the Razor Store tournaments, as well as I believe he teamed up with Zerocious during the Razor Store. I believe they had like a 2-year anniversary
Oh yeah,
thing, and that was like a 3v3, and it went really quick.
yeah. It
Yeah.
was him, Zerocious, and I think there was one other
Hero.
Yeah.
I know he changed his name, but I forgot what it is too. So if you're watching, I apologize.
But yeah, we're seeing the two teams set up right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Onyx, I think the greatest achievement that this Onyx team has done for the Academy of Art, at least, is get us jerseys.
Very nice.
We've been waiting for those for a few years, and it was finally with this team, and it was the Collegiate Cup with the SF Shock and the Valiant. We would have went to the Valiant one without jerseys.
Yeah.
And they were like, why? Like
We actually did get jerseys ourselves just for that tournament.
Exactly.
Yeah. Shout out to eSport Management. Thank you. But it's really nice to see this image right here. Now we're in it, but it's really it was really nice to see him very big. Just repping the team pride of it feels really nice to wear the jerseys, and just be able to represent your school and your gaming club, and just really show all the hard work and practice that you put into it.
Exactly. And when you wear a jersey as well, you're part of something bigger than yourself. And
Exactly.
it was great to at least have this art you look. We had to beg for it.
You have hoodies, which is really nice.
Yeah. Well, they had to order it. I still need to get mine. But yeah, we're still waiting on that. When do I get mine? And it's pretty funny though.
I hear you have a rain check on it, so
Yeah, I
it's okay.
should have a rain check on it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I got to figure out what name they're gonna put on it too, because I went by 2 different names when I was like, I had like a really long, like boring, hard to say name, and then I was like, I gotta get into casting.
Yeah.
And then I went into casting, and I'm like, I can't say this every single time.
Yeah, my name. So my name is just been stuck around for so long that I feel like if I change it, no one will know who I am.
Exactly.
Yeah, I made it when I was can't remember how, like 7 or something. I was trying to make a Lego.com account back in the day when that was a really good thing.
Yeah.
And I typed in Star Fox because that was my favorite game, Star Fox on the Nintendo 64, and I was like, it's taken. Do you want to use this one? And it was just like that name plus random letter or numbers.
Random numbers.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, and then I just haven't changed it yet.
So that's
all
just,
these years later.
That's just how it goes. Mine was my full name and initials, and I have 4 names.
Oh,
so
all 4?
All 4 of them.
Oh wow.
So it was KJHT 33 because 33 was my basketball number. So I was like, okay, I'll just put it. That's my name.
Very
and
nice.
then I went out to things, and people were like, that's too long. And like the whole entire team just called me KJ. And then I've gotten names like people were like, is that Khajiit? And I was like, no, that's not Khajiit.
Nice try. Thanks,
That's a
but
nice
no.
try, but no. So I switched it to Kanashi because it's just way easier to say.
It is. It sounds cooler. I have
It
to
sounds
say.
cool, but it means depression in Japanese.
Oh.
But it's a cool name because you could say if you ask it in a question, it's like
Kanoshi desu ka?
yeah, Kanashi desu ka? It's like are you sad?
Daijoubu desu ka?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's just like you can control them a little bit. With
A little
it. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun having switching up your name sometimes.
It
It's
looks
got to
like-
be a full rebrand.
So go back to the players here. It looks like the coaches is out right over there, and then right over there. Just having a little.
That's our coach. Is that our coach coaching your dudes?
I don't know. I'm having a little friendly banter though.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple pointers there.
It's telling them, destroy that team.
Just getting all ready. Oh, I see my mouse pad over there.
You got to pick that up.
So I brought 4 mouse pads just in case someone needed one, and lo and behold, someone forgot to bring like their
Bring a
mouse
mouse
pad,
pad.
their really big one. So I was
Yeah.
like, hey, I got you.
Yeah, I think it was funny. One of our other coaches
Mhm.
for the RU team, he would need. He's like, yo, you gotta like evict that chair because I need this much desk space.
Oh my
And I'm like, why? And he's like,
Like as far as you can reach.
yeah,
Just like
it's just like,
just
yeah,
like, I need
like
this.
I need this. This is, I need arms length. Where you do that as like the
Yeah,
kid
they
to,
stand
like,
up and then just
yeah,
start
yeah.
turning around.
It's that it's
your
that,
personal bubble space.
Yeah, my personal bubble space.
Yeah.
You use that, and because his sensitivity in game was 2. He
My
would use 2
goodness.
cents, and like his DPI was like 400. So I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, but he was a DPS player.
Yeah.
So he would get the kills,
Mhm.
but he's just like, whoa. I was like,
That's a whole arm workout.
I mean,
right
yeah,
there.
I mean, he's probably ripped on just the right arm, but
Oh,
imagine if
yeah.
he's playing Genji. It's just like actual sword slashes to get the kills. But yeah, we're gonna be
Yeah.
hopping into Lijiang Tower, moving into this. Yeah, is there anything that you wanna give a prediction as we move into this?
Oh boy, I do not. Yeah.
Or anybody who we should look out for MVP?
MVP, I think, is either going to be on at least the SFSU side is either going to be Solify or I think Donzo. I'm feeling both.
Donzo is your
Donzo is our off tank.
off tank.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then RU, I think Kairos is probably going to do what he does, and then it's going to come down to how well Harambe really takes the blows, because he's kind of one of the pacemakers of the team. So
Yeah.
I'm going to have a lot of fun hopping into this as we're about to get started into our first semifinal.
So RU is going
match.
to go in the back there with the speed boost, see if they can try to take the point, maybe get a boop off there.
They're just gonna chill here. T-Cat on this Doomfist. People used to say, cosmetics usually wins games, but we'll see how the Thanos fist comes in here.
Yes. If this Doomfist can get, it looks like they're going to shut down the Doomfist pretty early.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to back up here. Kairos can't really get the distance that he wants on that Ashe, so he's gonna get mowed over. Meanwhile, SFSU, rest of the team is just this is a full reset here. So
Yes, it is.
that's exactly what they want. SFSU is gonna cap the point and move on forward. Once again, no space.
But it's very early on though, so it's okay. I mean, the point just unlocked though.
Yeah, it is just the beginning of the game. They are setting the pace though, so we'll see if RU can get their momentum up and rolling again as we're moving into this.
Looks like Gapshot got slept there and it was just a little overextending at the end there.
And yeah, he's leaning in. Yep, Rally's going to be popped by Chris Cate. They're moving forward even more in.
Ooh.
And it's just going to clean up Harambe. It looks like RU just going to be backing up there as they lost that out. Meanwhile, SFSU's just...
That's definitely some good synergy. And also, if you just look at their ults, they have they're gonna have the Gapshot's gonna have this up any second now, so they're gonna have 5 ults on the table.
Yeah, they're going to have 5 ults, and they're all still buffed from the armor from Rally as well, so they're just sitting pretty at, 600 HP on a Reinhardt. Yeah, and as you stated, 5 ultimates pretty much coming in here. Graviton surge by
Double
RU.
Graviton.
Yeah, they're just going to switch it out, but Solify actually getting the better part of that while the rest of the team is swinging through and being on the aggressive side of this.
And it looks like Gapshot's gonna get 2 kills there.
Yeah, he's going to catch T-Cat out off of that charge. And 77%, almost 80. So only 20 seconds left for RU to really get their way.
Might be a completely a clean sweep here on this map.
Yeah, it might be a full hold as RU is going to be going to semi goes with the still keeping the Doomfist to try to push them off, but they're going to try to rotate their way around, and SFSU making the proper response by going all the way around. The beat is dropped by RU Onyx, trying to keep everybody alive, but we'll see how if that will play into their favor, or if they could get the kills. T-Cat actually trying to solidify a couple of them, and
It looks like RU is gonna get this overtime here, which is really gonna save them, and they could. Honestly, in my personal experience, holding and defending on this map is way easier than attacking.
exactly trying to get that little bit of space in order to just get in. Like, you have to use or commit your amplify as Lucio to get all the way around. It's kind of difficult to get through, especially if a team's watching you from the choke here.
Yes, but Solify did just get his Graviton ult there, which they've really used it pretty well so far. I believe this is his 3rd ultimate.
Yeah, it
oh,
would
and
be
it
a
looks like
third.
we do have a pause out here.
We have a pause. Yes. So we're getting a quick hold. I guess we're going to come back to us, I guess. But I'm gonna just sit and chill here while we wait for this game to be paused.
So it looks like it is a problem with the tank on the SFSU side here, but we'll get that fixed really quickly. So
yeah, it shouldn't be too long. But yeah, is there anything planned for the holiday season? Anything you're looking forward to?
So I actually have a final on Saturday, the 22nd of December. So I fly back on the 23rd.
Oh,
Really cutting it pretty much as close as possible there
Yeah, that feels bad.
to the Christmas time.
yeah. But yeah, I'm just kind of chilling here, doing my thing.
Speaking of Christmas, let's
We'll pull out the hat again.
break out the Christmas hat here.
Oh wait,
Gotta
hold
get in the
on. We
festive
might
spirit.
have gotten back into it. We hear the R's.
Looks like we are going back to game.
They're physically growling at each other, which means that they are ready.
Yes. They're
But
all
yeah,
very antsy.
Graviton Surge coming in from Solify, and Chris Cade is also going to pop that. He's going to pop the rally to keep everybody up with a little bit more armor, but
Looks like T-Cat is putting pressure on the back line there.
he is on that Doomfist. He does have Meteor Strike available if he wants to use it, or get out. He's not going to use it in time. Solify, high energy, just running through the rest of RU like that.
3 kills and an assist. That's there we go. I guess my guess on Solify possibly being MVP on the SFSU side.
Yeah, it was that high energy and that huge grab play that really secured it for them.
Yes.
So SFSU is going to be taking it over RU Onyx in this first.
If I was RU at this time, I would try to focus on Solify there. It looks like they're really trying to play around him and his graviton. That ultimate is just so powerful,
Exactly.
especially if in such close quarters like this. This is a much more open map, but that one is such close quarters where anywhere in that room, or especially the hallway leading up to like the outside area, if you pop it pretty much anywhere in there, everyone's going to that one point.
Yeah, and another answer for that was RU Onyx decided to opt in and keep the Doomfist rather than switching to the Diva, which could have potentially nullified the ultimate if they were able to get that defense matrix up in time. But we're going to be moving on to Control Center as SFSU is going to be getting the positioning into the white room as fast as they can.
It looks like they went so fast that they used the Diva rockets before anyone was even over there.
They were expecting them to kind of meet them in that area, but sometimes slow and steady sometimes wins the race. But we'll see how that goes as Harambe gets dropped pretty early. But they're going to try to exchange. Kairos is going to get Chris Cade.
Looks like Solify is just trying to farm the energy to get up to the 80-90%.
Yeah, get that 80-90%, and that's going to be extra damage just being unleashed in there.
Looks like Mumu is going down, but the Reinhardt does go down on the SFSU side as well as Dago, who's playing Zenyatta.
Yeah, Donzo, I believe, is out of mech at the moment. Yes, but might be able to get their ultimate back considering Harambe's dropping pretty low, and also Kairos doesn't expect the little Diva to just be popping around a corner, so yeah, SFSU is going to be solidifying their dominance on this point for now, and we'll see if RU can make an adjustment or get their way through.
An outer mech Diva kill is so satisfying
Exactly.
when you get it.
And you also get your ult faster.
Oh, much
too,
faster.
Much faster.
Yeah.
So you might as well get a couple shots in there, just become like Sniper Diva.
Yeah. Try to aim for the head there.
Yeah.
Become Mercy when she pulls out her pistol.
Exactly. Oh, the Graviton Surge out by Solify, going to be holding everybody in place, but T-Cat's going to actually get gap shot on the back end of that. But Chris Cade and the rest of them are just going to be cleaning up and securing down the point. T-Cat's going to be running away somewhere. Oh, he's trying to get out of there. Nope, it's not going to happen. Solify solidifying the kill.
And look at his power again. Over 95%.
Yeah.
That's quite high. If I was RU, I would, especially for the next game, see if they're still going to try to work and focus around this Zarya and try to counter her as much as possible.
Exactly. RU is still not going to be switching over to that potential Diva, but that's the double-edged sword about running Diva against Zarya. Like, Defense Matrix doesn't do anything against the beam.
Yeah.
You kind of get farmed, but at the same time, it's such a huge hit when you use it properly. But Graviton Surge into a Dragon Strike with a nice answer by Dago's If, so he can keep everybody alive. And RU trying to make their push, trying to get onto the point this time, and Solify is going to drop.
It looks like RU is going to try to contest this here, and they're going to be able to jump on it. Though most of everyone on the SFAZ side has spawned in, but hopefully they know not to stagger it there.
We'll see what they do. As you said, Soldier 8 is the captain of this team, so they're going to be trying to make the calls, do what they need to do.
Looks like RU is just trying to get some shots off of there and return some of that damage that they received.
Yeah, trying to keep the positioning. Nano boost onto Harambe. T-Cat with a triple kill off of the tire, and they're trying to look for more. Meanwhile, Solify just leaning in the back on his own, but he's going to end up getting caught out there.
He does not have enough support from the Zenyatta there, so unfortunately he dies. But it does look like RU is starting to climb the percentage there at about 35% right now.
Yeah, but they got to make sure that this is a flawless hold if they're going to do it. 99% on the side of SFSU. They're going to be moving in here. Now the thing to look out for here is the ultimate coming out for both sides. RU is going to be having the Dragon Strike grab combo, but we'll see if Dogozif can get the Transcendence in time, but it's not going to happen.
Like it.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 on the side of RU as they're trying to get the rest of them off here. They're trying to chase down. Maybe? Nope. They're going to
looks like they're going to probably try to stagger that Baby Diva there.
Yeah. And they're going to pop him out of mech. Just leave him be, I guess. Mumu just backing it up. Yep, Gonzo's got to reset. So
yeah, it looks like SFSU there tried. They got a little too cocky, I think. At the end there, when they had 5 ults and a 6th one coming up, and they're at about like 90 or 80% or so, and I think they just went too far and got a couple picks and then just dominoed from there.
Yeah, and they heard T-Cat's tire coming off, and they do find the answer. Shield bash actually killing off the tire. Something that you don't see every day, but the stun by Harambe trying to get through to them. But Donzo's going to get T-Cat in the back, and Solvai's going to clean up the other DPS. The Kairos on that, but you know.
Oh, Art University.
They're applying so much pressure. Harambe is just requiring so much attention that sometimes you just can't get to the back in time.
Yeah, and especially when you have about 80% plus. From there, it's not even trying to get kills. It's just trying to stall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You just want to keep them off the point, and that's exactly what RU did. So we are going to be going to a the final bit of
tiebreaker
this,
of the map here. Yeah.
Lijiang. So this is going to be the gardens. This is the this one.
Yeah, the one with the thing in the middle and the 2 bridges.
Yeah, the thing with the middle 2 bridges and the fish
swimming around.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That one.
Exactly.
So we're going to be heading into that. I don't know if we're going to be seeing any far play out of either one of these teams, but it looks like Kairos is going to be whipping out that Ashe. So we'll see if that comes out into their favor. Once again, this does really benefit long sightlines if they can actually get the shot on it, but with goats being so prevalent, it might be kind of difficult to really secure a kill.
Yeah, and we see the Doomfist here just trying to get someone knocked off the edge, and it looks like
he's going to get Solify.
Yes, he will.
But the damage is kind of already done. He ends up getting 2 already on Harambe and Kairos, so their main front line is going to be erased, but
looks like they got tied.
Got to reset.
Looks like they got tied there, but they do have a plan. They are going to try to come from the side here. They're thinking that bridge is a little too risky.
Yeah, especially if you have a lot of tanky characters who have the potential to knock you off the side. They can do that. So, RU Onyx is trying to make their approach onto the point here. Harambe on that Reinhardt.
It's so difficult to go in there because when you go in there, then it's such close quarters, and honestly, this is one of the craziest maps here, and a really good one for a Reinhardt.
Yeah, and they do end up getting shattered, but it's still they're still gonna get off of that. Meanwhile, RU trying to find a couple more kills here. Almost knocked himself off.
Very interesting Ashe play of close quarters, and it looks like it's gonna fall to a melee.
Yeah, it really does get pretty difficult when you're trying to close out the distance or trying to create some space, even as Ashe, because it's difficult. Like, if you're getting initiated on, there's really not much you could do other than try to coach gun yourself away.
Yeah.
But
she does have the 2 firing modes with her main weapon, though. She does have the snipe, the zoomed in, and kind of the
rifle
from the hip.
So yeah, we have Rally available if they want to pop it, and that's exactly what they're going to do after getting Graviton Surge there. So they did lose Mumu in that engagement. Everybody's dropping pretty low on RU Onyx, so SFSU trying to make an aggressive push here, but
Looks like Senior Pac-Man fell off the side of the cliff there.
yeah, sometimes you forget how the bridge on the thing with the fish. So yeah, it happens sometimes.
Definitely hazards in stage when that happens. It's one of the most frustrating things.
Yeah, you're so in the moment. You're so like ready to do it, but 90% for SFSU. So RU's got to make a last-ditch effort to get onto this point if they're going to do it. So speed boost by.
Looks like all the ults are coming out right here.
Yep, there's speed boost by Mumu trying to get in, and TCAT getting that nice barrage onto the backline, but he's going to actually get himself as well. So Chris Cade looking to be the hero here on this brig, trying to get Mumu off the point, and Mumu not going to happen. Price putting him to sleep, but he's going to get bashed up as well. He's going to be left alone. So Kairo's coming back with his own brig.
Epic 1v1 here, and it looks like still just getting contested, but it looks like RU University has the advantage here.
And they are going to flip the point this time, but 99%, the damage is kind of done.
Oh, and Solify is going for the Widow, see if he can get a couple picks, and it's really almost when you're at 99%, it's just you gotta, if you can get just a few picks, just a couple picks, then it can steamroll and then it's all over.
Exactly. And once again, you stated, you have such a point advantage, so even 1 or 2 picks here could mean the difference between winning or losing this. And
yes,
there you go, it gets Price. So Solify looking to push even harder on this, and the fact, huge shatter.
That precision German engineering right there. Oh, it looks like he's gonna try to take him all to the rock.
Yeah, and he's gonna get him off the side there. Meanwhile, Gap Shot still swinging away at the hamster.
But he's just going in circles.
Let's see if they can figure out where he's going. It's not gonna catch him though. Yeah, at least kind of knew, but he had to throw down the mines. But 99% out on the side. It's gonna be flipped towards SFSU. Overtime is proc, but can you get on the point? They're gonna be touching for a second. Solify gets TCAT out of the air, and he's looking for more. He's trying to find somebody else coming around the edge here. He does have Infrasight, and the hamster is not going to quite make it there. SFSU is going to be taking the first map.
That's the kind of games that we like to see. All the way overtime. Who's going to win this? Who's going to win that? That just overtiming, like the overtime.
Yeah, exactly.
It gets you on the edge of your seat. So exciting, those plays there. That was a really good choice at the end there to switch to Widow, because Solify is really good at DPS and can definitely get those picks. So in a situation like that, where if you're just sitting in the back and you get a couple picks, you get the very far line of sight, then it can mean the difference between winning.
Exactly, and the first initial pick was on Price, so
yes,
it was the Ana, so no anti-nade, no way of really countering if they did decide to pop Transcendence to get in. So yeah, getting a single pick, even if it's on literally anyone on the team, just balances from the 6v5. It just,
and I believe he got a pick on one of the support players too, immediately when he went in there. So that's big. That's really big.
And that just comes down to the way how these two play. It's very high level play, lots of fun. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that as we're going to be heading into the next one. We're going to be moving into Lijiang Tower once again. This is a best of 5, so we're going to be seeing a lot more of this.
It is a maximum of 4 more.
4 more, possibly.
Possibly.
So we'll see how it fares up against in King's Row. So far we haven't been able to go to a map 3. So but the map 3 is going to be different.
Map 3 is going to be different.
Map 3
we might even go to a map 5. Possibly.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Possibly. Map 5, I believe, is it's Ilios. Yep. Yes. Ilios is map number 5, but if we somehow go any further than that, then yeah.
That's
Busan.
Yeah. There we go. We're calling it right now.
We're calling it right now.
Right now, exactly.
Busan.
There we go.
So yeah, we're gonna be moving into King's Row on the next one. As we saw a lot of really good Reinhardt play out of both sides.
We did.
And Reinhardt really does shine when you get him down here in King's Row.
Very much so, because it's the frontmost shield, and it almost fills up the whole alleyway when you're pushing from cart to the first point.
Exactly. And you want to use that to move forward, initiate, or get your team into a more advantageous position.
Yeah.
As
a Reinhardt player myself, I really like it when they're like trying to get the other one to use their ult, trying to like fake it, like, oh, they turn around but they actually come back with the shield.
Yeah,
that's the most like the interesting, or the Ryan 1v1s,
or the hilarious thing now that we're allowed to see on the other side.
Yeah,
when you let go of your shield, you're instantly looking at that other side, so you can be holding up your shield, looking this way, and then just shatter that way.
Yeah.
And they're like, wait, his shield's that way. What is he
what the
doing?
heck?
It's like,
Yeah.
because it's third-person perspective, we're allowed to to do that. So yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of that coming into this next one. SFSU having the lead.
Yes.
Over RU Onyx.
But it's only one, and it's still very much anyone's game.
Exactly. And they were close games, so these could become like, tooth and nail, very close matchups.
Yeah. And they're very different styles in terms of who you need to play, what strategies you need to do, when to engage, when not to engage, because it's just so completely different. You can be very good on one kind of mode, like King of the Hill, and then like a hybrid or a complete like push, you can be absolute garbage.
Yeah, exactly. And it does come down to just the way how teams play and how comfortable they are on said map. Like, what is it? When Eichenwald first dropped, when we were on RU Ruby, we studied that map like crazy.
Oh, I bet.
And then we saw it in rotation for Tespa when it was first like allowed in.
Ooh.
And we're like, we can do this. We studied this map and we would play like Orisa on it.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. But we're gonna be hopping straight into this as SFSU is gonna be on the attack first.
And it looks like SFSU did get 3 picks there and really pushing the space all the way back.
Yeah, they're just
really
applying their dominance real quick.
They're taking a lesson out of the RU playbook and not giving up any space there.
Exactly, and once again, they're going to be pushing forward as well. Closer spawns means they're going to be closer as well, so they got to take full advantage of that. Meanwhile, Doggo Sif saying hello.
How are you?
Wave in chat. So, yeah, he's going to be riding that payload. Meanwhile, the rest of the group or rest of the SFSU team is going to be pushing forward.
Yeah, and even though you can have a maximum of 3 pushing there, it really helps to see if you can try to get another pick. If you get another pick, then you get way more time than what you would have gotten, through the payload.
Exactly, and the single pick, the shatter does actually catch out 4. That's huge. And a Fire Strike is going to be landing right on top of him, and the rest of SFSU is just going to try to clean up the rest of RU. Senior Pac-Man is popped out of his mech.
It looks like they're gonna stagger.
They're just gonna let him go. Nope.
No, not anymore. Solify probably made the calls like, don't stagger, don't let him do it. So
yeah, he's gonna be brought down here, but this is when the push gets kind of difficult coming around this last corner here. But SFSU is sitting on 5 ultimates, so hopefully they can just get their way through here. Solify sitting at a solid amount of energy, just trying to get more.
But RU it might counter with they do have a couple ults popped there.
Yeah, there goes the beat drop on top after the answer to the Graviton Surge. But Chris Cade and Gapshot are still being aggressive, getting into their backline, trying to separate out the rest of the team, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Looks like Gapshot will not be punished for that. He was really extended over there, but fortunately his team did have his back there, and you see Solify really went up there and made sure that he's not going to die.
Yeah, gave him a bubble and made him choose between giving him damage or securing the kill, so that's exactly what's going to be going down. Rally's going to be popped by Chris Cade to just give everybody a little bit more armor going into this fight. Harambe's going to go down, and that's a go sign if you're SFSU.
The Zen ult is popped on the RU side, just trying to stay alive there, and it looks like the Lucio is going to fall.
Yeah, so that's the 2 healers, but grab and a bomb. Where's it going? It's gone the other side of the payload, so not really capitalizing on anything else there, as Solify still trying to mow through the rest of the team. And
looks like Solify is going to get his ult up once again. That is pretty quick, and it looks like they're just going into denial mode. Looks like no one's on the right side, but they're really...
Heroes trying to get in, but Graviton Surge catching out 2 more here, just making sure, hey, you ain't touching the payload. But T-Cat does actually touch the payload. He's trying to get his way in, but he's already super low. And 20-player kill streak. If anything, that just,
if you look, notice
right there.
It's wow, that was really quick. Everyone on the SFSU side was on fire.
Yeah,
that's when you know you have good synergy. At the end there, I mean, you have to do it, but just trying to touch that payload to stall it, and it's the stagger. It's not what you want, but it's what you have to do, unfortunately.
Exactly. You need to just get on the payload, make sure that you, even if you're stalling out a couple seconds on the clock, it could make or break as we saw against San Jose State. San Jose State and Aloni, when they were going head-to-head, because they didn't cap the first point quick enough, it gave Aloni a chance to actually come back and win it after they pushed through.
Yeah.
So, yeah, time can actually be a factor in these kind of games. So
That's why we kind of see sometimes the I've seen it a couple times in the Overwatch League. It's more of a meme, but you go to May, and then you just ice on the payload,
Yeah.
so you get the extra few seconds there. And most of the time it doesn't work, but sometimes it can.
yeah, and then you ice wall underneath yourself so you could hop on top of the payload.
Exactly.
And then you just run around in circles and hope that they don't hit you. And
Yeah,
then, and
I
then you
mean,
ice block again.
If you can have enough time until the rest of the 5 members of your team loads up and gets in there, then that might actually work.
Exactly. Sometimes, seconds matter.
Oh, very much so.
Very much, especially
Sometimes
in Overwatch.
it's milliseconds, or even for the distance, like
Yeah.
0.2 meters away.
Yeah.
Like you're right there.
That's what happened in the first tournament that we had in school when we were playing with the Art U team. When I was we had this one game. I think it was a Hollywood game, and we went like 3 times over.
Wow.
And the end game stat was like 44 Earth Shatters by me, and I was like,
goodness.
that's like ridiculous.
It looks like SFSU is not really going to change up too much on their side, but RU is going to change. They do have the Widow there, who's almost at 60% ult charge already.
Yeah, so they're using the double sight lines to the best of their ability. They're trying to create havoc by having T-Cat on one side and forcing him to look either one way or the other. Kairos is actually going to get Chris Cade. So
Looks like the Hanzo is going for the backline here, and really just all their arrows are meeting. Looks like Solify is also going to go down here, and that's a wipe pretty much on the side of SFSU, and they
T-Cat.
just have to just go.
Are you
stack
going to
it.
be throwing that ultimate? We'll see. We'll see if it comes out here next time on Dragon Ball Z. Or are they going to be coming out the other way? So he does throw the arrows. So
Oh, it
he's
looks
gonna get
like-
a little bit of side. He does see gap shot over here in the corner, but it's not going to happen.
It looks like SFSU did come to the aid of Gapshot there. I was a little worried that Gapshot was gonna, just unfortunate spawn there, but that does not look like it.
Kairos did pop Infrasight though, so it did give them vision of where they wanted to go. But Harambe is dropping pretty low. They're going to lose their main shield, so they're going to have to back up or get the res. And Mumu is going to get the res on Harambe, so they're going to keep their presence here on the payload. And we'll see where this Dragon Strike comes. Senior Pac-Man did just get his grab, but they're going to answer with it.
Big
Harambe
play.
coming to the back line, forcing out the Transcendence on the other side. Harambe kind of making some personal plays, but the Graviton Surge out by RU this time. And the Dragon Strike going to connect on 3 as we see them pop, or actually 2, and get the mech as they're going to be trying to push their way through. And they got to ride the payload, put price on the payload.
That was really good on the side of RU, and RU, the Mercy did pop her ult too, just to ensure that everyone in that team fight could stay alive, and have T-Cat actually stay alive long enough to use his ult and use it right there.
Exactly. Sometimes just enough healing, or they did make that change where it's now 60 per second during Valkyrie. Kind of just reverting it back to where it was originally, but sometimes that's just enough to keep somebody alive or let them go down. So
Yeah, rushing your ults, especially for something aim-wise, is not a smart idea.
yeah, Senior Pac-Man's gonna go down to that self-destruct there, but Mumu's gonna get the res. Gapshot is gonna get Harambe though, so that is gonna prompt a retreat by RU, because without the shield they can't really do too much.
And it looks like they're pushing it all the way back to where the cart spawned.
Yeah, so they're just gonna have to retreat, wait for the rest of the team to get through, but
And they're so close. Look at that. They're so close to that point, but their spawn is very, very long there. So SFSU is trying to capitalize on that.
they do send out the Sonic Arrow to just kind of get a little bit of sight there. Kairos is gonna switch over to the Ashe now, so no longer we'll see Widow anymore. We will be seeing a lot more Ashe.
I think she has a lot higher utilization, especially in close quarters with their dynamite here.
Yeah, especially if you could get it right over the shield. Reinhardt can't really do too much about that.
And her ult actually does damage compared to Widowmaker's, which is very useful, but in a small quarters situation like this, you don't necessarily need to know where everyone is. And it looks like Solify is going to pop the ult there, but in response, the Hanzo is going to shoot his out as well. And and actually get a kill on Chris.
Yeah, and they're using that now to just get Senior Pac-Man up really high, but a huge Earth Shatter out by Gap Shot, trying to bring down the rest of them. Oh, and there goes the Dynamite right over the top.
Unfortunately, that Earth Shatter was not enough, and probably could have saved that for the next fight there, but it's okay. It's okay. ArtU, this is good. ArtU's fighting back. That's the kind of games that we want to see. We don't want to see steamroll. We want to see close games, amazing plays, which both ArtU and SFSU has really shown us today.
Yeah, and this time Dynamite trying to go over the corner here. Oh, he does spot Solify. Will he be able to get the shot? Kairos.
Sniper versus sniper here.
Yeah, the only difference is Widow gets that one-shot kill potential. Kairos, on the other hand. Oh, never mind. If you get that Discord Orb, that does help out quite a bit.
Plus the headshot on that one. That was a really nice ult. And it looks like ArtU is going to pop their ult here.
Yeah, so we see Doggo Zip trying to keep him alive with that Transcendence as well, but Harambe kind of stuck in the back on his own here. Will he be able to get out? Nope.
And it looks like Solify did switch to the Genji, and he's actually, I don't want to say he's a Genji main, but Genji is definitely one of his really good players along with Zenyatta, or sorry, Zarya.
Sorry, yep. So they are going to have to reset. ArtU does lose it quite a bit, but they do have quite a bit of ultimates coming in here. And that's something that, if you're ArtU, you know that you probably have the ult advantage because they had to use quite a bit to get you off the point. So.
And also, I can tell that SFSU is really nervous here because Solify did just change from the Widowmaker to Genji, and he just changed from Zarya to the Widowmaker before that too. And it looks like this is going to be the make or break moment here.
Yeah, they are throwing out as many ultimates as they can here. Kairos has Bob available. Where is Bob going?
Bob, do something. Well, it doesn't look like they need Bob actually.
They don't need Bob. He's just gonna keep keep him away. Maybe using it when they're trying to make the last ditch effort. Oh, a nice 2-shot onto Solify as well.
He's really going hard on Ash here.
And
really
there we go.
Connecting all those shots there.
Yep, putting Bob out just to create a little bit of space. We could hear a lot of comms coming out from the other room, but you know, they wanted to get that. They're gonna get it. They're gonna secure the point, and yeah, we're gonna be seeing another one.
That was very clean. I don't think SFSU expected such a strong push from ArtU, especially near the end there. That's when they really came together and showed them why that they're the A team.
Exactly, and same thing. We didn't expect the Genji to just come out of nowhere. It was able to just push us back just a little bit. The ArtU team was just like, wait, we took out the Widow.
Yeah.
Where did she go? And now you have a Genji just running around in your backline.
Jumping around, doing all of his
you're
gymnastics
like, that's not a Widow. But yeah, that's what ended up happening.
Yeah. And but you can see ArtU there. There are lots of smiles on that team, on that side.
Yeah, it took them a little bit of time to get it together, but by the time they did, they had to run the
excuse me,
what is it, they ran the Ash to try to get around the shield a little bit, and it really did play into their favor. So
I think the Ash was a very good pick on their side because Widowmaker is very powerful, yes, and you can get the one shot, but if you miss the with Ash, you can get many more shots off successively. So if they're floating through the air and you know their trajectory, you can go boom, boom, and then possibly boom when they land on the floor.
So yeah, we're gonna be seeing ArtU Onyx having less time this time, so they're gonna have to start on the attack and maybe rolling off of the momentum that they started out with. Hopefully they can get what they wanted.
SFSU is still going with the comp that they know. At least for the beginning part there, so they're pretty confident that they can hold it back here and just see if they can run the timer down.
Yeah, Kairos is just trying to get the full angles here. They understand that he's trying to make the approach, so he's gonna sit right on top of Mandata's head. Oh, but Zen is like, get off my brother's head.
Zen's fighting back there and not gonna take any of that.
So yeah, the 2 DPS are gonna be going down for the side of ArtU. They have a little bit more than a minute to get in there, so this could be a good time to just wait and figure out, come back as a full 6, figure out what you have, and especially on this first point, you have to remember that spawn advantage is going in the favor of the attacker.
True, and you definitely do not want to rush it because the moment you start staggering, you already have limited time to begin with.
Exactly.
You know, maybe a couple minutes at the most. So you want to do it right.
Yeah, and you want to do it as cleanly as you can as well.
Exactly.
So they do end up getting gap shot, but they are graviton surged into this. Mumu could only do so much healing while she's just hanging out there. But yeah, the rest of the team is going to be going down. Mumu's just going to nicely retreat back to her home.
Looks like there's going to be, it's probably going to go into overtime. They're probably going to try to just touch it right there, but they have at least one good team fight left. And the alts are just starting to get up there with Zarya, T-Cat, Harambe, and Price.
Yeah, and Solify did use that, did use the initial, but here comes the Graviton Surge. The Dragon Strike also answered by Doggo Zip. Nice Transcendence though, but the Earth Shatter, they weren't expecting that one.
Oh,
They're trying to come
big.
in and try to get the rest of it, but Doggo Zip is going to take him down, and with no shield, it's going to clean up 2 more off of that self-destruct in the back line. So Price is going to pop his as well. He's got to stay on point though. He's the only one left along with Kairos. So it's Kairos and the Zen versus the World Solify.
Oh.
Dropping low. Kairos is also going to drop, and they're not going to get any percentage there.
It doesn't look like they get any there. That was a very good last try though, and Solify did fall there, but SFSU just one extra person just was able to just go over there and help them out and just give them that extra little push that they needed.
Exactly, and especially it's really hard to bring down 2 tanks when you're only a McCree and a Zen. I mean,
Yes,
you
yes,
can
it is.
you can heal them and try to deal extra damage as much as you can, but in the end, you know, they have a ton of HP. You can't really shred through it as quickly as you would probably like to. So this time, Art Onyx either facing the draw or the defeat. So they got to play this point flawlessly. Can't even let up 33% here.
And
So,
SFSU with
see how that goes.
the goats, it just you gotta goat back.
Yep.
You just gotta turn this into Goat Simulator.
Yep, that's pretty much what we're
Yeah.
going to be seeing here. I'm just trying to think of an Overwatch GOAT simulator now where it's just like, you know, Zarya charge.
Well, actually, I mean, the funniest, like, physics kind of thing in Overwatch is, like, you know, when you get that kill and the body just starts tumbling.
Yeah, the
tumbling,
ragdoll. When
it
you toaster yourself, when you die as main, you throw an ice wall underneath yourself right before you die.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just go.
Or actually, Farah is a really good. She can easily do it with her explosives.
Yeah.
Actually, I was watching back one of the old Razor stores, and Selic, he was playing Farah, and the way he died when we won the map was he shot himself and he tumbled like 5 times down to the ground. So SFSU is going to try to push here because all they need, they just need 1 tick here. So they're going a little bit aggressive and just trying to take as much space as they can.
Exactly, and especially right now, if you just build up your ultimates, you can just go in. If you win 1 fight, you got the game.
Exactly,
So.
and I mean, look at that time. They have over 4 minutes.
And
looks like-
they can't really touch the point either. So.
And it looks like that's it.
Yep, SFSU is going to be taking map number 2 as well. So.
This
Yeah.
is potentially our last map. This is the third map that we went into so far. And let's take a look here. It looks like Solify is gonna get play the game. I bet you it's a Graviton ult.
It's probably a grab ult as we'll see it coming around the corner here. Nope, actually.
No.
Nope, no. There's a lot of damage just coming out. Just yep. I don't think grab was really necessary there.
No, it looks like that the Gap Shot actually used his hammer to knock all of those down, and then everyone was just swinging away, and he ended up doing the most damage and getting the most kills there.
Exactly. Once you throw you don't even need graviton surge at that point.
Exactly.
They had the Earth Shatter down. They had enough people on the floor. They can just lean in with.
I've sorry to interrupt you, but I've noticed something that I want to say is I've noticed that the what really distinguishes the top players, the I guess you could say maybe the A team from the B team, or even, you know, the masters, grandmasters from, you know, plat, diamond is when to use your ult.
Exactly.
When you're in that much of an advantage, using your ult's just a waste. You're helping the other team.
Mm-hmm.
If you can do it without your ult, no need.
Yeah, it's always about knowing where and when to use it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and a lot of teams, especially newer teams, they're just like, "Oh, we have the advantage. Let's just throw it.
Let's kill them all. Let's do it
kill
in
'em all."
style.
Yeah, exactly. But then you realize, like, oh, I could have had that for the next fight, and then you lose the next fight, and you're like, what happened? It's like, oh, I could have had my ult here.
Just be like, I could have had that graviton surge, but you know,
nope.
I like using them. It looks cool.
It
the
looks
graphic.
cool, you know.
Yeah.
It's like black hole, man. Just throw it on the ground.
Yeah. I like your pins, by the way. I like the
Thanks.
is that the Bible thump on the
The
right
Bible
side?
thump on the right,
And
and
then what's
Umaru Diva.
Looks like little baby diva. Is that a little energy green
gremlin
energy drink?
gremlin diva that we got
Very
going
nice.
on here. It's just, yeah, it shows out the weeb half of me. You
Yeah.
know, you have a Japanese name like Kanashi.
Yeah.
You gotta represent with the pins, right?
Somehow, yeah. And I'm representing the SF Shock jacket that I actually Did you get anything at the Blizzard sale?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, I did.
They had the
I
Cyber
ordered
Monday.
quite a bit.
Very nice. Yeah, everything was like, okay, not everything, but just about everything was like 75%
Yeah,
off.
75% off of all like Overwatch League gear.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just because they're planning on like revamping everything, or they're just gonna come out
Maybe.
with new jerseys, new everything, and it's gonna be like we're gonna have like a
Even twice as cool as
yeah, I
everything
know,
else.
right?
Yeah.
And we're just like, oh, we're stuck with the okay stuff.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, maybe on this one it has the inaugural league and
Mhm.
then the date. So maybe like, oh, we're getting close to the new season. We can't sell the old season.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but hey, I'll take a 75% off discount. And then I also had a coupon from Tespa as well. So
Even more.
double deep discounts.
There you go. As we're moving into Temple of Anubis for our next map, is there anything that you expect to see here?
So I SFSU, I hopefully I like to see Farah on this map. Farah is always a good pick on this map usually, but it looks like they're both gonna run kind of a goats there. But I know Solify is a really good Farah player, so hopefully we'll see it from him. But if not, his Zarya seems to be going pretty well, and it actually looks like Gap Shot right down there in the middle is using a controller.
Is he?
Yeah, Gap Shot is Symmetra right now. Probably gonna change since he's the main tank for the team.
No, we don't know about that. Maybe.
Who knows?
Okay, no, they are.
Okay,
going to be
there we
running
go.
the goats. So yeah, we'll be seeing that. Meanwhile, ArtU is going to be trying to break that shield with the Junkrat, T-Cat picking up that, and Kairos is just going to try to look for a couple of picks on the far side here. As they
Looks
both
like
make their approach.
The Fire Strike did connect there from the Art University side, and it looks like they're just pushing all the way in. They're not going to take anything. And a lot of the time on this map, if you take the route on the left side there. Oh, looks like Art University just got just about every player from SFSU
It's
except
only
Solify.
Solify. And they're leaving, they're staggering him.
Oh
Just a
my
little
goodness.
bit. And then Solify's just like, yeah, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
I'll see myself out.
Yeah, it looks like they were too aggressive on there. I know SFSU, they're probably thinking, if we can just go in there, push them, try to just catch them off guard, maybe we can get some picks. But it looks like it actually reversed there.
Yeah, they really answered back. This time Gap Shot's going to be on the Winston.
Yeah, so he's the main tank, so he switches to Winston. Soldier A switches, actually he doesn't switch, sorry. Solify switches to the Widowmaker, and then Criscade also switches. So they're rethinking. That strat didn't work, let's move on here.
Yeah, they had to figure that out as well. So Gap Shot is going to go down. This is kind of like a semi-dive with the massive pick-off potential of Solify. So if they do make the fight a 5v6, it does really just play into their favor.
Yeah, and it looks like, it could work. Our university is not going goats. Kind of like the joke is the only way to defeat goats is to have a goats yourself.
Yeah. But it looks like both of these teams not playing goats, but T-Cat's going to find 2 off the tire. So I feel like SFSU got to back up just a little bit, maybe get a full reset.
They're really pushing them back. They're just getting a pick, getting 2 picks, and SFSU has more or less no other opportunity or option other than just to wait for them to respawn.
Yeah, you have such spawn advantage. There's no reason to really like trade or throw everybody else into that fight as well. So
yeah,
they're trying to do that. Harambe is gonna get Gap Shot, so they are playing 5v6. But we'll see if Solify has an answer for that as he's looking for a quick pick. Senior Pac-Man is gonna get Soldier A. But yeah, we'll see if Solify finds something.
It looks like they're just trading pick for pick here. But it looks like ArtU is going to come out on top here. And SFSU has no other options to retreat.
Yeah, ArtU is going to be sitting on a couple of ults coming into this next one. Meanwhile, SFSU also looking to return the favor.
Yeah.
As Senior Pac-Man is going to get Solify.
5 actually now with the Widowmaker. So ArtU is in a pretty good spot here. And TCat already used his ult and he's already back at 50%. So
yeah, we got to just figure that out. Criscade He's going to be
And
almost at his Dragon Blade, but I feel like they could go with a dry fight. They did pop Infrasight, so they do understand where they're going to be at, and Kairos does respond with his own Infrasight as well. So Solivai is going to find Kairos, and that's going to be the time to go. This is
Gapshot's going all the way to the back, forcing that trans ult out, though.
That's exactly what they wanted, and what happens when trans is already used? Dragon Blade usually comes out. Let's see if I can get on cue. There it is.
There we go.
And he gets one on Kairos. He's looking for more. He's
Going for the
focusing
D.Va.
down.
Probably not going to get the D.Va, though.
Yeah. And even if she gets popped, there is the self-destruct, I believe, available for Senior Pac-Man. But yeah, Senior Pac-Man keeping it pretty safe. Solify trying to find something. Nope, he's going to be like, all right.
Going all the way back, and maybe he might get...
This is the ultimate flank route.
Yeah.
He's going all the way back to spawn.
He get pushed all the way back there. He's probably waiting for his team to go. I don't know if our university knows that he's back there, though.
The rest of the team is rotating that way, but all that means is that there's less presence on the point at the moment.
Exactly.
And Gapshot understands that. He's going to be going in. He realized tight quarter. Let's pop the Primal Rage. Let's make sure that they're not going to be going anywhere as the rest of the team is going down. Gapshot is going to kill off Harambe, but there's quite a few bodies dropping here. And Solivai looking to get more, but he can't quite get on the point. So Art U is going to be doing a full hold, I believe, here.
Yeah, and it's surprising, though. Art University really kind of understood that that they just had to get a couple picks there. And when they got a couple picks, then they forced SFSU back to spawn and just had to wait for there. And they did that multiple times, all the way until about like a minute 30.
Yeah, and even though the spawn advantage is in their favors, I feel like if your whole team is already there, you don't have to like back out. You can just die there.
Yeah.
You're all gonna respawn anyways.
Yeah.
And so it's either way. But then again, I'm not a super high IQ player. It could just be like, don't feed them ults, or it could be just like, wipe as a team.
Yeah.
Get back, give the healing to the people who need the healing to get their ultimates.
Exactly. And
So,
if we look at the cam there, it does not look like Gapshot is using a controller anymore. Maybe it was just for the initial, Symmetra fun time in the beginning.
maybe.
Yeah, let us know in chat who you want to see from either team or even both teams interviewed.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could just let us know exactly who you want to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, Blue Jay is not on either of these teams. He's on San Jose State. I know say nay to help Blue Jay something. That was a nice little chant in chat there.
Exactly. So we're going to be heading into this next one. This time Art U is going to be on the offensive half. We'll see if anything changes up here. We saw how effective the Junkrat was on defense, but we'll see TCAT this time pulling out the Genji this time.
Very much so.
But yeah, I haven't seen TCAT's Genji. I've watched this team play quite a bit, but still, like I don't know what they do. So
Yeah.
we'll see how TCAT plays on this.
The surprise unknown. I mean, honestly, if they just get a couple picks, then all they have to do is just get that 1 point.
Yeah, Chris K gets a quick pick onto Kairos, but a quick res by Mumu, keeping them all up. So they'll be making their rotation here.
Nice and popped off. And it looks like SFSU is going to hold on the bridge to the right there so they don't get in that sniper path there.
And they understand that it's there now that Gapshot did get tapped a little bit.
Yeah, so it's going to be battle on the bridge over there, or also battle in the back.
See, this is exactly what he wanted. Harambe, he saw the line, and he was like, all right, she's over there.
Just got to follow. And then Donzo is retreating. He knows that he just can't do anything against a Winston that has a Mercy.
And another res onto Kairos, keeping him up as Mumu kind of in a difficult position here. But it looks like Art U might be able to solidify themselves onto this point here. Can they get the kill on Donzo? Donzo is going to go down in time. So Art U actually going to be taking their first map off of SFSU in the series.
Very nice. That's good. So let's look at the play of the game here. Who do you think it's going to be? Quick.
Harambe.
I think it's going to be Mumu. Oh,
It's Price.
Price.
You can say the price is right, you know.
Right team.
Yeah. So let's see exactly what happened here.
Probably a fat right click
There's
there.
a fat right click, couple
Very
of
nice.
another pick. He's just kind of falling into the back, just getting what he needs.
I love it. So I'm a Zenyatta player myself, and I love it when you're doing Zenyatta and you need to do as much damage as you can. So you're just throwing, you're just like holding down left click
Yeah,
there,
he's just-
and everyone just the stars align and everything, and you're just getting hit after hit of squishies there. And he took down the pretty much the whole back line support of SFSU right there.
Exactly. He took out the Zen, and then he got the Lucio, and then he also popped the mech from the far end. So, you know, just having a little bit of extra damage as well with that Discord orb, you can definitely get some more kills out of that. So.
Oh, for sure. Zenyatta is a force to be reckoned with. If you can play Zen, he's, in my opinion, one of the best off supports.
Exactly.
Because he can help do more damage. He can do damage. He can do healing, and his ult is really nice.
Yeah.
When you're in a a graviton or any kind of AOE thing, like maybe even a Genji ult too.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also a double-edged sword, like as we saw what SFSU tried to abuse there. They threw the graviton surge knowing that the Transcendence was going to be popped, and then they answered with their own Dragon Blade, trying to wipe off the rest of RU off the team. But yeah, if you don't pay attention to that, or sometimes you just see the Dragon Blade come out to bait the Transcendence. But yeah, it always does come down to those split-second decisions. Do I use this? Is it really a threat? And do I take care of it?
That's like almost a perfect situation to explain, like when people start getting nervous, like, oh, isn't there anything I can do? Oh, maybe I can pop my ult, and maybe they know that using the ult might not be the best option in that situation, but just instinctively you want to try to do something. You want to see if you can resurrect the situation, but then you just end up using more ults, and it just is not good at the end there.
Exactly.
You have to stay calm-headed and patience.
Exactly.
That's pretty much the theme of the tournament.
Exactly.
Patience wins.
Patience and ult economy, like figuring out like, oh, I have this ult, they have that ult. Do I use this? Do I save it? As we are looking at Rialto now. Now, Rialto was introduced during the Retribution event.
Yes.
And you would play.
It was a fun map.
Yeah, it was a fun map, and you play the map backwards. So, now that we have Rialto as just like a regular map, we play it what we consider forward. I mean, I guess this is backwards, right? If you're
I guess it depends. It all depends on your reference view.
Exactly.
Which one?
Do you take it from the actual map, or do you take it from Retribution?
From the game mode. Yeah, the game mode was pretty fun. Playing as, let's see, who did I play as? I think I played as Reaper most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't aim, so it's either Moira or Moira.
Yeah.
Just throw out the healing ball, throw out a thing, and all. You're guaranteed a gold. Like,
perfect.
As long as you heal more than Reaper shoots, I mean,
yeah,
you should be okay.
I love it when like a Roadhog gets like gold healing. It's just so funny to see.
You're just like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Hello? Either you're taking a lot of damage or the healing's not that great.
Exactly. So, Onyx is actually going to be pushing the cart up and around here, and it looks like SFSU is going to, or SFSU is making the push. RU is going to be holding around the corner.
Well, it looks like the pressure is really on RU, and they just keep falling back. I'm not quite sure what exactly. No one has really fallen. They actually did get a kill on gap shot there, but it seems like they are starting to now push back. That cart really made a lot of progress, almost a 0.1 in what, like 45 seconds?
Yeah, Kairos is just like, all right, I gotta do my thing now. Just put him down. But sometimes I felt like, yeah, they were too passive on that. They were just like, oh, we have to give up some space, but they eventually almost gave up too much space, but luckily they were able to put on the brakes.
They realized, oh, it's almost at the end here. We gotta stop.
Whoops.
Yeah, and it just looks like just shots were being fired on each side. Someone just trying to get a pick. Anyone really. It looks like the ult will be going out though.
Wow.
That is a big brain play there. SFSU will be pretty much wiped except for that Zenyatta. Oh nope, now it's a wipe.
Zen's just like, nope.
I'm done.
Yeah. He's like, I don't want to accidentally give them another kill. So,
exactly. That was really good team cat there. Some really good coordination and communication on the team of RU.
Yeah, and it cost them 2 ultimates, but it was used to the maximum effectiveness. So
yes.
They were able to, drop the Riptire, and the Riptire wasn't obvious, like an obvious projectile either. It was just like, we're gonna go over the building this time.
That was a nice play there, but it looks like SFSU is responding strong there with a nice push. Oh, and it looks like the Mercy did get pinned with gap shot.
He does get the res though, so we'll see if Harambe can make a big play here, but it doesn't look like he's going to get much out of it. So, meanwhile, Bob is somewhere. Bob is doing something. Oh, okay, never mind.
Bob's sleeping.
Bob's asleep? All right.
Bob is sleeping there, and it does look like SFSU, either by just not using their ults or just getting more charge, is going to have the ult advantage coming up into this next fight here with Art University only having 2 ults at about 70%.
Yeah, Solify at 500 HP.
Yeah.
Because, you know, shield goes before armor, so kind of
575 right now. That's a lot.
That's a lot of healing.
Yeah,
That's a lot of health.
especially and he knows to go in there with his shield, just go pretty much as far as he can safely to get that charge on his weapon.
So yeah, Earth Shatter. Oh, the stun out to.
Be a lot of connects, and the backline just falls to that.
Yeah, it was just a nice stun on Harambe to actually enable the rest of that Earth Shatter to go through, and RU Onyx not catching that, so they're gonna have to reset. But Bob and Tyre are online, so maybe they want to try to find something if they can get Senior Pac-Man to hook up as well.
And the Zarya on the Art University side is also almost at her ult, and also the Junkrat is at their ult, so maybe they can do another combo like that again. That would be huge on the side of Art University.
They do get the ultimate, but T-Cat has already pulled the Tyre, so it's not going to really get too much out of that.
And we're just watching Solify just do what he does and just cleans up the back line with his 80+%. He likes to do the right click on the ground and punch right after. I guess it's a maximum DPS strategy.
Yeah.
Try to get every last
big brain
point.
DPS play that, you know.
Top 500. I think he's at like 440 or something this morning.
So learn from this dude. Throw a right click on the ground and then throw a punch immediately after.
I've seen him in practice range practicing that combo a lot of times, and it looks like the Art University is going to use their Graviton ult, but it doesn't seem to do much with Gap Shot protecting everyone with the shield.
Yeah, and they're going to return the favor and give them their own Graviton Surge to worry about. Meanwhile, Donzo almost looking at a self-destruct here if he wants to just use it to get his ultimate back, or just use it to clean up the rest of them. Solify is still at 500 HP at 85% on his charge.
Yeah,
so.
all you have to do is just look at the SFSU side in the top right there. Every single one of them, even the supports, are on fire.
Yeah, they're just doing so much, and ArtU is just kind of held stagnant here.
RU was exactly where SFSU was in the last map. They just didn't know how to respond. They just tried everything they could, but at a certain point, your communication starts breaking down there. And wow, that was a really good push from the SFSU side. And if RU doesn't respond strong and win this one, then SFSU is going to go all the way to the final.
Yep, and they're going to have a chance against either San Jose State or the RUB team. So
yeah, and it might actually be the anime revenge story that we've all been waiting for.
Of course. So SFSU definitely feeling themselves coming into this. Meanwhile, RU's got to figure out what they're going to do. They did get pushed pretty hard. And they gave up a lot of space on that first initial push. So they might try to do something around this, and I do like if they want to go for it, like a Pharah maybe around the side, because there is a potential for a lot of high ground play. You could take to the skies, especially over a Goats comp.
And the only response that SFSU would have to that would mainly be the D.Va. I mean, Doggo, I don't know how well his aim is, but I don't think it's, you can get lucky and get maybe a couple of hits off of Pharah, but what, like two and a half rockets pretty much.
Yeah.
And you're dead as a Zen.
Exactly. So it's going to be coming down to exactly that. We'll see if they decide to run something a little bit extra, or are they just going to be playing something, very standard, something that we've kind of seen, a four-legged creature of some sort.
That has some kind of a game with something simulator.
Yeah, something, but it does look like RU isn't going to be running that. They're playing I Am Bread while everybody else is playing simulator. So,
hey, that's a good game, and it looks like our SFSU is going to be really aggressive. They do not want to give up any space here.
That's
going all the way to the spawn. That's a very risky move on there, but they think that they can pay that pays off.
Yeah, they were afraid of that that potential pirate ship. So they're just like, nope, we're gonna close out the distance, make sure that you got no space to breathe. Senior Pac-Man just gotta back up a little bit, try to get some HP, and
the Mercy did use the res, so you can't use that for later. But it looks like they're starting to make a little bit of progress there. The instant healing and the spawning right there is just completely at Art University's advantage.
yeah, T-Cat does get a couple of kills here, and the spawn advantage is in Art U's favor. So
Yeah,
even if they are going to be giving up a couple of kills there, they are now finally able to move the payload, and it did stagnate them for quite a bit. So they are trying to keep 3 on here, try to make their way up and through there.
But you can see right there the Zarya from Art University is a little bit scared to go up because they had that whole space essentially all the way until the first point that they could use and try to defend. But it looks like Art University is going to get some players taken away here from San Francisco State with that Zarya ult.
Yeah, they're going to have to back it up. Meanwhile, Bob is trying to do what he can. Does end up popping Donzo out of his mech, but I don't know how much longer he can stay here because this planet needs him.
And it looks
he flies off.
and it looks like the Hanzo is just trying to get a couple picks here.
Yeah, T-Cat's either looking for an angle to get a quick pick or to at least just deal some damage to that barrier.
Yeah, and I think this is going to play very well when Art University pushes from the front, so all the attention from SFSU is supposed to be on the Art University, then the main 5 right there, but then Hanzo is just going to come out on the side and try to flank.
Oh, but the shatter is pretty big on their side, but a nice answer by Price. Trying to keep everybody up. Senior Pac-Man does have Graviton Surge available.
But the beat has dropped, so they do have some extra health there to play with.
Yeah, and Senior Pac-Man is going to get dropped there. Meanwhile, Price trying to find a good angle to really get in there. And
they have 1 minute and 30 seconds to try to come up with a response to the GOATS comp, and it looks like SFSU has 3 ults there with the Graviton about 50%, and we actually have a change on the Art University side.
Yeah, Kairos is going to switch over to the Widow, so we'll see if they can get a quick pick onto their side, and Price is also going to be going to Ana. Kairos this time. This is what I was saying earlier. I feel like they needed the Pharah a lot earlier. T-Cat is going to be picking that up. So they're going to be playing on the ground with the Ana heals. Meanwhile, in the sky, it's going to be the Pharmacy. Tries to get the Shatter. Does end up getting Chris Cade onto the ground. Graviton Surge over into the corner, but they're not going to be able to keep Harambe up. So it's going to be a lot of damage still going into the favor of San Francisco State.
And the Hanzo has fallen, and unfortunately, if he had the ult, this might have been a different story here. But it looks like they have about one good push left, and hopefully they can get some of their ults and just keep this game going on a little bit longer.
Exactly. They need to do this or else they're going to be eliminated from this tournament. At least they had a good run to start out, but it's not the end. It's not over till it's over. So
exactly.
We'll see if T-Cat or the rest of Art U can actually get an ultimate up. 20 seconds left. The payload is actually pretty close to them, so they could at least keep some presence on it.
Yeah, and there's going to be 3 ults going into the next team fight from SFSU here. And it looks like, let's see if we can get any. It doesn't look like that got any picks there, but Gapshot does almost fall there.
Yeah, he drops pretty low. The Diva Bomb into the back, and they are going to pick off 2 of the supports. So Kairos is looking to try to finish off the last one if he can get it. T-Cat with the barrage is going to get enough of that. So hopefully they can keep their presence onto the payload and into overtime. Harambe is going to come in with an Earth Shatter available. Meanwhile, Senior Pac-Man just trying to create some space for the team and tell them, hey, don't come here. This is my bridge.
It's looking good on the Art University side. It looks like they are going to take the first point here. And SFSU, if I was them, I would just save, invest in that ult economy.
Exactly. You don't want to use too much there. You kind of want to just build it up and use it when it's needed, especially since time is in your favor. You don't really need to worry about rushing for time. And even so, if you do lose out to time, it's not too bad to try to hold for a minute.
Yeah, and this next area is really one that Hanzo can shine. There's very good open spaces that he can shoot his arrows. But unfortunately, he does get taken down by the SFSU side, as well as 4 others.
Yeah, it was a really good Earth Shatter out on the side of Gapshot there. ends up dropping 4 of them and gets the cleanup. So forces TCAT and Mumu to back up a little bit more as they are going to be making their approach.
At least they have a relatively close spawn, though.
Yeah, at least at this point right now, they have the closer spawn, trying to get a little bit of distance onto here. So
Yeah.
as you stated, the Hanzo ultimate is going to be really key coming into this. There's a lot of really weird angles that you can throw it.
This next fight, Art University is going to have 5 only compared to 3 on the side of SFSU, so it does look like they could do this right here.
Yeah, but as we saw right there, Donzo actually did end up eating the Graviton Surge, and they're going to return the favor onto Harambe, as he's going to get dropped himself.
Yeah, and it looks like Harambe's ult did not land with anyone here, and it's... Oh! That was really close. Did you see how much health Gapshot has
Yeah,
left?
Gapshot's got a little bit over like 60 HP right there, but
That was pretty much 1 extra arrow right there to the face.
yeah,
And you're done.
one more of the...
Give him the old 1-2, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The old ancient era, and it looks like they're just now healing up Gapshot there.
Yeah, he's like, somebody...
He's like, hello?
Hello?
The song, hello?
Yeah, I need some HP.
Exactly, and it looks like they don't really have much. It looks like the Fair just pretty much has a straight shot just to shoot as many rockets as they can. Their Doggo trying to hit, but it's just too far.
And yeah, that anti-nade is coming in pretty big from the side of Price. So if Art, you can find the angle, which is what they're trying to do. They throw the Dragon Strike to keep them kind of corralled into one space, and they kind of know what's going on here.
Yeah, but it looks like Art EU is a little bit staggered with some trying to go to the left, but then going on top, and then a fight on the bottom there. But it does look like, oh, that TCAT did get 3 kills with the Fair raining down from above. And
Yeah.
it looks like it's going to go to another overtime push. This is, they're doing it, but it's a little slow.
It is a
little slow and a little risky, because all they need is right now just to get off the ult just for, you know, a couple seconds. Especially the more overtime, the faster it goes down.
Exactly. So SFSU is going to be looking for that Earth Shatter if it's not already committed, which it is. So we'll see what the rest of the team can do. Can they hold it out, or will they just let it slip? Here comes that Dragon Strike onto the point. It's just trying to create a little bit more space, but Kairos is going to be dropped after the Graviton Surge is being dropped as well. And even more damage. Senior Pac-Man coming out, throws a Graviton Surge onto the ground, trying to get more, trying to keep Harambe up. He's trying to just swing through, but there's already 4 of them onto the point.
Oh, and it looks like SFSU will win the game and go on to the finals here. And I gotta say, Price was doing really good with those anti-nades at the end there. I was just seeing a sea of purple. And it looks like Gapshot will get the play of the game. This is the second Reinhardt play of the game that I can remember from this tournament. There might have been more.
Yeah, Mr. Fancy Pants had one earlier, but we'll see what Gapshot had to do. Got a nice pin onto Mumu. Didn't quite deny the res, but at least got a little bit of damage in after Solify dropped that Graviton Surge just to give him even more.
It wasn't a big hammer, but it really shows that as a Reinhardt player myself, I love seeing plays like that. It shows that Reinhardt can be so crucial in team fights. Right, you see that the Mercy is not going anywhere, so you just charge, and it's almost everyone else is distracted, so it's pretty much a straight shot, and you might, you know, bump a couple people along the way, but it's so satisfying to get those pins and then just go back and just start swinging.
Exactly.
It's just a hit fest.
Yeah, exactly. As one of the tank players for RU Ruby when I was on the team, it was a lot of fun just being like, okay, you're trying to be you know, stationary. It was hilarious, like, if a Widowmaker didn't know that we were doing like a flank play, and then she's still like down the scope, and then you're just like
shift,
just whoosh, like right into the wall.
His Fire Strike, like I was saying, I was watching some of the old Razor Store tournaments again, and I was playing Reinhardt on one of the maps, and it was Hollywood, and it was on the first point, and it was like the back little route over there, and it was a Genji and a Baby Diva out. And I went to go Fire Strike just thinking I was going to get one, but they ended up going, and the Fire Strike went right through them, and the camera, it was so perfect. I think V-Flight was...
Yeah, V-Flight was on observation.
Yeah, he was observing, and he did it like a second before I did it, and it was pretty great.
Yeah, if we only had that World Cup spectator view, you know,
we'd
slow-mo it, and then just like
frame by
pan
frame
through it, you know, that's exactly what we would have gotten with that. But
it's like, this is a second he knew that he was gonna die.
Yeah.
But yeah, very good. I'm not sure if we're gonna get an interview with anyone on the floor there from either side, but congratulations to both teams. That was that was the closest games we've seen so far in the tournament here.
Exactly, and a lot of really good high-level play as we saw from both sides, really.
Oh, very much. Sometimes, it looked like SFSU steamrolled some of the games, but Art University definitely had their moments there, especially with Temple of Anubis. I mean, they didn't even, they barely touched the point.
Exactly. They didn't let them touch the point at all, and even if it was like, oh wait, they're running a Junkrat, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to run that shield buster to get through a goats comp like that. So they felt organized. They felt happy about what they had to do, and they were able to hold it out on Anubis, but sadly they couldn't push it to an even further round.
And looking at chat here, I see Spam the Do for the Blue Jay interview. Unfortunately, Blue Jay's getting set up right now, so we can't actually we don't want to interfere with them getting set up on the gameplay there, because we want to get you it as soon as possible. But maybe we can do an interview with Blue Jay after again. Maybe SF or San Jose will fall to Art Ruby Team 2, and maybe it's a anime revenge. You defeated my older brother, who defeated your younger. Yeah.
So we're gonna be having an interview with a captain. So we'll be getting that. We'll be getting that pretty right now.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Yes.
That's not the interview.
I'm waiting for them.
There we go. Perfect.
I'm with Devin, a.k.a. Gap Shot. Your team, the Gaming Gators, are now in the finals, and how does that feel?
It feels pretty great. I mean, we practiced and trained for this. We saw this team in our last tournament, so we knew there'd be a tough fight, so we really trained and worked hard for this.
Hey, you worked hard indeed, and working hard pays off, so congratulations. And you were the Reinhardt. You got the play of the game. You established a lot of the moving forward and the aggression as you used the shields and the big Reinhardt abilities. What did they just rally around you and said, of course it's a team effort, but you did play a pivotal role?
Yeah, I try to set the pace and how the team moves. We like to have an aggressive play style, and when I call things to go, things go.
Yeah, well, they definitely do go, and with that aggressive play style, SFSU is in the finals. Congratulations to the Gaming Gators. Back to you in the studio.
All right, we got a nice interview with Gap Shot. He definitely set the tempo for that, allowing Solify and the rest of the crew to really help out with that.
Oh, for sure. When you have a good main tank who can really allow you, block the damage and just allow those plays to happen, then it's that synergy that we were talking about before.
Exactly. It does come down to almost milliseconds, especially with these kinds of teams.
Yeah.
But it always has to do a lot of figuring it out, taking your time, and knowing who's on your team. And especially if you have a top 500 guy, it helps a little bit.
Oh, it helps a little bit, but this is Overwatch is very much a team sport.
Exactly.
So even if you have one good player, it's it will definitely help and open up more opportunities, but it's not a make or break.
Exactly. You want to create a little bit more space for the people who can actually deal damage, and that's as both of us are tank players, we like to do that. We got to make sure if we enable the rest of our team and they do okay, and the other team is just getting shot in the face all the time, then we're doing our job. So
it's also fun when you're doing well. You can switch more from a defensive kind of position and role to more of an offensive one, especially with that charge and your fire strike as well. It's pretty fun when you play Reinhardt or a tank and you start racking in the kills a little bit there.
Exactly.
Yeah, then everything is good. So
everything feels a lot better. It feels like there's a lot of momentum coming, and especially in a team sport, in any team sport really, once you start getting a little bit of a rally, a little bit of a momentum rolling, it really does snowball into a bigger effect.
Oh yeah, and we saw on at least two of the maps there, for most of the map, at least about half of it or so, SFSU, they all had, they were all on fire. They're all, we saw at the end there, I think it was Donzo, which is the off tank. He got 20 kill streak.
Exactly. The 20 kill streak just showing off like, I can survive. I can survive this, but also it just shows how well the teams got each other's backs.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really a testament to the support players, making sure that everyone is alive. I'm not even sure that many people died on SFSU's side that map when they were pushing.
exactly. They didn't die that often at
Yeah.
all.
That
But
was really nice.
yeah, we're heading into the other semifinal match. It's going to be San Jose State versus RU Ruby. The
And-
thing about, I have a little bit of history with a little bit of both of these. So we know Junie and Blue Jay
Yeah.
on San Jose State. One of my friends goes to San Jose State,
Mhm.
and she knows one of these guys. I forgot
Yeah.
whose gamer tag is equipped with whose actual name, but yeah, she is, goes to school, knows a lot of people. But I have history with RU Ruby, so we'll figure out who gets bragging rights next time we meet.
Yeah, and
if this really means anything
yeah,
to her.
and the screen just changed, but it was pretty cool to see how similar the logos are. It's like almost like a knight, like the helmets were similar. It was almost like a knight versus a knight here. Yeah,
Yeah, there we
that's
go.
the Spartans versus the knights.
Yeah, we only have the helmet because we couldn't afford the rest of the armor. So we have the RU Esport logo, which is just nice helmet. Got the same colors. Meanwhile, the Spartans actually got the entire Spartan.
It might seem a little biased, but I think esports logos are some of the coolest logos like that I've out of almost like all the logos. They're just so cool.
Yeah, we just need to update other sports logos to kind of
Yeah.
have something like that. So
And behind us, actually on each side is the scrolling of each of the logos of all the teams are here. So you can see, Spartan Esports, Art University, SFSU. Yesterday we had a League of Legends tournament over here, and UCSF was here as well.
So yeah, we got a nice look at all of them.
Yeah.
RU and San Jose State going head to head. The SR difference is only 0.2K. So
That's a lot.
literally super close here.
Yeah, that was the same difference, plus or minus like 0.1K as the last map between our university team A versus SFSU team A.
Exactly. So hopefully we get to see a lot more closer matches.
Yes, maybe a map 5. Who knows?
Map 6.
Map
We can see some Busan.
map 7. Let's just add another map
Let's
in
just
there.
add another map. As long as we don't, if we keep the tiebreakers going, then
Yeah.
we're just gonna have to keep picking capture point maps and figuring out what else we have to do.
There we
have
go.
to-
Yeah, let
for
us know.
payload.
Let us know in Twitch chat what maps do you all want to see in Twitch chat. If
Honestly, if
it
you're
goes.
not gonna pick anything, Wits, the producer, is instantly gonna pick Junkertown. Like he wants a Bastion play. He wants to see some Bastion.
Yeah, I like that map. Do you think Bastion? So going since we started talking about Bastion, do you think he's up for a rework anytime? He did have his own little rework, but it seems like he's just not really getting picked at all by any team.
I mean, I feel like he's only as good as the map that
Yeah.
you play him on. Like on a payload map, he's very good at just sitting on the payload, putting up 2 shields, and then just making sure that he's okay, protect the president.
Yeah.
But on capture point maps, it's kind of hard because there's a lot of flank routes, everything's open. And Assault kind of does the same thing where you can sit behind a rock and shoot over it, like in Hanamura.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not super versatile. But I don't know exactly what they would do. I mean, give him back the RC mine or something.
Yeah.
The little mini Bastion.
I remember I was actually in I think it was closed alpha. I'm not sure exactly when they changed it, but Bastion actually had that little shield
Yeah, the
in
mini
front
shield.
of him, and he could only turn like 45 degrees each way.
Yeah.
Which it was interesting, but it was just too much. Like stationary machine gun turret with his own shield in front of it. I'm just glad they changed
Yeah,
it.
it's not like we're not gonna go into that Lord Tachanka stuff from Rainbow Six Siege where you're just can't turn. You're just locked into your own little corner.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Not with the new Bastion. So I feel like giving him full range of motion was good. There's actually a critical hit spot. But yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Hammond either. I mean, we saw him here and there, but
We saw a
he's
little
kind
bit
of a last ditch
last
effort.
resort.
Kinda,
Yeah, it's almost the new May on the payload when it's like the very last moment. Like, okay, let's just go around in a circle.
Yeah.
See if we get a couple of environmental kills.
Yeah, the speed boost Lucio, just hop on top, get the May, get the spinning around.
Get some momentum there.
momentum, yeah.
But I haven't played Hampton myself because And I just don't. I think he's very, very situational. He's really good in a lot of situations, but he's very situational. But something that I see is when people do that last ditch effort, they just keep going in a circle, and that becomes very predictable.
Exactly.
Like we saw Gap Shot, he got knocked over, but he tried to shift into
he tried to pin the Hammond.
Yeah, and I mean, if he didn't get that bump off, I'm not sure exactly what it was. But if he didn't, he probably would have gotten it. And
yeah, exactly. If Hammond did not stop to pop his ultimate, he would have gotten the pin.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, I also feel like the hardest part about using Hammond's kit is the pile driver itself. Like, you in order to get pile driver for the most part, you have to commit your
trajectory path.
Yeah, your little what is it, hook shot thing,
Yeah.
grapple hook.
Yeah, you definitely have to get some momentum up there.
So yeah, you have to get up in the air, and the only other time is like if you're on the high ground already, and you could do that little back step into pile driver. That's a potential. But I don't know about the other ones. I don't know how else you would be able to go through with that.
Yeah. I'm actually very happy with. I know it's not super new, but I know Torb's rework. I'm very happy with that because before Torb was just put the turret down, stay like right next to it, and hope it doesn't get hit too many times, or else you'll be taken out of the action trying to repair it with the hammer.
Yeah, and that's back in the day when you had to repair it with the hammer.
Yep.
And build it. It's not like a level.
Exactly.
Not a level 2 turret.
Kids
instantly.
these days don't know anything about building their own turrets.
They don't know about level 1 turret.
Nope.
They're spoiled. They get a toss level 2 turret.
They're just building their stairs in Fortnite.
Yeah. But yeah. Once again, still Art U Ruby versus San Jose State.
Yeah,
we're looking at the coach for both of these teams. It's Darto, who's one of the support players, and then we have V-Flight, who's in the back right there. He's the captain, or he's a coach for Ruby, and yeah, it's going to be coming down to different school of thoughts, really.
And even though our university Ruby team has that .200 or the 200 SR advantage 3.5 compared to 3.3. We saw that with Art University and SFSU, and SFSU pretty much said that no, it doesn't matter about SR. It's all about the autonomy, the communication, and the teamwork, and just working together. And you can really see the practice. They're a relatively new team. I was actually on the team, but I had to drop out just because I didn't have enough time to commit to it. And they found another support player, Doggo SF. And they just been practicing the last couple months, and I think it's really showing. Obviously a little bit biased there, but if you can win it, if you can be better than the rest of the teams with your strategy, then you deserve it, because that means that you put in the amount of hours that you need to do.
Exactly, and it also comes down to Art U Ruby. I personally got in their ear and brought, I wouldn't say pass the torch, but we're passing down what Tay has taught us from our time. He's still out there. He coaches the A team, but for the most part, the B team is just it's there.
Yeah.
But his main focus is always on the A team. As we see the two teams sitting across from each other once again, you see the bandana thing. That's not a bandana. That's a pair of leggings.
Oh,
that's
why. Is that a Horde?
Yeah, it's for the Horde.
Oh, is that from a Tespa bundle?
Yeah, it's a Tespa bundle. He won it. He won in one of the raffles.
The leggings.
Yeah,
oh, very nice.
So he won it, and that's why his name is Mr. Fancy Pants, because
nice.
he always has it on him whenever he's at a tournament.
Oh, that's Mr. Fancy Pants.
That's Mr. Fancy Pants.
In real life.
Yeah,
very nice.
Yeah.
Everyone take a gander. That's Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yep, and
that's awesome.
The guy who's closest to us is Bear.
That's right. He was popping off on Ash.
He was popping off on Ash. He had that really nice bob setup where scares everybody into a corner, and then everybody's kind of free reign at that point.
Yeah, and it looks like right there on the right side, San Jose State University. They're out in force today. Actually, I saw quite a few of their members watching the games from the couch. Shout out to Jonas. If you guys can hear this, make some noise. And then, again with the jerseys, just the coordination and just the dedication of investing that money to buy jerseys, whether it's your own personal money. I heard a couple screams. Awesome. Whether it's, whether it's your personal money or a club money, just saying we want to have jerseys, we want to be a team, and we all care enough about each other to actually hang out with each other
Exactly.
and practice and do it in in public in a stream.
Exactly. Especially in a live setting, I feel like half of being on an esports team is just team bonding and
Oh,
just
yeah.
getting to know the rest of your teammates. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what was it for our team when we were on the B team? I would bring everybody. I live out in the East Bay,
Mhm.
so I would bring everybody out to like an arcade or like a
Ooh,
karaoke like
nice.
hangout, and we would just do that.
Yeah.
And because of that, we got to know each other so well that like we were just always tight. Every play that we tried to do, even though it may have been like some like plat area like
Yeah.
weak play, but
Middle
at least
elo level,
like
yeah.
low elo plays. We were figuring it out. Like we were tight enough where I was like, I'm gonna grab you, throw Dragon Slayer, just throw it now, and then we were just so trusting of each other to the point where we can just figure it out.
Yeah, and I mean, like again, it is very much a team-based sport. So, whether you like it or not, liking and being close with your teammates really does help you. Whether it's with communication, where you're trusting each other, and you just learn each other's play style and just even their personality too. Is this guy a risk taker? Is this girl more defensive? And you just learn.
Exactly.
I'm finding it hard to explain just what you feel kind of like on an emotional team level.
Yeah, exactly. It starts getting to a point where you kind of know what they want to do.
Yes.
Before you do that, like I have a dedicated like 3 stack that I'm always a part of, and with the support player is always just like, okay, I'll make sure you stay alive. Just don't yell at me. I know when you're dying.
Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
The other the DPS player that we have is like hyper aggressive. So he's just like, I'm gonna go get the kills, and I'm
And
like,
then the support player has to know that
Yeah.
and then try to chase them, right?
Yeah,
To make sure that they don't die.
it just or the meme where it's Moira with a frisbee and the dog is Genji. Just get the ball.
Go chase it.
Go chase the ball. That's exactly what goes on. He just like runs with Genji and he's like, hey, here's a ball. Just have fun with that.
Oh, that's great.
And then they're just like, oh yeah, just go play like Winston or something. I'm like, he's not meta. He's just like, just do it. And I was
Yeah.
like, I hop in, and then he's just there with a dragon blade, and then we're just chasing after a Moira ball in the distance. Like that's the combo.
That's great. Yeah, and before actually we enter the game here, I just want to thank you again to Art University or just hosting us and this awesome set and the awesome computers. All the screens are actual like gaming 120 hertz. I believe it might be even higher than 120.
There's some of them out there that are 140. I believe.
144. Yeah, G-Sync has all the bells and whistles. It's just a joy to play on.
Exactly. We want to make the experience here as open as possible. And the better the facilities, the more tournaments we could have like this. So
Yeah.
also, if you guys are here at the Academy of Art, we do host an esports class where we kind of teach. Well, we want to teach people how to handle like social media,
Yeah.
how to plan for an event, and all that other stuff. But we're gonna be hopping right into it as we see San Jose State versus Art Ruby getting into there, and there's your boy Blue Jay coming in with the shield, but he's instantly gonna get hit with that dynamite. As
Yeah.
Thicky actually does end up getting himself, but there's going to be a quick res.
And it looks like San Jose State is doing a not quite a goats with Junie there. Junie really playing to the strength of the Reaper that we saw so much of last time they played. Junie just went in there and swept it all up.
Exactly. So San Jose actually can't quite solidify themselves onto the point, but they're just Art Ruby's just going to be playing very safe here. They are halfway to their ult on everybody. Meanwhile, San Jose State looking at about 30%. We're getting straight into this.
Yeah, and it looks like RU is just trying to hold it down there since they are the ones who have already captured it. They're just trying to essentially miss on the Reinhardt. Lost for words on the Reinhardt charge there. Yeah.
But yeah, he did get the positioning there, and they're going to flip the point in their favor. So RU is going to be sitting at 29%. Meanwhile, San Jose State looking to apply more pressure here. So sitting at 81% on Armadillo. If they want to try to get more damage in, they definitely can. But Art Ruby definitely doing things like not taking, taking the path less taken this time.
Yeah.
And that's something that they like to do, and I really do agree with this.
Yeah, San Jose was really pushing up there, trying not to let them slip through, and it looks like they're going to get the Mercy. Techie trying to get the revive there on his fallen comrade, but it looks like RE is going to go down with a full team kill.
Exactly. I feel like the Pharah here can only be used to like really break shields if they're trying to lean in some damage with that, but otherwise it's going to be kind of difficult, especially since control point is a very closed space.
Yeah. And we have full ults actually from all 6 on San Jose State University. And it looks like Junie's going to try to do his famous ult here. So
the sneaky Death Blossom.
Yep.
It blooms in places where you don't expect.
Yeah, but it looks like they're trying to go all there. Junie did teleport up there, but was fooled because it looks like the ults are about to get all popped there. Trying again.
Trying to get up to the high ground. Maybe try to pick off the Mercy if she flies too close, but Rocket Barrage coming down from Sticky, but also the Graviton Surge out by Armadillo. Trying to lean in even more damage coming into here as they are trying to get Mr. Fancy Pants out of the mech, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to get popped up. Junie cleaning up the rest of them here on that Reaper.
Yeah, and it looks like on San Jose, everyone but Blue Jay popped their ult, and it didn't seem like the ults were too effective in getting kills, but it did whittle down their health, and wow. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was some good tracking there by the Zenyatta.
Yeah, Kerrigan definitely getting those tracking shots in. Bear trying to get to the point. Overtime is procced though by it's not VTAG, it's somebody else on the point this time.
Yeah, and you can just tell that someone's a really good shot and really good at Zenyatta when you see in the kill feed Zen.
Yeah, exactly. They try to put Bob on there to contest point a little bit, but that's not going to be enough as ArtU Ruby is going to be taking this first point.
Actually, San Jose is taking the
Oh,
first
my bad.
point.
San Jose is taking it. ArtU going to be...
ArtU did take it at first, but then they just couldn't hold on. They tried to keep it as long as possible. Just, couldn't find their groove back there. San Jose was really pushing them all the way up to their spawn, not even letting them get into the... They're coming from a spaceship, but they're going into like a building.
Yeah, where spaceships go.
Yeah, it looks like it's
kind of weird. It's gonna don't question Overwatch.
Everything merges. Yeah, everything merges from they're coming out of a spaceship into an old like Japanese kind of style garden, and then
yeah, they're coming on a spaceship out into a garden where giant fish swim and
with talking monkeys in the moon.
Yeah, once they said, oh yeah, talking scientist monkey from the moon. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, there we go. Everything's off the table now, and it looks like they're just going to be battling out for the point. San Jose is going to get on there, but if ArtU can get a couple picks here from this McCree, that will really help a lot.
Yeah, I feel like the McCree is a solid pick to kind of keep the distance there, but the thing that the tanks want to do is that they want to close out the distance, and that's kind of difficult, especially since Junie is known for this Reaper. Trying to run a dive comp into the Reaper. Okay, if the Reaper's down, then I guess you can go in. So Thicky does get Junie, which is kind of a go sign for /Ryan if he wants to go get in there. He's looking for Armadillo, and the rest of the team is actually just going to collapse onto them.
And in that team fight, actually, Thicky got 3 kills there with the help of the pharmacy, and they got their ult. So Art University is in a good position for this right now, even though it's 17-7. They have all their, or not all their ults, but they have 3 of their ults. And then the other 3 are about at like 60 to 70%.
Exactly, and they felt very confident going into there. Once they realized, oh, you can't do too much, and the high noon is going to actually pick off 2. So I think he's going to get a couple of pickoffs in the backline, but it's going to cost them their DPS. So we'll see if ArtU Ruby can hold it out while they are trying to suffice.
Yeah, and San Jose did pop the Zen ult to make sure that they live there, and Baby Diva is going to get taken down by the Zen. And it looks like SFSU is, or not SFSU, SJSU, one letter off. They're finding their groove again too. 3 of their players are on fire, and they have some pretty good ults. Getting ready with the Junie ult in the beat.
Yeah, so I think Bear kind of understands what this is going to do, so he might want to save his flashbang for that, unless if it does open up a kill potential for somebody else.
Yeah.
So we are looking for a potential kill here from Bear. They're just kind of chipping away at shields, just trying to get something out, but /Ryan, oh, let's see if the ultimate does come in. And the Death Blossom coming in. We'll pick off Techie. Thicky and Rommel, so they're going to have to back up here and get a full reset possibly. Yeah, Mr. Fancy Pants is like, nope.
There we go. Just yeah, sometimes just having to jump off the edge just to make sure that you don't get staggered is the best thing. And we see that on pretty much all levels of play.
Exactly. Sometimes getting a full reset with your team. Oh, nice flashbang. Almost gets the headshot to connect there, but Graviton Surge is going to be holding the rest of them into place. And Slash Ryan just trying to keep everybody away from the team, but he's going to be the only one alive and waiting. So we are looking at about 70%. Meanwhile, here you go, Rommel doing Lucio things, staying on the point, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and it looks like San Jose State is probably going to take this one unless Art U can go in there and really contest it. The far alt is going to come up pretty soon, and so is the Mercy one as well, just probably around the same time. So maybe the Pharmacy can win and can really push it through.
They really got to get onto here, and finally they get on there just in time for the OT, but
is anyone on though? It looks like
they're trying to get
a couple. Yeah, we've seen it many times where everyone just assumes everyone else is on the point, but no one's really on the point right now.
Yeah, and Bear's just kind of left on his own over here, but nobody else can really get to the point. So San Jose State is going to be taking that first map, and we got to bring it down a little bit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, San Jose State will be taking this as Armadillo is going to get play of the game with that Zarya. So Art U just got to figure out what they wanted to do. I felt like they needed to adjust on that first point a little bit better. They did use the, what is it? They tried to use the Pharah, but especially on control point, there's a ceiling.
There is a ceiling. You can do it if you're doing well on that map. The Pharah, especially the Pharmacy, between Mercy essentially just healing and solely healing almost the Pharmacy or the Pharah, like using your E to get bumps and hazard kills. That's a really good strategy if they were winning though, but it was pretty tight, so I'm not sure if that was the best move.
Exactly. It's more about like figuring out what they wanted to do, and Art U just took a little bit too long to adjust.
Yeah.
So they did get a feel for San Jose State. They're it's just the first map. It could just be a feeler. So if you were Art U, what specifically do you think you would try to adjust to try to mitigate some of this damage?
So I'm not sure. Maybe they could try to do goats, but Junie is a really talented Reaver player, as we've seen. So all you need is a good flank from Junie, and you especially on the on the first map, we saw him try to go to the top twice to use his ult. So he does have very good map awareness of it. So I would just try to adjust the strategy. So if San Jose State keeps with this, then they should pick up on that fact and try to adjust, kind of like how SFSU all the games that they played, they really didn't change their comp that much. Solidified the flex, obviously changing on what's needed there, but everyone else stayed the exact same character.
Exactly. And yeah, the San Jose State, we saw what they did on the first time that they faced off on Kings Row against Aloni.
Yeah.
They pushed as hard as they could, and they got them all the way back to the spawn doors multiple times. But sometimes, as we saw, the amount of time that it took them to cap the point, they sometimes put kills over the objective. Which is sometimes in a good case, it's worth it, but
sometimes it's all very situational. You know what exactly you should do in terms of the best strategy for the team in the situation.
Exactly. You got to kind of do what you need to do. So Art U Ruby looking to maybe get another momentum shift coming in here. And then, yeah, Rubik is coming in this time for Rommel. So this is something that V-Flight and I talked about quite a bit. You don't always want to keep... Rommel is a Lucio specialist, so you want to keep him in. So I believe if we're putting in Rubik, he's a flex support player.
Okay.
So for the most part, we are going to be keeping him on most likely Zen. But we'll see how that plays out, especially since this is Kings Row, brand new map for them. And, yeah.
Sometimes you just need like a fresh perspective, a new player, some fresh blood in there. maybe I'm sure he was watching the other games, so maybe he has some ideas from like a third-person kind of perspective, watching it objectively, both the teams seeing hey, we should really go for this character. We should really try to take out Junie before he takes out our whole back line.
Exactly.
Or our whole tank line, depending on who's he going for at the moment.
Exactly. I feel like if RU has anything that they do well, it is peeling. Like they peel for their backline pretty well.
That's good. That's good.
And so if they do, especially in such a linear maps like hybrids and assaults, the way how they are able to rotate and help out the rest of their team is something that Ruby has really been focusing on. Like when we were going into it, the dive meta didn't exist at the moment, but we knew that it was on the horizon and peeling had to become a thing. So yeah, we kind of beat that into their head. They're like,
and we saw Mr. Fancy Pantser with his fancy pants on his head.
Exactly. So we'll see if that comes in to play.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the changing up one of their players will help them in the long run. But I'm not sure. I think on this map, the key is to try to be aggressive and try to take as much space as you can. We do see that anti-purple there.
Oh, nice pin, but the damage is already done as San Jose is already dealing the damage, and Bear on the back foot, he's just trying to get out.
Yeah, and our university has no other choice but to retreat there, and it looks like they staggered Bear there. The whole team was just about to load up, and then that Zarya came in.
Yeah, couldn't really do too much. Bear tried to, already grappled out, so he is going to switch it to the McCree though, so he realizes, okay, yeah, I can't quite get the picks here. Maybe we run with the McCree, and we saw him on
and we see actually the Junie right around the corner there, thanks to our our spectating mode. He's in that hotel over there, so he's just waiting for the right moment to come out and surprise them.
If he can find it. Yep. Okay, so he's playing very patiently. Quick pin, but Mr. Fancy Pants looking to return the favor on Blue Jay, and so Blue Jay's going to be going down. And the thing to notice here,
but
Fancy
Junie
Pants is
did
dropping
get
pretty
3
low.
kills though, so that was a good response. Tank for tank, but Junie actually got 4 and 5.
Yeah, so yeah, you gotta watch out for that dude.
He's collecting them all.
Exactly. I felt like Thicky had the right idea by going to Brig. It's just that you have to be a little bit more aware of where that is. They are running a triple support line against the Reaper, so they gotta play it very safe and figure that out. Oh, exactly. Earth Shatter coming down, connecting on 3, and trying to swing away at Blue Jay once again.
Doesn't look like there's any kills that came out of that, but they did force them to retreat though, so they can start capturing the point, which is really big.
Alright, so they do see Junie. They understand his ult is coming because he is making an aggressive push, and nice answer by Ryan to just make sure Junie is not going to get too much out of this. Meanwhile,
looks like the McCree did work there for a little bit until it was taken out by the Lucio.
And Slash Ryan does lose out on his charge, his high charge there, so he has to back out.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just, they're getting pick for pick. Our university is getting some pick, but so is San Jose State, and it's just so hard to try to capture that point when you're a couple of characters down.
Exactly, and we saw Thicky did get a pick onto the Zarya in the backline, so they do realize Junie. Oh, and the nice headshot by Thicky to kill Junie. So this time they will not have to be surprised by that Reaper. They're learning. The anti-nade is huge actually. It's gonna get on and completely negate the fact that there's a Transcendence in there. So
yeah, that was
the rest
great.
of the team trying to get through.
That was great by the Hanzo, especially those ults at the end there. Really solidified the fact that, hey, we're taking this point no matter what. No matter if we have to, use all of our time is getting to an end here. But yeah, he was waiting for Junie just to pop out, and boom, 1 shot, 1 kill.
Exactly, and he was definitely patient with that Thicky, realizing, hey, it's happened 3 times already. He's probably in that corner.
Exactly.
And yeah, he figured that out, and it was a nice anti-nade by Techie too, being able to cancel out Kerrigan's Transcendence during that Graviton surge. So we'll see how they decide to fight it out. Oh, nice Dragon Strike coming right down the middle, and he realized, like, yeah, there's no answer to this because they did use the other ultimates, but Graviton Surge just trying to catch out everybody, keep them in place, but Bear actually responds with the aggressive Deadeye in the middle of that. Junie is going to be doing his work though.
Yeah, the Hanzo Thicky is really just getting the kills here, just racking them in. The ult didn't get any kills, but it did force them to go over to the right side to get out of the way, which eventually did help in the end to taking this battle.
So yeah, they're just gonna nicely sit and wait on the payload. The thing to notice here, Junie almost has his Death Blossom again, but Mr. Fancy Pants and Techie both have their ultimates as the rest of the team is slowly building theirs.
Yeah.
So if they are going to be going for shatter play, they try to get the sleep off, but it was a nice bubble out by Armadillo to keep Junie alive there.
Yeah, San Jose did learn their lesson from the lesson that Art University learned to make sure to bubble, so you can't sleep, and then also the anti. The Ana was really prepared for it. Techie was really prepared, but unfortunately, bubble's OP.
Yeah, bubble blocks pretty much everything as long as it's below 200 damage.
Yep.
Or in one big burst, 200 damage.
Yeah, and it looks like Art University is gonna try to take this point back here, but San Jose's they're doing just trying to see who gets a pick first, and it looks like San Jose State will actually start getting picks here.
Yeah, Junie just kind of doing his own thing, and Blue Jay's allowed to get aggressive now. That's exactly what he gets. Team kill out from them, and he has Earth Shatter available. There's only a minute left, so he might. Yep, I like this.
Gonna try to cheese in there. I like it. Hey, it works.
It works.
This is the thing. This is where the crazy strategies come out. Is you have so little time.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see if
here comes a Graviton Surge and a couple of cleanups. So 40 seconds waiting. Now Blue Jay. This is the same argument as the Mercy thing, where they're like, oh, sit and wait in a corner and then use your ult, and it's like, no, you know, you can do the same thing here. Blue Jay wants to find a nice shatter.
Yeah, and you can, as you see, San Jose is very focused. They know that these seconds are critical and that all the ults will be popped out. Art University should be starting to use their ults right now. This is pretty much their last chance.
Yeah, and they did pop a few ultimates there. There's 3 of them coming through, but the beat drop is going to be keeping everybody else alive. Meanwhile, Thicky doing quite a bit of work in the backline, leaving Armadillo here, but Armadillo's going to have his own way with Rubik. But yeah, they did force overtime. They actually did win that fight, so
There's still a chance, but they are far away. But also San Jose it's a fairly long walk, and as we see there, Junie is probably going to try to do what he does and try to cheese the team. There we go. He just teleported.
Yep, and we don't know exactly where he is, but we know that he's got Blossom right now. So see where it goes down. Earth Shatter coming through, and Junie's just gonna try to hit the backline, and that's gonna scare off the rest of Art Ruby off the point.
Yeah, and especially so since the overtime, sometimes it's very interesting to try to see the strategy change from get kills to push off.
Exactly.
Yeah. Recently I played a game and I was trying to get on the point, but the Diva was literally just body blocking me. Like I could not get through the doorway.
The thing where it just like, you sidestep.
Yeah, exactly. It was just like at the perfect spot and just yeah.
Or if you want to go into SF Shock's history where you hear Sleepy making the call, I'm going to trans to block the door. And you're like, wait, what? He's just like, I'm transing to block the door. And you're like, okay.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah,
right?
he's just slightly bigger. You're just like, put all your arms out and just block the door. They can't go through there. They can't escape.
So the arms are body blocks too, or like the boundaries for the character are extended or more interesting.
Yeah, so what they did, it was on Anubis, and they used Sleepy used his ultimate to block them from retreating out of the door.
Ooh.
And so he just went back and forth and just held them in place. And the rest of the team just like collapsed on him, and they're like, what?
Oh,
they're like,
perfect.
Why is there a trans going from behind? And it's like, oh, it's to block the door. They can't get out.
That's a good strat.
It's a next level strategy.
I always love
like
those in the Overwatch League where you'll see those plays that like almost first off no one else can really do almost, and it's just like the perfect time, place, and like level of skill of the player to like have that game knowledge of knowing, if I do it right here, it's actually gonna work.
Exactly. It's pretty hilarious if you see something like such a high tier like play, like you just know your character in and out, to the point where you can do something like that. So that's exactly what they're going for. Art Ruby kind of running the same thing as what they did on attack. San Jose State this time running the 1-2-3 with Junie once again being on that signature Reaper.
Yeah, and it looks like Junie did get the kill on Thicky and is just trying to tear up the backline there. And especially with his lifesteal. He can be a powerful foe, especially once he starts getting the kills like he just did.
Yeah, and especially that 30% too. Now they just fixed that up, and now it's a team kill. So that's something to watch out for. There's a team kill out on the side of San Jose State.
Yeah, it's I don't want to call anything, but it looks like it might come down to SFSU versus SJSU.
Yep.
Which letter is better, F or J?
I don't know.
That's the real question.
Two different places, one letter off.
As far as I know, I think F comes before J, but
yeah, alphabetically.
There we go. But like we said multiple times actually, just because you have the higher number, just because you have the higher SR, doesn't necessarily mean that your team is going to win. It's all about the strats and communication.
Exactly. The anti-nade coming out onto SJSU. They're just trying to lean in a little bit more damage, but they're going to give up a lot of space here. Artu Ruby. They don't realize Blue Jay is like right there. But
he's going really aggressive here, definitely getting as much space as he can.
Yeah, and the rest of the team is as well, and they got to find a way how to push back if they can. Like Slash Ryan does actually hop himself into the pit.
Yeah.
But the rest of Artu really can't do too much. Sticky does get a headshot on VTAG, but how much more time can they eat up here? Armadillo does throw that, but Dragon Strike is coming through, and he's waiting for the health pack, but it's not coming. It's not there yet.
It's the ult galore. Let's see who wins this 1v1.
Yep, and Armadillo is actually gonna get it off, but when you're doing a fight in the back, you can't contest the payload at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah, it's also very interesting to see even if you're not gonna win a 1v1 per se. It looks like Reinhardt's are just taking the plays of the game today.
Yep. It's always about those good shatter plays, or just finding a right time to swing your hammer into a graviton surge or something.
Yeah. Especially when they're all. Oh, I remember this one. He uses the strikes too. Yeah, that was nice. That was really good. Yeah, that was definitely a really good cleanup there at the end from that Reinhardt. But yeah, like I was saying, sometimes it's not about even if you're gonna lose, it's all about stalling. It's all about, hey, look at me way back here when the payload's over here.
Exactly. And Ruby did fall into that trap. They're like, hey, there's Zarya over there. Let's throw Dragon Strike backwards. Yeah. And so it should have went on to the point, but you could only do so much when you're trying to contest the payload. But yeah, Spartans Esports is taking the lead here, 2-0 against Artu Ruby. But yeah, we've definitely been seeing a little bit from both sides. We'll see if there's any more subs, or if Rubik is going to be sitting through the rest of this. But yeah,
there's still the possibility of a complete reverse sweep.
Exactly.
It's all about the game mode. Maybe in the game mode of the maps, and maybe Art University, the Ruby team has practiced more so on ones that are coming up.
Yeah, what if they just like one trick Rialto?
Yeah.
they run that boop squad.
What if they pull a SFSU and just get all fire all the way through?
Exactly, just straightforward.
There we go. All right. So
only W.
Yeah.
If you hit any other key, just unbind all the other keys. Only W. that was an old team. I remember.
That would just like I'm thinking about that right now.
I'm pretty sure there's another team out there called Only W, or W Mouse 1. Like W Mouse 1 was TF2 days when people would make fun of you for playing Pyro.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, when you're doing very very well, you can do things like that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I wasn't a W Mouse 1 Pyro. I promise. I actually I did other things.
Would Only W mean that you also have to disconnect your mouse? You're not clicking anything, but you're still using it as an input.
Oh yeah.
If we're technically speaking, if we're talking about only inputs, a mouse is still an input.
Yeah.
So could you only run forward into a wall?
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
Give me wall hacks. Just only
new strat.
There you go. But yeah, we see the teams just sitting there. I think they're typing a Wade there.
Yeah, and
so,
chat's looking like they want another Blue Jay interview. Definitely a lot of Blue Jay fans here. Got a Omega lol there. Yeah, thank you everyone also for watching at home or even live on the TVs. Let's see how much noise each team can make. So
yeah.
we're at Art University.
We're at
here.
Art U.
The Academy of Art University. Awesome place. Let's see how many Art U fans we have in the building. Can we
You get
With
either
these- with these-
yell.
Yell. Let's see if we can hear it with the headsets on.
Yeah.
Art who?
Nope. No, but for real, Art you fans, if you could hear us, yeah, go ahead, give us a woo. We only got one.
There we go. I heard one. And
I heard
it was,
one.
Yeah. There's a producer.
Yeah, it's just the producer.
He's just yelling into the mic.
He's like, all right.
Yeah. What about San Jose State? SJSU.
You can also fill up chat too. We'll have
fans?
we'll have a look at that as well.
Yeah. Let's do it in chat. No spamming super long Mountain Dew emotes, please. Okay. I heard some screams
I heard
there.
some. There we go.
Exactly.
And then how about Aloni? Any Aloni fans watching out there? Feel free to woo us now
In
or
chat, too.
or in chat. You know, either way,
Exactly.
have fun.
Spam. Any Let's see. What
We have Sac State. Sac State. You know, your Hornets, your Stingers, esports. Hey, you guys out there?
Anyone?
I don't know. You may have made the trip. I'm making the trip up, or my extended family is from Sacramento, so
Yeah.
they come down here for Christmas. I go up there for Thanksgiving.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and one thing that I love about tournaments is even if we lose in them, and trust me, we've lost a lot of tournaments. Me personally, and also as the team as well. But even when you lose, it's always so cool to see the people you lose to and try to learn from their strats. Like, what are they doing? What are other teams doing in both the area and kind of role like SR level as well.
Exactly, and the best thing about that is like knowing teams in your area. There's no excuses for not making a scrim. You're
Yep.
all in the same time zone. You can't miss a scrim. Like,
yeah, and it looks like we have SJSU. My goodness, sorry, tongue twister. I'm so used to saying SFSU, but SJSU out there. They're the team to beat. It looks like in this tournament right now. SFSU only had one game, and that was against RU. So SJSU is probably going to be a little bit warmed up, especially going to the next match, coming straight from this one. So if I was SFSU, I would be practicing. Right?
yeah, we do have those extra PCs open, so
Yes.
if you do need to still warm up. Meanwhile, Art You Ruby just chilling there. Techie right there, you know, bright red. You can't miss her. Not today.
And I see there's a Philadelphia Fusion on the far right. A Philadelphia
Yeah,
Fusion
that's
fan.
Rubik right there. He's a big fan, I believe, of Shadowburn. He's a Shadowburn jersey.
I love people repping the team that they like, whether it's local or not,
Yeah, so
or even Dallas.
yeah. you see a lot of Winston players just picking up that Dallas Fuel skin. I don't have it. Mine is Soul Dynasty Reaper, or not Reaper. Winston, just because I respect Miro.
Very nice.
So.
And it looks like Techie did get picked off there, but San Jose State also did get a pick of their own. So they're just kind of in this limbo, one side of each of the bridge there.
Yeah, the thing about this though is when the attackers die, it's less detrimental than if San Jose State loses one on defense, because the spawned walk difference is significant coming out from both sides. So got to figure out how they're gonna do what they want to do here. And
yeah, and there's really no quick or fast way of them getting back. The only one would be Lucio using a speed boost, but you know, there's no like mercy leash or anything like that, or taxes. So
SJSU definitely asserting their dominance here. Bear having to get out, but you know it's not going to be enough, as Armadillo is going to be onto the Genji this time.
yeah, there's going to be a team wipe in favor of SJSU there, but again, like you said, their Art University is attacking. So all they need is one good, maybe, you know, just hold the ults, just charge it and use them. Looks like Tiki is going to change to the Hanzo there, and he's done very well so far on that character.
Yeah, we've seen it come in and, you know, do what it needs to do, either shredding barriers or getting quick picks as what he can. Meanwhile, Armadillo having fun on top of this little pillar here. He's like, oh, I see you. San Jose
did get to see that they're coming over there, so they got prepared.
Yeah, they were able to rotate around. Probably a call out by Armadillo, but yeah, they're looking to deal even more damage as they're just going to collapse in on him as they get through a choke point now.
Yeah, and Blue Jay's doing very well with the Orisa, both on fire, protecting, and also using his his orb to just cause havoc there and just force them to get some damage from it.
So yeah, we're just waiting out here, trying to figure out how they're gonna make their approach as they're slowly grinding for their ults. There's a minute 20 left, so if RU wants to be aggressive, they have to get in there and do it now.
Yeah, and it looks like they are trying to make their move there, but they are going to the right, which is exactly where they went last time. So it looks like San Jose is very prepared for that.
Yeah, and Armadillo, that's 4K right there. Could he get one more? Yep. Well, VTAG did steal that from him, but he did end up getting securing a 4K for him.
Yeah, that's...
But there's only a minute left. The only thing that I would be afraid of right now, RU does have a bunch of ults coming in, so they're going to have to use it on this last couple of pushes because they're going to make their way through.
Yeah, they have 3 right now, and then another one coming up from both McCree and then actually Thicky. He's getting his ult charge pretty quickly. He's definitely hitting a lot of hits there, but not quite connecting on any kills though.
So trying to, yeah, he tried to read that the Graviton Surge coming in, which is why he went for the Reflect. Oh, huge Earth Shatter coming out, but Mr. Fancy Pants is going to pay for it with his life. But here it comes. Oh, Death Blossom right over the top. That's going to get 5. Could he get more with it, though?
4 kills with it, and then the 5th with... it looks like Junie did go down, but I mean, that was...
Yeah, that's about it.
That was a wipe. And then 5 seconds left. It looks like there's no physical possible way. So did Mr. Fancy Pants did get that, but you know.
It's a consolation prize. Right
Yeah,
there. It's just like
that's a little.
I got it.
Some sprinkles on like a donut that doesn't taste very well.
Yeah, it's like it sprinkles on a donut that fell on the floor.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, 5-second roll, right?
Well, like for like a solid minute. Do you eat it then? Even if
is it a clean floor?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
What if you drop? It's okay. It's like end of the day closing, and you just bought your donut and you just dropped it, just icing side down.
I'm just walking away at that point. I'm not even gonna ask for another one.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
That's it.
Just gonna learn not to hold my donut in that weird position, however I was holding it. Just don't do that again.
Exactly. All right. So we're gonna be moving on. The San Jose State gonna be on the attack.
Yeah.
We'll see how RU wants to respond here. They kind of understood like. There's gonna be the Reaper, and what is Armadillo gonna play this time? Because like he's been on a couple of different heroes. He was on Zarya, he was on the Widow, and he was on the Genji, kind of like Solify earlier today.
Yeah, I would be interested in seeing like a sniper battle between those two.
Exactly.
Or even just a flex, kind of like a flex character battle. Who has the best flex right
Who
now?
has the weird, the weird flex in before weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, weird flex, but all right.
All right, let's see if we could get a. Like a May or like a Bastion random pick on
that would be good.
attack.
It
you
looks
know?
like Blue Jays doing a little Winston boogie down there. Just having a little fun. Emotes are fun to do.
Yeah.
My favorite one is on Reinhardt doing the pumpkin one where he throws a pumpkin up, hits it with his hammer, and he says smashing.
Yeah.
If you can time that.
Yeah. So yeah, they're gonna be making their way through.
Yep. So this is actually pretty risky because they're trying to copy almost exactly what San Jose did, and San Jose, if you did the strat, you should know the weaknesses of it as well.
Exactly. And Armadillo just trying to find the gaps in the shield here. They realize that they have to rotate back. Mr. Fancy Pants is dropping, same thing with Thicky. And Bear's going to get dropped as well. And it's only going to be Techie and Ryan out in the open. But, what you going to do when you're just a sad mercy?
That's it. Yeah,
that's going to be it. San Jose State.
Junie did his job.
Junie
cleaned up about 2 to 3 kills there and just allowed them to just take out everyone else.
Yep. That's a thing that Junie does good.
Yeah, we got double play the game here actually in both. Very nice.
Play the game is gonna be the 4K Dragon Blade.
You have to.
There's 2 and 3 and 4, and he's just like, I could get it, but no.
Almost. So close.
I love that awkward moment where you're like, he's like 3 health.
You're almost
and you're
there,
like,
but you gotta go back.
I gotta put it back. I'll hit him with the small knife.
There we go. I'll just punch him.
I'll punch him with the small knife.
Exactly. So I think we're gonna be doing an interview like very, very shortly.
Yeah, we gotta wait for them to get in position, figure out who they want.
Spam the do for the Blue Jay interview.
So they do want Blue Jay. But yeah, we saw a pretty flawless 3-map sweep right there by San Jose State. So yeah, it's gonna be, once again, as you stated, who's got the better letter between SFSU and SJSU.
There we go. Is it an F or is it a J?
It's a little bit of how can I say it? I like SU's team, obviously. I can't say anything bad because you're here, and if I did, you'd probably punch me in the face. But
Let's see, can I reach?
yeah, yeah, I don't know, but
yeah,
yeah, the SFSU team is pretty strong. You know, Solify. I've seen a lot of his play, especially at the Razor Sword tournaments. But I've also seen Junie around quite a bit too. So
yeah,
it's going to be really interesting to see those two really square off. We've only seen Junie play Reaper.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if
I know he does a mean Lucio. I do remember that from the Razor Sword
that
tournament.
was hilarious.
And so does everyone on the actually SFSU team. So no secret in hiding that there.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm torn because both teams are really, really good. And I guess the only equivalent is each other, and we have to see which one takes it. Is it the school that I go to, or the one that has the first letter in my last name, J?
Exactly.
I'm
Really,
torn.
really tough decision, but I believe we do have an interview out on the floor, so let's toss it to them.
Okay. I'm with Armadillo and Blue Jay, which is a chat favorite. And first, Blue Jay, I have to ask. This is the second time the chat's been on you, and you say it's your friends, but it may be more than that now, right?
Yeah, maybe. Can't really know for sure because I haven't really been reading it, but I just see it afterwards. So.
Who your friends are?
What?
Who your friends are, or who they are?
Oh, they're just people I play with, like Overwatch. So.
Yeah, no, of course. And then on the other side, Armadillo, you guys are now in the finals. Congratulations. What will you have to do to take it home?
Just execute. Execute the game plan. The game plan, execute it.
You want to share the game plan, or is that something that can't be shared?
Not yet.
When you
Still, you'll see. The game plan's still coming up, but we're going to execute it.
Okay.
Trust me.
I trust you. I trust you. And San Jose State, they're in the finals, and I trust Armadillo. Do you? Back in the studio.
You know, he said execute the order. You know, the only thing that I've heard with those words exactly is execute Order 66.
I was just about to say that. Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith. You never forget Order 66.
There we go. And execute they did the last two games. I trust it when he says, we're going to just execute the game plan, do it by the books, take our time, be patient. That's really what we're really seeing from them. Such good gameplay and perfect sweeps throughout.
Exactly. And we saw Armadillo. He's quite the flex player. We got to see him on the Genji, on the Widow. We got to see him on the Zarya. So it's going to be really interesting to see Armadillo and Solify go head-to-head because they kind of do play the same hero pool.
Yeah.
But we'll see if Junie or Blue Jay decide to shake it up, or if the rest of the SFSU one team has anything up their sleeves as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Because like I said already before, SFSU didn't change their comp at all, other than obviously the flex changing, but they didn't change at all. So it's hopefully. I know they have other strats, but hopefully they will realize that if something's not working, don't stick with it. You should change it. You should definitely adapt, because if you don't adapt, you die.
Exactly. So you got to really take your time, take it in, realize what you got to do, and then spit it back out and figure out, does this work? Can we execute this? If so, go for it. If not, let it pass.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to thank once again the Academy of Art for letting us use their amazing studio.
Yeah.
Thank
you to actually also SF Shock for providing gear and helping out, and Esport Management actually, excuse me, for help sponsoring this tournament.
Yeah, they also got you those jerseys. I saw.
And they
patch.
provided the T-shirts for the event and whatnot, and it's just really good to see a bunch of companies, local companies, at that too, just making an awesome local tournament.
Exactly, and we're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be coming back with the grand finals here of the NorCal Collegiate Open.
Don't miss it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NorCal Collegiate Open. We are here at the grand finals. Once again, Star Fox joining us.
Thank you, thank you.
So, yeah, we are going to see the SFSU Gaming Gators versus the Spartan Esports from San Jose State University. So,
I'm excited.
yes.
This is really going to be probably the best game of the whole day. Just they both essentially steamrolled their competition so far. So two steamrollers coming together. Who's gonna do it? I feel like this is gonna be the closest game, and hopefully map 5 we will see.
Exactly. I hope to see a really tight match, especially between Solify, as we said it, and who was the
Armadillo,
other
I
dude?
believe.
Yeah, Armadillo. They
Yeah.
both flex really well.
Yes, they do.
But yeah, you can never take out anybody off of the other side either. You can't subtract from the team already because team is one unit.
Exactly.
And somebody could just start popping off that it's just a part of the team. It's great.
if one of those flexes, if it turns out to be sniper battle, which I feel like there's going to be at least one sniper battle, at least one, and one gets a pick and then they start getting other picks, then it's game over for that specific objective.
Exactly. Especially once we get to like Kings Row and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Maps
That's
with
gonna be-
long sight lines. We're gonna be seeing stuff like that all day. It's just
That's gonna
I
be
want to see the
fun.
Widow versus Widow duel.
Or Widow versus Ash. See
Yeah.
who's the better sniper. Is it the damage or is it the fire rate?
Exactly. Or do you think it's a little bit of BM that you get 2 headshots on somebody as Ash versus the 1 headshot as Widow?
Yeah.
But it's just like wow, wow. Like,
Exactly.
I got
But
2 shots.
it has its pros and cons, just
Exactly.
like everything.
And that's why Overwatch is fun. It's always got a bunch of different balances coming here and there.
Exactly.
But yeah, we're about to head into the first match here, onto
Lijiang Tower.
Lijiang
here.
Tower. We've
Yeah.
seen it like
The one with the tower with the thing.
the thing with the not the one with the fish, but the one with the thing in the middle. The spaceship.
Yeah, and it looks like SJSU is getting their last stretches in, getting a couple smiles, and getting really hyped. They've been on quite the roll here. But if I was SFSU, I'd be a little bit nervous. They're also getting their last shakes out and stretches, and Solify's is that Solify? No, that's Donzo. Third from the left. Warm up the hands. Very important. Cold hands, you just can't aim.
Cold hands, cold play. Exactly. It's just like you just can't do anything. That's why I have hand warmers.
Those are nice.
If you were on my team, you got hand warmers.
Are they the reusable ones where you like boil it and then you can reuse?
Nah.
Oh, they're just the one
They're
use.
the one done because I'm not gonna have time to reboil them all the time. We're going out
There you
to
go.
some random places, man. We're not just gonna bring up them hand warmers, but yeah,
Yeah, there we go. And wow, SFSU is really trying to get the space here. They've already shown that they go to this side of the room and try to take ownership of it and try to push them back and get it really quick.
Yeah, they're trying to duke it out, making sure that if they're gonna try to take white room, we're gonna make sure that we get it first. But that does come with a little bit of a price. You got to keep a lock on Junie, who's just doing what he does best. Play that Reaper, go into the back line, and there's Armadillo.
Yeah, Blue Jay falls, but SJSU really got a lot more kills than SFSU right there. And actually, both of the flexes are Zaryas, so it's going to be a battle of who's better, really taking one from Mother Russia.
Exactly. Especially in this matchup, it's got to do with how much energy you can get. And on this map, this is the one to do it because you're running with multiple tanks. Reinhardt is a prime target to get hit, so you just kind of bubble that and hope that you get your energy as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and we have Blue Jay here really swinging more than he's putting up the shield and seeing if he can get a pick.
Whoa! Gets that slam in the corner just to finish off the team kill.
Yeah, and you got the Soldier A pick there at the very last second. It's so satisfying as a Reinhardt to do a shift, and it looks like you're not getting anything, and then someone just instantly runs right inside.
Exactly. It's like, I know you're going to retreat, so that's the angle we're aiming for.
Yeah, and they're actually using their ult here just to make sure that they can get this wipe, and really it's just about stalling and going. They don't care if, someone goes down on their team. As long as they wipe the other team, then it's all good for them.
Exactly. And they only had to use one ultimate, correct? They just threw the Graviton Surge onto the wall?
Yep, that's all they needed to do. So SFSU definitely has more ults with Solify coming out, and we've known that that's a really important one that has contributed to a lot of team wipes in favor of SFSU in the past, and he has it right about now.
Exactly. I feel like there's no real answer to Junie. If you're trying to run this Goats comp, it's just literally food for him.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna be able to just get his ult as quickly as he wants, use it to the best of his advantage, and then yeah, just get what he wants essentially.
Yeah, and they're really concentrated right here. They're at 80, about 85% right now, and they're just not giving SFSU any chance to try to retaliate. And Solify's ult does come out here, but it is met with SJSU popping the beat, dropping the beat.
Yep, and they're gonna drop the beat, trying to get a little bit more in there, but they did lose Dogosif in the back, and they're also gonna lose Gap Shot, so it is gonna force them back, and it's not gonna be enough time to get back onto the point, so that is gonna be the first point going the way of San Jose State.
Yeah, and hopefully SFSU can realize that, you know, Junie is really a force to be dealt with. After seeing the last two games at SJSU, or 2 match sets, you know, hopefully they should have. Oh, okay, Junie's probably gonna go Reaper, and hey, we have a bunch of tanks, which is exactly Reaper food.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I feel like yeah, SFSU is either gotta find a nice counter for him, or just try to play around him, and exactly that's what it is.
Yeah, and we're looking right here on the screen. It looks like Solify is gonna go Pharah, and then Donzo is actually, instead of playing, usually he plays like a D.Va. He's gonna go Zarya in this case. So Solify's gonna see if he can try to do the pharmacy combo here.
Yeah, and that's kind of it's a good answer right now, because they really don't have a hit scan to really deal with it. But they got to be able to just find the damage if they can.
Goodness. Yeah, and we see here again, Junie's getting so many kills. He's actually ran out of people to kill and trying to get Pharma with the shotguns.
Exactly. You know, the only thing that he's got to be able to do is fly, and then he could go get the Pharah. But,
Yep.
He's got to rocket jump off of Solify's concussive mine.
Exactly. Yeah, but there's so much space to work with in this. There's so much air. There's really no roofs except the middle part there. But it just looks like everything. Wow, that was a really good hit.
That was a scorpion hook. If I've seen anything, it just like flies across the entire map and just.
If I had to do a replay, I would pick that moment.
Yeah, that's a slow-mo worthy replay.
That is, yeah, that was pretty awesome. Yeah, just anything SFSU is trying to throw at this, they are just rejecting it and getting those critical kills early on, like the main tank. Like, let's see, he's probably gonna go for the main tank, and he did right there.
Yep, and that's exactly what they need. Solify does actually get a barrage. It's 2 on there, but Junie's got something to say about that. He's gonna get a couple more kills here, and yeah, SFSU's got to figure out a way how to break this lineup.
Yeah, unfortunately, it felt like it was a move of desperation almost, of him trying to use his ult. He did get 2 kills, but he was vulnerable, and also the Mercy was specifically focused on just him and not healing anyone else, and the San Jose State took advantage of that.
Yeah, Gap Shot does die there, but Armadillo also drops after Solify hit him with a concussive shot, so we'll see what they can do here. Junie does pop Donzo out of his mech, but he is dropping pretty low, but he's not going to go down without a fight. He's going to take down Solify.
Yeah, but Solify does take out Junie, and that was almost an unnecessary ult, just hitting like just for the baby D.Va. Do a little flex there. They are at 90%, and SFSU really hasn't even touched the point at all.
Yeah, they really have to get in there. They got to find a way how to maybe dash, get onto the point, and yeah, they're just going to go straight in, contesting it here in overtime.
And all the pops are being, or all the support ults are being popped right now. And Doggo does go down on the side of SFSU with 99% ult charge. That is very critical.
It's unfortunate. Junie does have Death Blossom available, and you know, when everybody's in one spot, you know, you press Q, things die. So, yeah, that's going to be it. San Jose State is going to be taking map number 1 against San Francisco State.
Yeah, it's looking like San Jose is actually the bigger steamroller.
Exactly. It's just kind of, there's no answer for this dude. Like, there's no answer for Junie.
I know. Look, he has the golden gun. He
He's
just can't do anything.
As stated, you know, cosmetics mean everything.
There we go. There we go. Exactly. That was a really good placement there to use the ult, because I've seen Reaper ults being used, and you know, in like okay situations, but Junie really waited until he knew that he could get quite a few of them, and the team was really good in supporting him, trying to corral everyone into like a more of a singular point where he can just pop his ult like that and it's done.
Exactly, and I feel like the way how Junie plays is very meticulous. He knows when he wants to pop it and how to use it to the fullest extent. So I feel like if you are SFSU, you got to figure out a way how to shut down Junie. Like,
100%.
Like, make him play anything other than Reaper. Like,
exactly.
It can, like, you know, just run a Mei, just only stay with him.
Yeah, just switch tabs, do a quick what counters Reaper.
Yeah, there you go.
Just play that, right?
Pick that, put that in there. Yeah, but
exactly. I mean, I think, again, you know, you would think that, especially after the first match loss, SFSU is probably, they're all probably talking to each other like, hey, what the heck do we need to do in order to even be on the map? They haven't even captured a point yet on any of the maps, so they need to do something, or else this is going to be a quick 3 games here.
Exactly, and now we're heading into King's Row, which will be the next one. We've seen it quite a bit so far, but when it does come down to King's Row, it always comes down, as we stated, the Reinhardt play, coming down to that shield, literally blocking the entire street, and using that to your fullest advantage. So how well do you think, how do you think SFSU is going to respond to this Junie pick on the Reaper?
Well, it looks like they did finally switch up their comp. Solify is going Genji. Chris is currently going Hanzo right now, and we've seen Hanzo be so effective. I love what they did, removing the scatter shot and doing essentially like the machine gun bow. I think that plays so well. So if they choose to go what they're going right now, I think they do have a solid chance, and it looks like, you know, Junie, as expected, is gonna go Reaper.
Exactly. So hopefully we get to see Solify on this Bastion. I'm just kidding. No,
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, he's not gonna do that. But we did see him essentially maybe see that Genji, which if we do, I feel like will be a thorn in SJSU's side.
Yes.
They either have to rotate to, you know, respect him and his positioning, or you know, just let it go. So
yeah, if his team can enable him and give him enough space, especially for ult charge, we've seen at like the Razor tournaments as well, and even just playing with him, he's a very mean, or he plays like mean Genji. You know, we've seen him get 4 kills with the Genji blade a couple times at the Razor tournament. So maybe this might be the secret sauce to trying to counter the Genji, and that's a pretty good sleep there.
Yep, and Solify trying to go to work, but just San Jose just really collapsing in on him and not really giving him any breathing space. And this is kind of what they do best if they need to. It's just suffocate them, keep them in their spawn, maybe get a couple of kills. But, you know, they don't have the ult economy right now. They are sitting at about 40%, 50%.
And Junie is waiting in the hotel exactly where he has been before. So SFSU, he did make a move there, and it looks like they did take out Junie. So let's see if that happens.
Yeah, so Chris Cade did take full advantage of that, but the rest of the team is really having issues with this tank line. Because if you already commit a lot of resources to kill Junie, you're kind of leaving yourself open to the rest of the squad there.
Yeah, and Solify finally does go down to the Zarya there, and Zarya has her ult already. So does Brigitte and Zen as well, and even the Reinhardt. They're all just getting their ults right now. And
Yeah.
SFSU only has the Hanzo. That's it, and everyone else is about like 60.
Yeah, so as we see, I feel like if you're SFSU, you need to go in here, dry fight, try to bait out a couple ults. If you get wiped, that's all good. But yeah, the SFSU has just got to make up some ground, maybe try to close out some of the space that they're trying to get.
Yeah, San Jose is very, very good at doing almost non-standard plays and comps, and Junie's very, very tricky. And that's really, really good, especially when there's a timed one like this, right, where they have to get this point. So they can use a couple tricks up their sleeve, like stay in the hotel. Maybe they know about it, but then all the attention gets diverted over there. So by the time you realize what San Jose is doing, it's already less than a minute on the clock.
It's already too late. Yeah. And by the time he already approaches, Junie's just like, okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Oh, but a huge shatter is gonna land on all of them. Here comes that Death Blossom on top. And yeah, that's gonna be a team kill out on the side of San Jose State. They're gonna be getting that team kill. Now San Francisco is gonna be coming back with
full ult, actually.
Yeah, full ults, pretty much.
Yeah, that's really big. And the Reaper got 3 kills there, and then the Zarya also got 3 kills, really flexing her giant muscle. Actually, she has pretty big arms to just show what power that she brings.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That they're getting pushed back pretty hard, and yeah, they use the speed boost from VTAC to just really just get in there and build up the ults that they want. So SFSU looking at 6 ults, but they can't really capitalize on it.
Yeah, they every time they try to do something, someone dies, and it's just not the right time. But that's really the strategy and the decision making you have to do is if you can't use your ults at the perfect time, when can you use them? Then, and it looks like the answer is right now, actually.
Yeah, so they're going for that Dragon Strike combo. It does only pick off 1 there because the beat is going to be kicked in. Meanwhile, let's see where Junie's going to go with this. He's trying to shred up the barriers, not make it easy on them. Solify does get a kill in the back line, but will be brought down by Armadillo.
It was looking very close until they did try to get the Junie down. The Junie Junie finally does fall there, but it's a little too late. And oh, actually,
they're coming back pretty quickly, but they are getting.
It's so back and forth. San Jose was winning, and then SFSU had 3 people there, but then they took them down, and yeah, it's overtime already, and doesn't look like anyone touched the point.
Exactly, it's pretty difficult to get on there, as we see San Jose pushing forward and really suffocating them of really doing too much.
Yeah, and we saw that. I think one of the problems is not being able to pick the right target, because we did see we said I keep wanting to say the Junie. He's so
the Reaper.
Exactly, the Reaper. Junie playing them, we see he was slept, and Hanzo was right there and was shooting at him, but wasn't able to kill him. Didn't have enough damage over there. So maybe it's the shot calling.
Exactly. Maybe like
they just can't focus on one target long
exactly. I feel like they just need to focus on somebody, bring them down, and then move on to the next.
Yes.
And as SFSU, they're just kind of like, let's get this, let's get this, let's
Thank
get
you,
this.
next.
Yeah. If you want to bring up that Ariana Grande lyric, there you go.
There we go. Gotta throw that in there.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't even look like San Jose State needs all the support that they're getting in chat. A lot of people in Twitch chat are saying, really helping Blue Jay. They're really sending the love through the Twitch chat. We appreciate it. Any love for SFSU? Maybe
Nah.
they need. I think SFSU needs a little bit more help than San Jose right now.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely just need to find an answer for Junie, whether it be a random pick or just I would say team organization, figuring out how you want to deal with that, either switching up the composition.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you just go straight up Chinese contenders on them and just bring out 5 DPS. And
Possibly.
That's what we saw the other day.
Hey, what works, and
Exactly.
yeah, we just saw SFSU there. Really, they're looking really concentrated, because this is if they let San Jose State even just get 1/3 of it, then that's 2-0, and out of the best of 3, you know, that's almost everything.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult trying to get their way through. So Blue Jay getting pushed back. Anti-nade is landed on him though. But Armadillo sitting at 91 energy. Like,
my goodness. Yeah, San Jose really pushed aggressive there. You saw him. He was going all the way to the back line. He shot his fire strike, which left him vulnerable. But he did get some really good damage off of that.
yeah, SFSU really feeling the momentum a little bit this time, holding off San Jose this time. Not just like letting them go through them.
Yeah, if if SFSU can keep this momentum, keep the good defense going on, then they really do have a good chance.
Yeah, the difficult part about being corralled into this corner is you really don't have a way to really get in there if you need to. So the thing to look out for right now is that shatter out by Blue Jay. It's coming down, bringing down the hammer. on leaving Gap Shot kind of alone over there, but he can't really do too much because he just nanoed. He's just going to go through him. So he's trying to...
My goodness. And then San Jose actually had to go back and regroup. We almost never have seen that in the tournament before.
Exactly. It's one of the very first times that we've seen San Jose having to like reset. Like for the most part, they just kind of go in and do what they want. But
we saw Junie there trying to get the tank down, but they learned. Ooh, he's gonna do a little sneak. But
he was waiting for him. Soldier A was just waiting for him with that sleep dart, but
very nice.
It's not going to be enough to hold him off of the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Junie did his job very well. He distracted. He tried to get some kills. Ended up not doing that, but he still distracted the enemy team. And it looks like Junie as Reaper is going to get the play of the game here. So
quiet, sneaky, ultimate, running, huge.
That was perfect. If Zarya didn't steal the kills, he would have pretty much gotten every single person.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, and it was after that amazing Earth Shatter coming through for that kill. But yeah, we're moving on. San Jose State does have a 2-0 lead over San Francisco State right now. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to be moving into Temple of Anubis.
Final map, possibly final map. If SFSU does not get this here, then San Jose is gonna win. Twitch chat, who do you think is gonna win? I mean, also, who's your favorite player on each team? Because each team has really good players.
Yeah, both of them have star power in a way. It's just got to figure out how the momentum you want it to work. You want it to keep going. You want to figure out who really is the MVP of this whole thing.
Yeah, it is again a best of 5 map here, but San Jose did win 2 out of the 5. So if they win 1 more, then 3/5 is a majority. So I mean, is it going to be SFSU over here or the Spartans? Spartans, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Whew.
Close.
all the medieval themed mascots really mess with me there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just you have the Knights,
yeah,
Spartans.
Exactly, because that one's just a helmet, just like
this
the RU logo.
Yeah, the actual RU logo. But moving into Temple of Anubis now. This is the map that San Jose State had a really hard time getting through. As we saw, the RU team was able to hold them off on this point. So maybe SFSU might have a better matchup. It might be San Jose State not playing this map as often.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see if they do slip up here or if they're going to try to seal the deal here on Temple of Anubis.
Yes. SFSU. From what I remember, they lost to RU on the map. So hopefully, maybe they learn from their mistakes. Maybe not. Twitch chat is saying Doggo SF is really good on SFSU team, and then also we got Blue Jay. So Blue Jay is still the favorite over there. Also, someone said I'm their favorite player. I'm not playing. Thank you though.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. The noblest vase, I think it was.
So yeah, we're gonna be moving on into this.
Yeah.
We'll see. Doors are about to open in a couple of seconds. Let's see what's all.
There we go.
Oh, Cascade. There's a quick switch.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This could be the final game. If SJSU pushes back SFSU, then that's it.
That was kind of an awkward engage by Kerrigan, really, but the rest of the team is actually getting a couple of pickoffs on SFSU. And,
yeah, we saw some from San Jose State go down, but also SFSU, San Francisco State, was taking some kills as well, and San Jose just took more kills than SF did.
Yeah, and once again, spawn advantage is really in San Francisco's favor. If they want to push their way through it, they do have the advantage, just because the spawn doors are closer. But San Jose State definitely holding strong. They have a really good lockdown defense with that Orisa and Roadhog if they want to keep it steady. But it looks like SFSU is just trying to get through there.
Get there as fast as possible. They know that if they can hold firm on the point, then they have a better chance of defending in that corner. But it's looking like it might work out for them. We do see the Zen ult in desperation on the side of San Jose State there. and the Roadhog is popping his ult, but he gets taken down, and it looks like they're actually capturing it.
Yep, SFSU really played that well. The only downside about a defense like that what San Jose State had is that it takes a little bit of time to set up. So by the time you set up and you're not set up on the point, the other team is going to be going through there. So looks like Solify is like, you know what? You're not the only one who can play Reaper. I'm going to bring out the Reaper as well. You know, have a taste of your own medicine. We'll see if it works out here.
Reaper v Reaper.
It was almost a complete mirror match. We had Blue Jay switching over to, or he's been on the Orisa this game.
Yeah, and Blue Jay's really hitting all of his those orbs. Those have really been powerful because it makes everyone go to the one spot so they can try to get some really good damage on them.
Exactly, and
looks like San Jose State's just cleaning up here right now.
Yeah, and SFSU, it looked like a dry fight, so they were just kind of going in there, just trying to build some ults, and they're gonna have 5 going into this next engagement. But meanwhile, San Jose is looking at a bongo blossom. If that's a thing. A boosted bongo blossom.
Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, we could definitely see that play. We'll see where Junie decides to position himself if he wants to go on top of that.
Yeah, and I mean, these are really the games that we've been waiting for. San Francisco is fully stacked with all 6 ults. They did get the first point, so even if they don't get the second point, there's still hope that San Francisco could possibly win this map if they do their defense correctly.
Yep, and San Francisco making their move, but the Death Blossom not really connecting on anything thanks to the barrier of Soldier A. But the rest of the team, San Jose is just trying to get some kills. Solify returning the favor with the Death Blossom, actually gets a couple of them, and they're just going to be going onto the point. The bongos dropped by Blue Jay, trying to get in some more damage, but here comes the Self-Destruct, kind of zoning him off of the point. And what does that mean when you're zoned off the point? It means percentage. That's going in the way of San Francisco State University as the Gap Shot's trying to swing away at the Mei. And you know, you can't stall if you're not on the plane.
Yeah,
so
exactly. The Mei is out, so we know that San Jose State is desperately trying to prevent that, even though they have extreme advantage here in terms of where their spawn is at, literally right next door. And we see there again the Mei just trying to stall as long as possible.
He's trying to make Solify's life pretty hard, but Solify returning the favor with their own Reaper. And yeah, they're gonna actually get it. Point 2 finally captured on this map today.
Wow, who would have expected? Honestly, I thought that San Jose was gonna take it right here and then, but it looks like SFSU might have found the secret sauce, the strat, the characters.
You know, if they're using it and it's working, why don't we use it?
Exactly.
And then boom, you know, you see Solify on the Reaper, and he's doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the strats for goats is to do goats. So if someone else is doing Death Blossom, do Death Blossom. If someone else is doing dive, do anti-dive.
Exactly. So
maybe,
it's all about figuring out what they want to do and how to counter it. So
yeah, and we also have San Jose Esports in the chat here. The verified San Jose Esports
verified
Twitch account. So hello everyone else in Twitch chat. Everyone's getting a little riled up. Like SFSU finally has a chance. They're reversing the steamroll. They're putting it forward. They're putting it backwards.
Putting the brakes on. They're throwing a rock in front of the steamroller, so it, you know, Incredibles 2.
Yeah, but they did. SFSU did end with 4 minutes and 4 seconds left. So if San Jose does get it, which I'm feeling like they did, they have been really strong in every single map that they played, especially this map as well. Really good on defense, so I think they're going to do very well on offense as well. I think we're going into overtime here. I'm going to call it right now.
Into map 5? You want to see map 5 off of this?
Well, I mean, at least on this map.
Yeah, I think for sure I want to see this map like go through.
For sure, I think people are going to go to try to cap 3 and 4
exactly
in overtime.
So yeah, as SJSU this time making their approach onto the point. So we'll see how well they decide to face off against each other.
Yeah, and so yeah, we've seen them copy the strat right here, and it looks like it's working. Yeah, so far SJSU, they're fighting a good fight here, but it looks like all their members are going to go down and they have to retreat. But they kind of took one out of the SFSU playbook here, and they were a little slow at first to try to cross underneath that bridge, but they finally got it. Yeah, that's
That's a yikes.
That's a tough one there.
Yeah, you gotta.
Soulify-
Solify's got to make his way all the way back to spawn, and they realize that, so they're like, oh, they got no damage. Let's go in.
Let's go. Yeah, they should. If I was SJSU, I would really capitalize on this right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't have waited. I feel like you could have just went in, but fully firm is going to be pushing gap shot all the way back out and finishing him off here. Meanwhile, Junie looking for more kills in the back line, and this time I feel like they've got it a little bit more secured this time.
Yeah, I don't think a Baby Diva and a Lucio can do much against this right now. So it looks like SJSU is going to get this point. If I was them, I would be pushing up as far as I can right now.
Yeah, you don't always need 3 on the point. You can make the aggressive push, but it looks like VTAG is trying to taxi somebody.
Yeah, I think they're gonna play it safe here. They do have 6 minutes left. So even if they only have 3 minutes after, it's still a strong fighting chance.
Exactly, and if you're Solify here with this Death Blossom, do you decide to use it? You want to use it offensively, or do you want to wait till they throw a couple of ults and then try to clean it up afterwards?
Like right now.
Yeah, like right now.
Yeah, I would think so. Trying to watch the action, so it looks like
there's quite a bit going
ult,
down.
Yeah, every single ult that there was got popped. Solify does go down to Junie here, but most of Junie's team from San Jose gets taken out, and it looks like SFSU will hold it out, and they do have that spawn advantage. But yeah, I mean, I've had like multi-minute fights on this one. I really hate this map, especially this. It's so hard to take it when you're attacking.
Yeah, there's only a few ways how you could approach point B on Temple of Anubis, and all of them you have to telegraph to your opponent that you're doing it. Like, they're just like, oh, they're over here, so we have to.
Oh,
do
they're doing the room. Okay, let's just slam them in the room.
Yeah.
Or yeah, so actually they noticed that Solify is up there trying to cheese them, and Solify is still up there. He finally moved, but yeah, he was definitely taking some hits from Zarya there.
Yeah, and Solify is gonna get dropped here. A couple of ultimates are being used out here. SFSU looking to be on the ropes this time, but they're at least popping a couple ults, trying to slow down the momentum of San Jose State as they start capping the point. 1 tick going in their favor. Could they get a second one? It is going to be that. Can SFSU get back onto this point? But they're going to get pushed.
Oh, overtime. It's overtime time. Yeah, and that was a really good push from SJSU, and also from the Ryan. That was really good. I think he started the charge before the Diva used her ult, but he ended up slamming it in the wall, putting up the shield, and no one died from it. I mean, that could have easily, if that Ryan was not there, 2-3 people.
Exactly. It could have been detrimental if he was just not.
Oh yeah, I mean,
quite there.
SFSU could have won the map right then and there.
Exactly. So we're going to be moving on once again. Overtime. Both teams capped it. Well over 4 minutes for both teams.
Yeah. So
I believe San Francisco will be going first on the attack. Because they had less time. It's still 4 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that.
That's such a long time.
I mean,
exactly. Yeah. Especially for 1 point.
Exactly.
For the first point.
And it was a quick cap, so we get to see even more matchups if they do want to see more Reaper play. I mean, one-on-one Reaper play is going to be pretty interesting as we see, if we do see it again.
It looks like Junie is going to stick with the Reaper here, but Solify is going to try to do the Widow. And so when Solify does the Widow, especially in this case, he's trying to get the quick picks. In our very first Razor tournament, actually, we held the first point in Hanamura, and then he did, on attack, he did Widowmaker. And, it looks like he's actually changing to the
Reaper.
Yeah, he tried to juke us out.
It's like when somebody picks some Metro, and you're like, oh, Metro's coming. And then they're like,
or
nope.
maybe Torb.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it.
We haven't seen Torb. We haven't seen Torb all game.
Yeah, if this goes into map 5, someone, we need a Torb.
We need the Torb Bastion, please.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, it's anyone's game. SFSU almost did get a 1 tick here, and they took out some of the enemy members, but it's just kill for kill. They're just swapping right now.
Exactly. They're trading pretty evenly, but SJSU is going to be fending off their point for a little bit. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left for San Francisco State. And, that's still plenty of time. You don't need to really rush it, but, at least get 33%.
Yeah. Hey, Twitch chat, what do you think the score is going to be? SJSU, SFSU? Do you think it's gonna be going in the 3s, the 4s?
What's your longest like matchup for like a an assault game?
I believe I got to the 5, and it looks like the Diva Bomb is going out here. Does not connect and get any kills there, but Junie does find a kill on Solify, saying, "Hey, I'm Reaper."
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to push their way through. You know, San Jose State definitely holding their ground against San Francisco. The mech is going to be popped, and
looks like San Jose is gonna hold it once again. About half the time has expired on the side of SFSU.
exactly. They gotta make a plan, figure it out, and try to get their way through. But Junie does have Death Blossom, and I feel like if you're SFSU, you could either try to pop a couple of ults here, but honestly, I feel like you would be a lot more reserved. Try to go in there with a couple of ultimates, just grind out, dry fight completely. Not in mind. But
That's definitely a strong push there, and if they can, looks like they're swapping evenly right now.
yeah, they're trading pretty evenly. Both Death Blossoms used there. Blue Jay trying to get
The support ult from SFSU has come out, so giving them some extra health, giving them the advantage here. And it looks like once that Zen is going down, it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, the Zen does go down. Solify trying to clean up the rest of it. He does see Kerrigan, and he's trying to clean him up. And it looks like SFSU is going to be getting the first point here.
San Jose, there's a really smart move here is knowing when to give up, knowing that they need to defend that second one, and that first point is done. And that's really important in tournaments like these, because the second you start staggering, then it goes into snowballing with the ult, and then it's just done.
Yeah, and especially snowballing, it just creates staggering as well, where you're just coming out late. Like you're not in the position that you want to be when you want to start.
Yeah, you could say it's a Dunzo.
Maybe it is Dunzo, and we've just been saying it wrong the entire day.
Yeah.
But anyway, Solify trying to get some more damage up in here. He's got 89%, 90, almost at his Death Blossom. He does have it available if he wants to use it, and it's coming out, but it's not going to really catch out that many. Defense Matrix instantly put on him as they are looking for even more. Solify still staying alive.
Yeah, he's been pretty full health almost this whole fight here. Dipping a little bit low, but the support on the side of SFSU has really tried to keep him up. They know that if they want to win this fight, he needs to be alive.
Yeah, Blue Jay swooping in, trying to get a couple of people off the point, and it will go in San Jose's favor. They are going to hold it off, and there's only a minute left for San Francisco. What do you think about? Do you think they need to switch, do anything, or do you think you just keep going in with this, even though this could possibly be the last one?
It's definitely too late for San Francisco to switch, because they only have 40 seconds left, and they're almost there. Pretty much everyone is 70+% or over on their ult charge. Their last hope is to get a good ult off. San Jose does have 3 ults here: the Ryan, the Junie Reaper, which we've seen is so effective, and also the Zen ult.
And Solify is going to be brought down by Junie, and Junie's going to pop Death Blossom, and there's no real answer to this. It looks like SFSU is going to be done.
That is it. It looks like SFSU is going to get 3 on the side. San Jose is going all the way to spawn. Make sure that they can't touch. Just like we said, denial. Don't even worry about the kills. Don't even worry if you're going to get killed. Who cares? 4 seconds left.
Exactly. They're not. As long as they don't get the point, you'll be A-okay. But looks like Solify did try to make a run for it. Overtime is ticked. So we'll see if they can actually get in there, but it's not going to happen. The pin is going to finish it off here.
Yeah, and it looks like San Jose State is going to go strong into the third map. Though, theoretically, it could... The second... or the first objective is, relatively speaking, easier than the second objective. And as we've seen, both SFSU and San Jose has had trouble capturing it in the past.
Yeah, so we're moving into the final push this time. San Jose on the offensive. They have to at least cap the first point.
Oh, definitely, yeah. But SFSU could do it, or they could just get absolutely steamrolled. We'll see.
Exactly. Or it can become a draw. The Temple of Dranubis.
To draw.
Definitely a potential. The most I've ever played on a back-to-back, map situation was 13, and that was like it was like.
That's
it was like a 2-hour endeavor
That's
playing.
like a league game. That's like 2 league games right
Exactly.
there.
it was ridiculous. It was Hanamura though. Like
Yeah.
you're sitting there going back and forth. Like you get steamrolled the first. You're like, okay, we'll do something. You steamroll them, and then they're just like, okay, and then you just go back and forth because nobody knows how to play defense. But
Yep.
that's the greatness of silver gaming when you get down to those trenches.
There we go, and it looks like Gapshot will be going to the Winston Monkey here, and Chris going back to the Junkrat, which has been effective, and then Solify doing the good old pharmacy.
Yep, Solify this time, I do like the pharmacy here. It does allow them to give, at least have a little bit of variety if they want to do it. But right now, Chris Cade is really doing all the work.
Yeah, and I think it's really gonna, or one of the deciding factors is gonna come down to Gapshot. If he can get in the back line, even though there is the Reaper by Junie still, has not changed from that. But if he can get a couple picks and then get out of there all alive.
We see a switch. Junie finally getting off of the Reaper.
What?
Yeah, he just switched over to the Diva. It is.
I didn't know he knew anything other than that.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see if it translates. I mean,
if you have a Diva emote, chat, spam that.
He wants to deal damage to Solify. He wants to make sure that him and Doggo Sif are having a hard time.
Yeah, and he understands that if Solify is allowed to just free reign and get kills, that SFSU might win this map. And it looks like Solify is going to get his ult, so is the Junkrat and the Ana and even the Mercy very, very soon.
But yeah, that's something to look out for. Gapshot does jump right on top of Armadillo.
Yeah.
Just squashes him. 45 damage. Does
3 minutes left, so I mean, so they do have quite a few handful of good charges, and if they save their ults and you know, make the right investments in the ult economy, you know, the returns could be winning the game.
Yeah, this is Art You Ruby textbook style. Just use what you need. Don't go over too much. Don't regret not spending anything.
Yeah, and it looks like the Blue Jay and Solify will swap there, both killing each other. Looks like Gapshot gets out alright though, and has his ult up in case he needs to use it. Yeah,
and Doggo does res Solify, so the walk isn't going to be too bad. It's just, you know.
And Junie almost got D-mech there. That would have been pretty catastrophic because he would have to wait for his charge. And there's really no easy way to blow this off the map.
Exactly. Here comes that self-destruct. Let's see if it catches out anybody. Nope, just scaring them away.
Yeah, it does not. No one from SFSU is currently using their ult. Gapshot almost goes down there. He does pop his ult to save himself. So let's see if that's enough.
Yeah, but Doggo does go down. Chris Cade does pick off V-Tag in the backline though. But Blue Jay looking to get even more with his Winston here.
I think this is it. I think this is they're gonna take the point there. Yeah, Blue Jay really knows how to prioritize the target and took down Ana there, and
Solify does drop, but Donzo saying, I'm not going down that easily. I'm gonna fight this out for as long as I can. And
yeah, and it looks like SFSU is gonna try to actually try to prevent this from happening here. With they're just waiting on their members, but I think it's gonna be too late, and they're having a fight right up there.
They gotta figure out if they're gonna go in or not.
Oh, this is really gonna hurt them because they're still contesting the point, but their Mercy and all their team is just falling right now. So
yeah, they have to really solidify themselves on this point, and right now all they're doing is really staggering onto it, and that's gonna make the stagger even harder when, especially now that San Jose has already capped the first point.
Yeah, and
they can really just push through if they do decide to.
1:45 on the clock, and all they have to do is get 33% here. A lot of love in chat for Blue Jay, so maybe that's gonna just do it, and all the love's just gonna get, the energy is just gonna get transferred to Blue Jay, and he's gonna do some kind of amazing pleasure.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing fully firm, you know, just swinging that mace, trying to scare him off the point. You know, San Francisco on their last breath right here. They have to hold them off for 33%, or this will be the end of the journey, and San Jose will end up becoming the champions here at the NorCal Collegiate Open.
Yeah, but it does look like SFSU is not going down without a fight. Definitely that. They do have spawn advantage, but they are currently trickling in right now. I'm not exactly sure what they're hoping is going to happen, just delaying the inevitable, I guess, seeing if they can get the time all the way down. But it looks like that San Jose State is going to be our champions for this tournament.
Yeah, pretty dominant fashion too. They were just saying, okay, we need to, execute the game plan. And I guess the game plan is just,
Empower Junie.
let Junie do what he do.
Yeah, let's look at this here.
Yeah, play the game going to Junie with that Death Blossom. Just kind of walking his way through, and yep, there it is.
Perfect.
Just all the way around, and just not letting him breathe. And that's the one thing that Junie did pretty well. It's just suffocating the rest of them, and he was caught a little bit off guard when Solify was like, "Hey,
Yes, he was.
I'll do the same thing." And
But it turns out that I saw a lot of on the kill feed that Junie was getting Solify quite a few times.
exactly.
Yeah, and people are wanting the Blue Jay interview again. So we'll see if we can get that. But yeah, I mean, congratulations. That was really good. They did not lose a match. It turns out their steamroll is bigger than SFSU steamroll.
Exactly. And it really did come down, congrats to all the teams who were out here.
Yes.
By the way, lots of very good, we got to see a lot of good Overwatch, and
lot of good
that's all we're
players
here
as
for,
well.
really.
Yeah.
Like just celebrating, NorCal esports, NorCal Overwatch in general, and watching teams get together and
improving, because even San Jose State won the tournament, but it doesn't mean they're the best. Everyone can improve on something, and I mean the VOD is going to be a really good reference to go back to and look over, see like, okay, what happened, why could we not counter Junie? How did he get so powerful?
Yeah.
And what was he doing? What can we learn from that?
Do you think that that 30% lifesteal had anything to do with it? Or no?
Maybe.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's just every shot. But yeah, that tiny bit really did help him out. But congrats to San Jose State for taking the win.
Yeah, congratulations. And let's see, chat wants Blue Jay and Dogsif.
Dogsif. From
the SFSU side right there.
Okay.
And there's Solify right there, and yeah, just everyone having fun, everyone smiling. Haven't seen any tears, so that's
not yet.
Other than Bible Thump, of course.
Bible Thump's the only tears we allow here.
Yeah, he's crying there. And yeah, the GGs and the handshakes are going out right now, and yeah, I quite had a lot of fun. I was prepared to sub if needed, but didn't turn out that way.
Didn't need it. So yeah, everybody handshakes all around. I think the last time I saw Junie was actually at the anime convention. I saw him at Fanime in San Jose, and I was like, this seems
good.
a little broke. Like it was I think Zerocious was there, and I was just like, I'll just cast this. It'll be fun. And I was like, it's gonna be like anime people. Everybody's gonna have like really terrible gameplay, and it's just fun. It's just all in the name of good esports. And then you just see like
Some good
Zerocious,
Overwatch.
and Junie and Solify
head
and
click,
Selic,
head click.
and you're like, what are you guys doing here? Like,
Exactly.
like
Leave some kills for the rest of us.
exactly. We want to see some high tier weeb action, which we did. We got to see the 4K Blade. I believe
That
that
was pretty cool.
that was also by hold on. That was by Armadillo, correct?
Yeah, Armadillo was the flex for San Jose State. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
but, I was expecting Junie to because in the few Razor Sword tournaments that we played together, he almost was exclusively Lucio, and he was a really good Lucio. He was bouncing off the walls. He was 1v1ing Solify, and Solify was Tracer.
Oh
and
yeah, I remember that.
I remember
1v1.
that scene. They were inside the stairs.
The side room of Numbani. They're the final point, and it was Solify versus Junie. Junie was on the what is it? He was on the Lucio.
Yeah.
They fought for like 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, no, it was absolutely nuts. And Solify did end up killing Junie, but he left, and the Mercy came in
and
rezzed
him.
Junie again.
And he's like, you know what? I gotta fight him again.
Yeah, exactly.
So he stuck the pulse bomb and killed him. And then he's like, okay, we're done here. And then he's just like, no, I'm gonna come back and resurrect. Bring them all. Just bring back Junie. And then he ended up fighting and winning the fight.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have that very anticipated interview that everyone in Twitch chat is asking for. So let's go to that.
Congratulations to the San Jose State Spartans. Thank you, everyone, who stood around. If we give them a round of applause for a great effort in winning first place. Woo! And here to present the first place award from Esport Management is Serene. And Serene, you have the honors.
Thank you. On behalf of Esports Management, congratulations to you guys. Game well played.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Darla, who is the manager for the San Jose State Spartans. You must be happy. You got 2 first-place awards. And how does that feel knowing that not only your League of Legends team is solid, but also your Overwatch team?
It feels really good, and it just shows that our school is really here to stay, and we want to show that we're a powerhouse in all games.
Well, a powerhouse you are. Congratulations yet again. And Junie, how do you feel?
Feel pretty good.
You were awesome with the Reaper. You were clearly getting a lot of fans excited over there. What's one thing you try to really make sure you do? You're a little highlight reel yourself.
Reaper is my bread and butter. He's all I know, and it shows, I guess.
Well, it definitely does. And Blue Jay, the man, the myth, the legend, the chat blow-upper. How does it feel knowing not only you have a lot of supporters, but the fact that you're the champion?
Feels a little weird about all the spam and stuff. I certainly didn't expect that, but I think winning this was really cool.
Okay, and any last words, Coach?
Let's go, Spartans!
Well, you heard it there. Congratulations to the San Jose State Spartans. #1, not only in League of Legends, but Overwatch as well, and they are quite the problem. Spartan up. Back to you.
And yeah, exactly. Congratulations to San Jose State for sealing the victory here and yesterday.
Yes,
so,
indeed.
Yeah, they are really making a name for themselves out here, especially in the NorCal area.
They sure are. I mean, they didn't show up to the California Cup, but they came out here strong and was the unknown factor. You know, how will SU do compared to everyone else who we kind of know where their levels and what their strats are and whatnot. So they came out and really showed everyone, actually.
Exactly. Nobody was really expecting the Reaper pick by Junie. And I felt like once Solify kind of like figured it out, he's like, okay, you know what, we'll just do the same thing.
Yeah.
Got him off guard just a little bit, but in the end, you know, the original ended up winning.
Yep. That was quite the games there. Yeah. So I'm really happy I came out, and really happy our team came out as well, and all the teams. Thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you to Art University for hosting it. Yeah, Academy Art University, the gameplay here, the support and the production value, really everyone brought their A game, and I just have no other words than thank you. It's awesome.
Yeah, and thank you to Esport Management for supplying all the prizes. I actually had a nice time playing with them, or I worked with them. I believe earlier in November.
Mm-hmm.
So it was pretty fun to do that. And also thanks to San Francisco Shock for giving us a little bit of swag that we could give away. But yeah, that'll be it for us here. I believe this is the final tournament of RU Esports for this semester.
It is.
Make sure to catch us next semester. But yeah, so far this is Star Fox. I am Kanashi, and we'll see you on the next one.
Thank you, everyone.